going to pay off for X10, or with the success we've seen from their Battle Sage, their crazy plays, especially on Ascent, they were incredible. Will they actually consider switching over?
Yeah, I think obviously there's that argument when it comes to like the execution stuff.
Halo,
of course, we are going to be getting into
para anak muda yang ada di Indonesia, kembali lagi bersama saya.
Yeah, I think that maybe there will be a surprise or two coming up
di kesempatan kali ini kita bakal nobar.
I think the only thing I'm really excited
for is that we are going to see Rion again picking up that Reykjavík.
Something that
he
did switch to briefly yesterday. I think it was only on a singular map of Ascent. But
coba
it's something they've
dulu
been
guys
working
ya.
on behind the scenes to switch away from Omen and move into that Astra choice.
You said a couple of surprises. There's a lot of surprises, really. I mean, you take a look at what X10 are going for here, and they're playing scary. Remember from back over in Overtime Esports when we did that Ignition event in SEA, he's actually usually the Viper. But Patafan, the usual Jet, is taking the Viper. Scary is adding an Astra into this composition. They're playing instead of with a Cypher with a Killjoy, and Fox, who plays Sova, is now on the Jet.
Match udah dimulai guys.
Is a shake-up.
Pilih siapa kalian? X10 atau Crazy Raccoon? Kalau gue X10 guys. Saya pride.
Mix them up a little.
This is. I'm surprised. I'm very surprised. Like the fact that Foxes has moved away from Sova as well. Like he pretty much plays that on every single map other than Split. So for him to now be playing the Jet, like if Crazy Raccoon managed to predict this going into the game, I'll be blown away. But hey, we'll see how they're actually going to be able to cope with it. Already, we're going to see that brawl for A control, something I think Mitch will probably be seeing all the way through the match.
Yeah, 100%. Especially when you've got the Astra coming in on both teams. You love to take that A control in the early round. Use the Black Hole to just pull them off the angle on the attack side, and you have got yourself a long control the majority of the time, or a really difficult contest. But when you've got a Jet on the other side, they can still afford to go through it, look for those aggressive peaks, and then pull back with the dash afterwards. So there's a little bit of counterplay straight away in the agent selection, and we'll look forward to seeing those duels come down a little bit later on into the map. But for now, with a minute left, it's a heavy stack towards the A side from Crazy Raccoons, and as they don't see anybody after a couple of seconds, they have to start rotating around and presuming this is maybe a safe hit. So biding their time here, X10 are about to find a much easier site to push into, and with Zephyr falling, the A side is theirs. What's Mud? He's just running out. He's going for it with the Phoenix. I love it. And it's working out for 2 kills. Oh no, this looked like it was going to be clean, but we end up in a 2v3.
Some real possibility for them to turn the tide here. They do like to give themselves the plant. Rion, however, incredibly low, but there for the cheeky peek. He's always been known for those clutch situations. Vulnerability placed as well onto Foxes.
Untuk kesempatan kali ini
a
juga
little bit easier to kill, but it doesn't last for long. They're trying to bait him in with the
gua
plant. Actually,
sedikit
it has
telat ya.
worked. Rion's just swung on it. 10 seconds left for Sushi Boys to try and bring this back. His turret's even got him a kill. And now it comes down to the 1v1, the jump over the top, and it's the turret again! What? A double kill with a turret and a pistol round? This is ridiculous.
A 1v2, he didn't even shoot a shot and he's won it. What have we just witnessed? I was so confused when it came up clutch. It was like, what the UI is having a heart attack?
masih OTW guys, Nanat OTW. Tapi nanti dia bakal
they are not
kembali menemani gua di
that hurts. Look, the jump
pertandingan yang
was so low and it's just so easy.
He doesn't even react.
He's like, what? Did I win? That's gorgeous. What a way to lose the pistol, man.
Turret 8 juta IQ terjadi guys di round pertama.
I've never seen anything like that before. Well, I'm so ready for this already. X10, they've got themselves the victory in the pistol. Now we're seeing this deep wall thrown down to almost deny space, but they're still going to try and get aggressive around it. Munchkin peeking through, and the rest of the team, because of this, have already rotated in. They're going to have a pretty decent stack coming into the C site, and Neth, he does at least slow them down a little bit. It is worth mentioning, of course, Mitch, not much into this round.
Yeah, of course, right. They're saving up money for the next. We're not expecting this to be Crazy Raccoons coming in with a hard contest in round 2, so it's fine that they're getting kind of rolled over. They've got 1 kill. Now, if Munchkin can find a little bit more, it'll serve him in a number of ways. Build up towards the ult, and of course, take away a weapon from his opponent's damage.
Hampir tadi Crazy Raccoon bisa mengembalikan keadaan
but here comes the cavalry in to support this fight.
Tapi turret menyelamatkan segalanya cuy.
Scary taking a triple kill on that one. 2-0 for X10. And, you know, Scary's a guy I've got a lot of pressure on in my head because this guy was fantastic looking at him within his region, and now I want to see him on the international stage really deliver. And I do think that yesterday, alongside Patafan, he was actually well, Patafan got a lot of praise, whereas I feel like Scary kind of flew under the radar a little bit, but he was playing a great series on the Viper, which is why it was very surprising to me to see Patafan pull it out here and Fox to take the Jet. It's such a weird mix-up.
Yeah. It is a weird one. Might be down to positioning, might just be down to Fox feeling a little bit more comfortable on the map. Also, I think because of all the changes we've seen on the other side, we haven't mentioned that Munchkin's actually switched up to the Phoenix, normally putting in more of a Sky, but I guess this gives him ability to, I guess, flash for himself a little bit more. He was a bit of a battle Sky anyway, so I guess it somewhat makes sense. We're going to see a fast push here, straight into B.
Oh, yes, we are. Fox, though, oh, he's vulnerable, and Munchkin's taking advantage, popping his head straight away. Medusa in through the smoke for another. Crazy Raccoons are not letting go of this site. The crossfires are strong, but Scary, even with the Spectre's able to get a double. Patafan in with another, and we're tied up. This is a bonus round for X10, and they're making it look very, very good. Patafan caught in the corner. They know that he's here. They've tagged him up. They're reconning him, and this round is over and done with. All things considered, though, as a bonus round for X10, a plant and 3 kills, this was a successful round that they very nearly got away with a win in.
Bismillah, Teapret, guys. Ayo guys, jangan lupa di-share, di-like, di-subscribe, di-share yang banyak ke grup-grup WhatsApp kalian, grup-grup Facebook, grup-grup Instagram, Line dan segala macam, biar kita makin ramai, makin seru gamenya, makin banyak komunitas yang nonton turnamen-turnamen Valorant kali ini. Oke guys.
I do appreciate those faster paced rounds though. I think that's something that X10 do exceptionally well. And normally it is Patafan leading the charge in those sort of spots.
Jadi ini siapapun yang kalah nih guys di match ini, dia bakal tereliminasi di VCT Master Reykjavík.
We see the recon actually be completely
denied at the very
start of this round with the cloud burst. I love that counter to stop any sort of map control from going into the hands of Crazy Raccoons. Now they can't afford to have a solo player holding the A site. And in the pistol round, we saw that information denied with a Viper wall. This time the Viper wall's on C for late round info denial. They use one cloud burst. It's all it takes. And now both guys on A are like, but we have to stay here. They try to force the fight on short as well, making sure that if they try to counter by like pushing up short to get info, boom, 2v1 fight. This is really well structured in the early round from X10, and this is what I've been complimenting them on, that I love the fact that you can see it's very well thought through in terms of their game plan.
Oh, set the Medusa.
Pressured, though. Scary, the one to fall. A lot of the utility disappears with him. They have, in turn, used the Viper's Pit onto B, and with no challenge there, they're actually just going to have an afterplan. Of course, it's going to be made that little bit tougher by the fact that they have lost their utility man, and Munchkin is already going to be finding a trade. Neff with another. That is actually Patafan gone, so as well as his utility will fall. And now it's left all onto Foxes, and he doesn't spot the flank of Rio coming in with that disgusting shotgun.
I love it as well. Such a fitting way to end the round, Tom. You started by talking about it, and we finished by talking about it as well, as it gets that free upgrade as well, you know? And that's
tajam banget cuy, tapi bocah-bocah nih, lu lihat nih, ini susah banget lo nembak begini.
And so when you lose 2 players,
dikagetin Phantom kayak gitu tuh, wah, pening pala cuy.
Really only lost 1.5 at most.
Soalnya pakai Vandal cuy, makanya gue bilang susah.
Bonus econ to play throughout the game.
Close range Vandal tuh.
Obviously for holding inside a garage, for example, it's almost a better weapon than the Phantom.
Chance menang itu di bawah 50% anjay.
I also love
nah, tuh dia Nanat nongol. Dia belum nyampe rumah nih, guys.
That's the bit you're happy about.
That's number one.
I like all the utility changes. That's the big one for me.
Gua nge-castnya jomblo.
Now when you see stars placed, when you get these Astra versus Astra, you're not just putting
habis ini apa? Habis ini itu ada Sharks versus Crew. Habis ini ada Sharks versus Crew. Habis Sharks versus Crew ada Sentinel melawan Vikings. Itu dua tim itu sangar sih.
The right click almost going to insta-kill anyone that passes. And again, early presence into A is something that we're going to see throughout the whole match. Both teams wanting to try and garner this full control.
Yeah, and because Crazy Raccoons haven't really pressured it, X10 wants to go up and take that free space, but they run right into a player. Now the Seekers reveal a player on the right, and Zephyr somehow gets away with a kill despite the whiff. But the trade is back immediately, and we end up in a 3v3. Rotations already have come in towards this A side, and X10 know it. They don't rotate because they can't. Scary stuck in a corner with a spike, but they will slow the pace. They'll make Crazy Raccoons concerned that perhaps this is a play towards the C side, perhaps this is a rotation, and when they push this side, there will only be one player who can contest them, especially with the Cosmic Divide and the Viper Wall. It's Munchkin in the corner.
Ini eliminasi match. Ya, ini eliminasi match.
Now the plant is pretty much
bakal ada 2 game eliminasi match antara X10 sama Crazy Raccoon dan Shark sama Crew. Itu 2 game pertamanya itu eliminasi match.
They can't just run forward and look for these duels, and instead utilities just buying so much time. Now all of the ultimate is just negated, and it's a 1 versus 3 that is, well, virtually unwinnable for Neth.
Nice
really well recovered by X10 to start that out.
BO3 lower bracket BO3. Semuanya BO3, cuma final doang BO5.
I had for them yesterday, they were excellent at finding opening picks, early round picks, especially when we looked at Icebox. They were going up versus Vikings quite regularly, but their mid rounds almost seemed panicked and rushed. There would be re-aggression, there would be mistakes that were made that would give Vikings a way back into the round. This was anything but that. It was clinical. They made sure that they had everything set up. They cleared the site before everything was done, got the afterplant, and okay, sure, it was a nice counter with the gravity well to keep one player retained, but after that, they managed to close out the round quite comfortably.
If that was a 2v2, that gravity well probably won them the round. But because there's just those extra players, you can't afford to just W key down and hope you get the kill, because there's probably going to be one guy with him. There wasn't, but there probably is. And you would just be throwing away your chances. And the way things go.
Abis map ini Icebox.
I have to say 3-2. We're getting a very competitive game. There's a lot of good signs here, especially from X10. Like, I'm loving their attack side so far. It's so
map
clean.
ketiganya Bain.
A lot of things going their way. Munchkin delivering on that Phoenix. The expectations that we've set in the earlier stages are really delivering.
Bung Mansen, tanggapannya tentang entry Lord Patipan kemarin kurang rapi. Terlalu barbar kayak main di kompe.
For now, of course, it's just pistols in the hands of Crazy Raccoons. They have a lot of players towards A-Tom.
They've gone for the lockdown, in fact. Really wanting to try and build as much economy in this round as they can, and while clearing everybody off the site quite easily. It was more just the aggressive plays of Crazy Raccoons trying to do as much damage as they can. Again, you can't really expect too much from rounds like this. All they can really hope for, maybe a kill or two, maybe an ult all burned. That would be nice, but chances are they're going to get away with nothing.
Yeah, we saw
ini map CR. Ini kan map extend deh.
From these pistols, but this time around it's not really going to go their way, and it's fine. You brush these rounds off, but at the end of the day, this means X10 have built up quite a bit of credits now. And coming into this buy round, it's very important for Crazy Raccoons to get on the board. Do it relatively convincingly, because yeah, as we see, that was a Prime Gaming flawless round from X10.
Yeah, the
ini
best
masih match satu ya, betul. Ini masih match satu.
After what was some shakier rounds that ended up slipping away from them in the previous series, that could have really made the difference of even just taking a map off one of the teams.
Disiplin, kurang disiplin. Kalau kemarin dia disiplin, bagus banget entry dia. Dia entry dapat 2, tapi masih dilanjutin terus sama dia. Kayak main di kompe.
Is going to be a huge part of his play when he's able to get it in check. We're seeing all of this deep utility thrown. Like, this is being conquered quite regularly now by X10.
Gue lupa nanya guys. Ini aman ya? Suara gua, suara game aman ya semua ya? Gambar semua aman kan?
Because we know he has the ability. We've seen it already over the last couple of days.
That's a lot of utility, man. A lot of utility. Use the double snake bite to clear the
kalah pulang ya. Ini kalah pulang. Ini kalah keluar dari turnamen.
They must have been
ini eliminasi match.
Not only a player, but
game 1 sama game 2 eliminasi match.
In that corner.
2 game lower bracket, 1 game upper bracket.
Like, you can just put down a guiding light, right? Put it in the corner there if it doesn't see anyone, you're clear. I like the dash. I like the play. Fox, he is here today. Crow's coming in with more. The flash is so good, but it only gets Munchkin 1. And with that, Crazy Raccoons around that they needed.
Partner siaran masih on the way pulang.
We mentioned
dia
the
habis keliaran guys.
Fantastic for X10, and losing 1 player here will make no difference to it. But for the defenders,
nih jadi siapa guys yang kuat nonton sampai terakhir?
Yeah,
siapa yang kuat nonton sampai game terakhir, sampai pagi lagi?
I feel like Crazy Raccoon have actually had a decent read. Like they've been stacking up on this A side. They've had, I think it was 3 players there ready for the push to come in, and they get 1 kill. Like now I'm starting to question, like, okay, do you even have the correct setups? Because that was fairly basic from X10 on the take. Like you have to dash through, the flash popped, and after that it just seemed like they wiped down everybody who was remaining. So maybe a little bit of an adaptation need. That said, I'd quite like to see them take a little bit of map control, because for now we're seeing these very, very passive holds, and especially with the composition that they currently have with these aggressive agents, with this Phoenix, with this Jet, I just don't think it's going to work out for them. Sure, they were a little bit more aggressive on the other side of the map.
Jet udah Patipan ya.
The Jet peeking out, but at this
Patipan
point,
terlalu ini cuy, terlalu petakilan. Foxy itu lebih disiplin.
Like, when you're losing that much map control in the early rounds, as we've seen almost consistently now, and we've seen the adaptation, because Crazy Raccoons wanted to play, okay, pistol round, you know that you're going to be up against gravity well and long, more than likely.
Prediksi lu siapa?
To try
Extend
and still contest
Crazy
for that
Raccoon,
control.
extend.
Then they adapt to a more passive A play. That doesn't work out. And this time, even
Terus
more
game
so,
keduanya
it's the
Sharks
C side
lawan
where they want to
Crew.
get that kind of early
Sharks sih
information,
gua.
and they're playing back on side on A. Doesn't work out either. We need some serious adaptation coming out from Crazy Raccoons, but it's also difficult because you
Sharks
look at what
mainnya
X10
kemarin
just
soalnya
did. They double
apa
snake
ya?
bit, I guess. Snake bite.
Nyaman banget gitu loh, plong banget kayak maju semua.
Like, that's
Cuma atau work apa enggaknya kita lihatin nanti.
Your jet there, you're pretty much dead. You're vulnerable. You're losing HP if you stay there. You run out, they're going to kill you. So actually contesting for that control, especially when there's an Astra there. Imagine they double snake bite and then they gravity well on your
swipe up sekarang, Blay.
There's no way out.
Terima kasih semuanya.
So they have to assign their jet
yang udah nge-follow Instagram gua,
and
guys.
that's just to maintain control for even a second.
Akhirnya
you probably have to dash out and
cita-cita gua
concede it
tercapai,
anyway.
guys.
So there's definitely something that needs to be done about that, because right now X10, they just feel in themselves like, oh, this is free, let's keep on taking it. And even if they want to finish on the C site, you see what it does to the defenders' rotations, where they've constantly had 3 players on A in the early stages of the round because of that absolute absence of info.
Yeah, I'd quite like to see them attempt some of the like cool different Astra combos we've seen with the gravity wells.
Kawan pada belum follow nih, parah nih kalian nih.
Gila loh. On the other side, we've seen some shot dart combos.
Pokoknya selama VCT Master Reykjavík ini, gue bakal live-in tiap match-nya. Kalau gue nggak ada halangan ya, kalau gue tiba-tiba drop kan sakit nggak ada yang tahu, mungkin gue bakal absen. Cuma sebisa mungkin gue bakal tayangin semuanya.
So we'll see what the change is going to be. They've actually placed the operator down there in the early stages of the round. So instead of having all these different setups, it's just going to be Zephyr go kill. But unfortunately for them, you have the time to talk things through. So do X10. They're going straight back to this mid take once more.
Yeah.
Scary Cross tuh, Foxy masih sering temu gak Susi Boys? Patipan gue gak pernah. Pernah sih kayaknya awal-awal. Ya ini karena ini dari saya, Blay. Regional kita. Nih, lu lihat nih, dimajuin terus sama Patipan anjir. Nah, dia karena dia dikasih Viper, dia mungkin bisa lebih disiplin, Blay. Coba kalau dia pakai jet tuh, Blay, buset, dia udah nyampe mana tahu tuh, udah nyampe bind kayak dia.
But when he doesn't have the dash in play, he's back to spawn. He's running away from there because you cannot afford to lose that weapon. Even if you got 3 kills at the state of the X10 economy right now, that would not be a good trade if you're
paling sering tuh ketemu Susi Boys sama Cross.
He tries his best.
I think the man could get 10 kills, and I don't think I would save him if he lost the operator. It really is a huge financial burden, and there's no way he gets out of it. Perfect positioning from Sushi Boys, and that's 6-2 now for X10. Now, of course, this is their map choice, but going into the next one, like, we know that they're actually pretty comfortable playing Icebox at the moment, and I don't know. I'm not feeling too good for Crazy Raccoon right now. As said, still early. I think going onto that attacking side as well could make a fairly big difference. Like when you do have the ability of Jet and Phoenix to get you those openers. But there's a hell of a lot of utility on the other side that is going to be used to deny them and make things very, very awkward.
Masih OTW pulang, guys.
Of a lot of
Nanti
these
dia pasti bakal nemenin
Again,
gua.
though, It seems
Cuma
like
dia
they're going to
kayak
try
rada
and
drop
rely
nih.
on Zephyr to do a slightly better job of challenging for this A control, but it's very patient once again, Mitch, from the default coming out
Dia
from
kayak
X10.
rada drop guys. Tiap hari gue pakai kan buat nemenin gue nobar, rada drop dia.
And now they're going back to this
Soal dia,
down, but we talked about the counter to this potentially being that push down short. And
tadi dia harus pergi siang, dia tidur pagi juga, terus besok dia udah mulai kerja juga. Jadi kayak semampunya dia deh. Gue nggak akan maksa dia sampai pagi.
So now that control is conceded, they at least have to pay for it. They use up an Astra Star as well as a Trailblazer. It's not amazing, but it's something. It's definitely better than what we've seen in the past. Although the drone going down gets the information on one player, it's not really that valuable at this moment in time. Anybody could have guessed there's someone around short. The question is, are they looking to push it? And with no information on C or Garage or B, like aggressive, I mean, outside of the part of the map that's theirs from the start of the round.
Salah, Blay.
This is going to be pretty tough
salah
to get those
bahasanya aja, Blay. Jangan sampai traveling ya, otak-otak lu pada ya.
Done anything for Crazy Raccoons so far.
30 seconds left.
Push coming in. Zephyr in a good position. The dart's actually perfectly placed. They use it as a direct counter to try and hold that player back. Munchen catches one, but Medusa just goes running in, and now Cruz has found another onto Zephyr. It started off so strong, but they just get too aggressive, make a silly mistake, and that's going to be enough. The spike planted, one player left. Neff, as said, I think he's excellent in a lot of these clutch situations, but a 1v4 pushing back into the A
Kalau dari gua ya,
I don't think he's that
Asia tuh kayak kemungkinan besar tuh paling sakit tuh saya, Blay. Thailand, cuy.
To kill the guy in the corner, I think it was Medusa, because the Munchkin ulted.
Dari beberapa temen gue yang pro player sering scrim lawan orang-orang Asia yang lain kayak Jepang, Korea gitu.
Headshots his teammate who was right behind him.
Jepang sih, yang gue pernah denger Jepang sih. Korea gue belum pernah denger. Ada temen gue yang pro player lawan Korea belum. Jepang tapi menurut mereka aimnya masih biasa aja. Lebih sakit Thailand jauh.
Shoot at me. That's so unfortunate. And we saw in the previous round, obviously we had the
Thailand, Korea, Asia sih.
You know why they call it that?
Nah, Korea tuh mereka tuh bener-bener niat, Blay. Mereka tuh niat banget. Dan
through the smoke, another like just sickening for X10. And it's one of those rounds that you pull these out every now and then, but at this stage of the game, in the context of where we are right now, that pretty much says it all. This is a very deflating situation to be in if you're Crazy Raccoons.
Ada suara telepon nih. NVLL, Bang mau ikut di Discord lu boleh nggak? Wah, kayaknya enggak deh. Gua nanti nggak nyambung ngomongnya nggak enak sih. Sorry ya.
He was one of the players the desk highlighted need to have a better performance, and looks like that's the case. Now, a slight adaptation here with a push down C long. It's not been something that's pressured too regularly. Of course, I think if he goes much further, he will meet one of the players from X10 once more.
Ya, Vision Strike kalah sama Nutur. Itu finalnya seru banget sih. Kalau Korea itu textbook banget nggak sih? Mereka rapih, aim sakit, cuma susah beradaptasi, bener. Textbook banget. Setuju gua, gue setuju.
Play with here for Crazy Raccoons. And Zephyr, oh, nice shot to Scary. Okay, we're back in the driver's seat here, but X10 have a potential 2v1 fight. It's Medusa who only has a shock dart through to tickle them up. There's the recon, but Fox takes him down. Now the plant can come through, but Fox has taken quite a bit of damage in the meantime. The flank, oh no, was that a fake up draft? I like it. Trying to get the players to peek out on short, and Sushi Boys able to pick up one. Fox, Vandal in hand, looks for the headshot. Munchkin able to sideswipe, and so it's all down to the 31 HP Jet player, but Munchkin deals with him. A nice round for Crazy Raccoons. Better late than never, and with only 7 rounds for their opponents.
Cina gimana, Blay? Gue belum tahu Valorant Cina kayak gimana. Jujur gue nggak tahu sama sekali Valorant Cina kayak gimana. Nggak ada tim dari Indonesia. Nggak.
Coming into the next half.
No, for sure. And these are the sort of plays that we were hoping for from Munchkin as well. That was his round.
Kalah di qualifier regional
rifle, which closes out the round at the end, and the flash. Badipan, try as he might, you are not going to be able to dodge that one. So being a little bit more proactive, not allowing all of this space to go in the favor of X10, and well, hopefully for the sake of the match at least, this is going to be a little bit of a turning point for the defensive side. The one issue is, of course, that on the other side of things, they've had so much cash for a ridiculous amount of time that this is not going to be a problem.
Belum sih kalau menurut gue malah.
Yeah, definitely. It's
masih
exactly what we said,
Thailand,
right?
Indo kalau saya menurut gue.
Prime position.
Tapi nggak tahu juga sih soalnya.
See what I did there, Tom? You like that?
Di qualifier Filipin juga jago aja.
Your extra plug.
Filipin jago, SMG jago.
This is just revenge for all of those EU days we've had in Challengers, Tom. You've hit
masih
me
belum
so many
kelihatan
puns again and again. I have to
game baru. Game baru. Semuanya masih bisa bermain bagus.
Gets traded out though. That's such a good push. I love that. Munchkin ults down to get the information and they trade from up above. And at worst, they get free control by him just running
masih
down.
Belum ada dominasi. Belum ada yang benar-benar satu negara. Rajanya regional belum ada. Kalau di saya belum ada. Masih banyak banget soalnya. Indo masih bisa banget. Indo menurut gue bisa banget. Filipin juga udah mulai terlihat sakit banget sakit. Waduh, petipen. Nice try.
But luckily, they come out on top. That was tight.
Yeah, a nice try from Paddy.
Korea bukan saya. Korea beda regional sama kita.
But I agree that utility or that ult combo that we saw at the very beginning, the bait and switch, the player up above, they've started to take a little bit of control back, started to fight back versus some of these players. And
tadi lihat gerhana bulan total nggak jam 18.
Crazy Raccoon might not be out of this one just
dikasih lihat sama adik gue gitu kayak dari jendela dia cuma
they tried to push into the site.
It just seems
like Rion now has started to come into his own, maybe got a little bit more comfortable with some of the utility on that Astra, just denying them that extra few seconds they need to get into the after plants with the gravity wells.
You can see that value starting to really chain together, and we said, you know, that buy round that they lost with like the spam through the cloud burst on A site, then in through the Astra smoke. It really sucks when you lose around like that because those sort of things are almost out of your control when some of those orange kills come in. And in a round where you want to buy a last-ditch attempt, your opponents have a load of money, they're ahead of you in the half, then you're forced onto pistols that you lose in a pretty flat manner.
Sama Afrika itu dijadiin satu regionalnya.
That puts you in a really bad spot
Brazil dapat 2 slot,
when your opponents hit 7 rounds.
Amerika Latin dapat 1 slot.
But
Korea 1 slot, Jepang 1 slot, saya 1 slot.
Relying on their gameplay, and we've already seen in the rounds they're losing, and a great example of the counterplay that's coming in, of the fact that they're adapting to their opponents, was that recon dart that they put through into the cloudburst ready for the dash updraft. That was beautiful, and that level of adaptation is something that solidifies them as a top team within the region, but they're going to need so much more
ini
to come back into
bukan
this, and it starts with this buy round.
Ini kliennya beda, guys.
Tactical pause to make sure that they put the
turni yang dari Valorant, kliennya beda.
Yeah, it would definitely set them up nicely, especially as it gives them that buffer. We know that the pistol follow-up round in most cases is going to get you that 2-round net. So if we do go in at 7-5, switch sides, pistol win, Crazy Raccoon could even be in the driver's seat depending which way you look at it. So
nggak sama Nat Blay. Nat OTW pulang. Udah mau nyampe.
That extra bonus. Again, we're going to see the early dart. Try and give them a little bit of extra information. Fox is as well picking up the operator, but it's looking like a potential battle. They know that Zephyr has been looking to try and get aggressive in some of these early round scenarios. And for now, just seems like a bit of a stalemate. A little bit more patiently, a bit more cagey, you could say.
Tapi aku di ruangan yang cuma Nanat sama aku bisa masuk.
Viper wall down on A long, because you think about how this map was played so frequently. Oh, hold on.
Wah, timing banget.
To get that jet v jet battle, the op versus op, but no, we've been robbed of that a lot of the time, right? These pushes have been so fast and off so much utility that the op v op duels haven't really come in. But a lot of the time in the old Haven meta, we would see like you would recon long and then you would hold it. One player holds the A site. It's free. But then we saw the Cloudburst adaptation, and now with Viper taking a better position in the meta, the wall down means that once you activate that, the guy can't hold A long. And unless you're going to contest it from short, which is very aggressive, you're
Nggak tahu
losing
gua.
the
Boom
control
menurut
at
gua
the
bisa
start
deh.
of the round. It's really nice. I love that spam from Neth to destroy the
Menurut
Seekers
gua-
coming for him. And
menurut gua
Zephyr picks up
Boom bisa
Crows.
deh.
That's a great start to the round, but he's kind of isolated
belum
on the
gua pin
side,
mereka
still
teh.
with a dash to play with. That gets pulled out very early on. Cloud bursts into a
Yeah.
shorty for the close range duel, and that pays off. Oh my God, Zephyr, what a round. Not an adaptation we see all too often. And Patapan, he's left
Mati.
alone and shock darted to death.
Tershock
What a
dar.
great recovery by Crazy Raccoons in this half.
Yeah, I remember being in the green room yesterday, chatting away while the match was on, and Golden Boy saying, "You've got to buff the shorty." I don't know. I think Zephyr's still got it down to a T. His positioning able to make it work, and that was what this round was basically about. Him staying alive in pretty awkward positions because they actually put a grab well on him to try and hold him back from retreating out of that spot. And I'm sure Sushi Boy is not going to be too happy about that one, but a real recovery there. Like, it was looking like a really rough half, 7-2 down, a resurgence coming back in from Crazy Raccoon, and hey, Mitch, game on.
The adaptation as well, because Long is blocked off, you have this comfort level where after that first shot is fired down into Garage, he's actually comfortable enough to not dash out of position and instead to just cross traditionally until he takes another fight, getting him that one extra op shot. Now, it didn't connect a kill, but he could take the risk and potentially put his team in an even better spot before he went to the shorty play. Overall, gorgeous round by Crazy Raccoons, and this map, it's not disappointing. The pistol round, oh my God, it's a brawl. They are just going for it, sending it down through a Long, and it looks like Zephyr's gonna have to have some heroics yet again. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the HP to make the 1v4 happen, and so 8 will go on the board for X10, the potential for a free conversion and an equalizer from Crazy Raccoons.
Ini map pertama.
It's a little bit more
Hai
difficult
guys,
to make
dibikin
happen.
like-nya 2 kali lagi guys, kayak kemarin guys. Let's go.
I think the plan there was actually for that to be a pinch.
Kita bakal live sampai pagi, sampai game terakhir. Tapi jangan sampai kayak kemarin juga sih anjing. Kemarin sampai jam 7 ya. Buset.
Them on the push. Also had the extra denial
Kemarin
of using those snake bites.
kita nobar sampai jam 7 belai. Buset.
Just take away that space altogether, not allow them to really find
Pedih
anything
banget
in
kemarin.
the early stages of the round. So solid stuff from X10. I'm surprised to say that I'm actually really enjoying Patapan on Viper, which I thought was something, considering so far we've seen him play Sage as anything but a Sage, like just using the walls to boost himself up and get aggressive.
Jam 3 sekitar jam 4 ya bang, iya jam 3 jam 4
To
lah.
now see him completely switch off.
Gamenya Sentinel berarti ya. Sentinel Vikings ya jam 3 jam 4 kayak.
Yeah, we talk about this man's skill, and it's just good to see that
Gara-gara
extra
viewan
level
sama
of
tiangnya
depth
keras Blay.
being
Sumpah tapi itu
applied
seru banget sih.
to not just his Asian
Itu
pool, but his
so far
playstyle,
game
because it's very
terseru sih.
different playing the Viper. Now, Crows is in danger. This guy, I mentioned on the desk, maybe didn't perform to the highest standard in the games that they had the other day. This time, well, he's not going to be risking anything. He's just pulling back to the site, allowing his teammates to rotate in. And if they were to just blitz down with their classics, well, they're welcome to. They'd run into a stack. But this is where it gets a bit more difficult, because at this stage of the round, you're not going to want to push up. You don't want to offer up, like, because you know that it's a pack mentality when they've got classics. So if you push up Garage or Long and they happen to have rotated, you're dead. But because they've stacked A, they have to play very passive now on the B and C sites, which gives a lot of space to this team of Crazy Raccoons to just push on through. And yes, they're delayed slightly by the Astra utility, but they still get onto C site with just one player defending it. That player is absolutely mowing them down, though. So not even a plant will be possible with the spike dropped in the open. And now they just clean this one up. Not even a player lost.
Another Prime Gaming flawless round coming through. I feel like that's where you're probably going to get the majority of them, though. Like those second round purchases of very, very little coming up from the side that didn't manage to win themselves the pistol. So
mainnya bener-bener ini banget ya, clean banget, buset.
All right.
Are you kidding?
Okay.
He didn't even see them.
No, just
timing shots.
That's what sprite control gets you. Even he's like, yeah, come on. But you know, 9 to 5, you get that flawless round. It's huge because now you're able to come in and play a bonus, a hard commit to a bonus. In fact, go even further than that, and they're investing up a little bit. They've got so many credits. So 3 Spectres, a Vandal, and an Operator to play with. This is a pretty good buy, all things considered, and they've still got credits in the tank if they need to play, if they lose this round, for example, because it's definitely not favorable towards them, but they're putting up a really, really good chance for themselves to win a round at very low cost.
Yeah, I think as well, added bonus of putting this operator on a jet. You get enough kills, maybe a sneak and orb in the next round, and you're not playing at a disadvantage anymore. Sure, maybe if you lose it, you lose the operator, but then you have that blade storm. Now, Padipan is going to be forced off the angle, but he's got his utility to counter.
Duluan Blay nyusul Sentinels versus Vikings. Oke, Blay.
He's just going to push through it.
Thank you, Blay.
This guy is a bit of a madman at times, but okay.
Ini udah nggak ada yang berantem. Text to speech-nya gue nyalain nih Blay. Suara Mbak Google.
They're actually not going to play off this, and they have at least forced a player to rotate.
Oh, Sushi, come on, man. This time he can at least see them swinging out for more, and he's going to just back off. Great opening duel, and then in comes the operator, but Fox misses the shot, receives a lot of damage. Sushi up close, able to deal a lot to Munchkin. He's now super low HP, and the operator cleans him up from the high ground. The swing by Scary, and that's exactly why he's called that. A 2 versus 1. Rion comes to site with 10 seconds left. No info really, and now no health to play with. A flank underway. This one is done and dusted, and you see it there with Scary on a triple kill yet again. Double digits for X10.
That was a superb round from him in general. Like, even if you remove the 3 kills that he manages to get, the grab well to keep his teammate alive just before they try and push through the garage is making all of their rotations so much more awkward. And sure, Rion got a few consolation frags, but it really doesn't matter. That was just an excellent round from Scary. Now, with the bonus victory, they get to come back in, keep that operator, and start moving towards...
Woi, kenapa ini, woi? Nggak ada internet gue nih. Woi, halo? Halo? Woi, meledak kah? Wow, kenapa ini? Bukan dari gue, Cuk. Semuanya merasakan itu semua anjing. Ngamuk live chatnya. Sebumi buffering anjing. Abis di refresh bisa guys. Kayak server Twitch-nya deh bermasalah tadi. Kena sadap cuk. Tenang guys, udah balik lagi.
He has a variety of angles that he can play that off of, and now they're going for an aggressive take. There it is, Scary taken down. Seaside falls. They've got massive control to play from. Now they can back off and hold the choke points as these guys come on through. But the spike is being claimed by
10.000 dari tes. Pesan, ini hanya tes notifikasi.
2 bullets, 3 kills, and 11 rounds for X10.
I didn't need to do that to them. It's already a 4v3 with weaker weaponry, and then you get the collab. I'm hoping.
Congrats, of course. I was about to say, thank you.
We've got the replay. I don't need to hope anymore. We brought in the big boys for this event, so yeah, not going to be missing anything for now. And well, it is looking rough. Now that was again just a pistol round, and after plant gaining at least something in terms of finances, we will come up with a purchase for Crazy Raccoon. More importantly as well, they do have the run it back available. Now there's a couple of ults still on the other side, but I feel like that's the one with the potential to have the most impact.
This is going to be so important for Crazy Raccoons, and you can see that they can feel the pressure. They're playing it so slow. Zephyr wanted that little peek, and he's lucky to get away with his life the way Fox has been playing this operator so far. Coming out
dia guys.
Trailblazer, and here we go. The shot connects.
Apa nih hukumannya buat anak nih?
Too many times.
Parah banget, nggak digaji udah ini mah.
Crazy Raccoons are thinking, hey, let's just go for this A site. Let's go into that operator again. How good can Fox possibly be? But eventually they decide, maybe pretty good. Let's go elsewhere. And it's good because they've actually dragged a heavy rotation to A side, something that Crazy Raccoons were the victims of again and again.
10.000 dari tes. Pesan, ini hanya tes notifikasi.
Kagak itu dari tes. Makasih tes. Gua kagak nyoba tes notifikasi lagi tuh.
10.000 dari tes. Pesan, ini hanya tes notifikasi.
It is only going to be 1-for-1, but then the trades just come back thick and fast. It's left onto Neth once again. He's had a couple of attempts at these 1 versus 4s. I can't say I'm a believer, though. Look at the flank. They're going to pincer him from him, surround him on all sides. Although Foxes does peek a little bit early. Hits a second dink, but just overwhelmed in the end.
Match
There's going
point,
to be
Jay.
another round on the board for X10. Just one away from not just taking their map, but dominating it.
Wow, this is a gorgeous display. And yeah, there's a couple of rounds. Like, I think this is, let me put it this way. I think it's a closer map than it looks like, but at the same time, it's like
GG
8-9
Cup
rounds
sepertinya ini
for
mana,
Crazy
Nat?
Raccoons at best so far. Like, their performance has been good, their adaptations have been there, but then there's just this like individual level that X10 have been able to clutch out a couple of rounds. Solid responses to utility play. So it's like Crazy Raccoons are adapting to X10, but X10 are so quick. You see it when they come out on stage, right? They're dancing around. They're jumping through smoke, you know, they're feeling it. And it's paying off for them, man. The fact that they're able to so quickly, they're like water, adapt to whatever situation they're put in. Well, Crazy Raccoons just can't keep up. At least not on Haven.
No, I definitely have some hopes for Icebox, but for now at least, this is looking like X10 have got their number. The Thai team dominating, and Fox is he's caught a little bit there. He knows there's somebody waiting around that corner. He's gonna keep the angle held, even elevating himself a little bit. In the meantime, the attackers again looking to try and play.
Bentar ya.
10.000 dari 10.000. Pesan lihat pemain Crazy Raccoon kayak protagonis anime dah wakakak rambutnya warna-warni.
Have at least managed to force back that aggressive operator for now.
Good response. Really good
Kayak antagonis juga anjing. Kayak wibu aja.
He's being caught by the op again, but it... Okay, well that flash, that peek, that adaptation on the fly, I love it. The repositioning comes in once more, but this time, Crazy Raccoons win both fights. Two swift vandal headshots, and the lead is suddenly theirs. The spike is planted, and X10 are locked out. They have no flank. They have nothing to really play with a Cosmic Divide just to lock them out even further. And at this stage, I mean, normally we'd say a save, but with how things have been going, you can tell they're just going to send it, go for it, and it is getting torn apart. A great round for Crazy Raccoons. If for nothing else, at least the morale will be a little bit better.
Yeah, I was very, very scared that round was just going to be Fox's styling because the first opportunities he was getting, like, they just didn't seem to have a counter for the peaks he wanted to make. I think at this stage, though, like, I've seen a fair few Cosmic Divides, which I've hated, but there's been some where teams have ended up screwing themselves. But in this case, unless there was like a hot flight coming in as well, I just don't see any way that they were going to get back into things. Of course, as you sort of mentioned, they have quite a lot of cash. I think that's the first round they've actually lost in this half. So I think they'll be all right to rebuy here.
The spam? Oh no, in fact, that was an orb taken back. So Fox had an opportunity, and here's what I'm talking about with still controlling your A-long area, but having a jet do it. When you're up against an Astra, it's essential, because once that gravity well comes in, you are trapped. They will run you down. The reason that Crazy Raccoons don't do that is because they see, oh, well, it's a jet. So she's going to just dash out of there.
Ini nasi goreng yang pernah gue beli guys, yang waktu itu pas gue lagi live. Gua review.
Cloudburst should bait someone into peeking the majority of the time, or at least into using some info gathering utility, and I think we just saw a flash to ensure there's no one there. Now though, we still have 3 players on A. This is a very slow rotate by X10. Great information
tapi gue minta gula putih sekarang.
Crazy Raccoons. The only problem is Patapan's now pushing up behind. He has an early doesn't have his dash, so I'm surprised he went for that. That was incredibly aggressive. And Patapan's pulling back. He's not committing to the full
brisket. Kemana itu tukang brisket?
That should be information that there's 2 players here. It doesn't matter though. Zephyr goes for the aggressive take, gets nothing for it, and now they're just being traded out one by one. They're going to try and put down that lockdown to force them back, and then he's actually putting in a real shift here. Another kill comes up for him. Patapan on the flank, though, is more than perfect. It's left all onto the Killjoy to try and clutch them out. We've mentioned him in multiple 1v4s. He needs the 4K here to keep them in this map. Patapan rounding the corner, the time ticking away, the snake bite held back Neff, at least for the moment. He's just playing with the time, doing so well to deny any chance for Patapan, and will even close it with the headshot as well. A fantastic clutch to keep them in the map, but there is still a long way to go.
Yeah, really good work.
Let's go, Naruto Sasuke, Kimochi!
Because you saw him go for it, he started to push forward, then he pulled back. I'm like, okay, they're just going to go for a B retake together. But the site was already being pressured. He realizes, hey, my rotate's going to take way too long. I have to commit to the flank. But amongst all what I presume is confusion of whether he should go back like he's yo-yoing, he ends up getting the god tier timing. Because his opponents are
10.000
thinking,
dari
okay,
seseorang,
no way they're
pesan
coming for him
Bang.
like this light. Why would they?
Halo seseorang, terima kasih Bang
lost that round
juga.
because of it, it would have been infuriating because
Sentinel
it's less
jam
of a
berapa?
good
Sentinel
play
jam
by
3-an
Padapan,
nggak?
or just unreadable chaos
Ntar
that
bangunin
works
aku
out.
ya.
But it didn't work out.
Oh,
At
kamu
least
bakal
not
tidur.
fully. With that huge glitch by Nah. Wow. Well, you really hate to see that. I suppose not if you're Crazy Raccoons, not if you're a Japanese fan. 5 rounds in between them. Man advantage goes to the attackers, and that flash is so good to convert right after.
Shit.
Alright, a
Nggak
little
nonton
bit
yang
of
Indo.
a
Enggak
dirty
guys, delay
sheriff
kalau
shot
nonton yang
coming
Indo.
out.
Soal gua
Actually, some
yang Indo juga ada
from behind.
ngambil
They do have
source-nya
to be
dari tempat
careful
gua. Kalau
here.
gua nonton yang Indo,
Padapan
gua kena
managed to
delay
pretty
yang
disgusting
Indo dulu.
flank in the last round.
Iya.
I think he's gonna have heard all the footsteps.
Kalau
of the
kalian mau
G-Skill
nonton
as
yang
well.
Indo, ada di channel
The alarm
YouTube-nya
bot.
ini ya, Valorant Esports Indonesia.
Anything here.
Valorant
Net is already
Esports.
full.
Valorant Esports
But they are gonna
Indonesia, you know.
There's no
Yeah,
way
bro.
Padapan gets anything. Or there shouldn't be. There are 2 players watching this angle. Somehow he manages to swing both and not take any damage or much damage at all. But they're just going to try and hold him out. And maybe for him, it might just be an idea to try and get rid of some of their weaponry.
He's done that well. I don't know how he got away with that.
Pinter
but
banget
the
yang
damage
Patipan.
did tickling them up, surviving out there, and then
enak
even
tau
grabbing a kill.
buat
Disgusting
turni.
work.
Enak tau.
But nonetheless, it will be a
Suara
round
enak
for Crazy
banget.
Raccoons, and we talked about X10's economy, and it was looking very, very good in the previous half. But this time around, not so much. Obviously, they've got this Phantom saved
Oh,
over. They'll be able to
Spectre
invest
enak.
around it if they want to. And I
Kalau
think, you know,
Phantom
that round is one that you
Ini
don't
kalau
necessarily.
ini CR tiba-tiba mainnya bagus nih. Habis ditelepon siapa Blay? Kalau Jepang Blay.
They lost some of these opening duels. Like these 2 in particular were
Arah-arah.
devastating, really.
Arah-arah
Because
siapa?
they had the right idea.
Ow.
The carriage control was being pressured for. They wanted to pincer off those close-range duels and make use of their weaker weapons. And instead, they just got shredded. But they still.
Kemarin kan X10 habis ditelepon Blackpink nih, nuturun juga.
They can't make a
Nah
single
kalau
mistake in
CR
this
Jepang telepon siapa nih Blay? Langsung jago Blay.
Need to be 7 rounds in a row.
Miyabi, siapa tuh
total.
Miyabi?
Zephyr.
Itu Miyabi.
Just gonna have to hold on to the corner for a
Tahu lah,
second.
ini
There's
kan
no
gua
capitalization
Begaya
off of
tolol
that. The
aja.
taps through
Apa emang?
smoke
Ini.
from pros. Not really gonna find anything, and they're just picking up the pace. This looks like a
Gitu
fast
dah.
taken to A Mitch.
It does indeed.
Padahal
Munchkin's
aku mau
already
bilang
sending
tempat
it in, getting the
sushi.
information, but
Iya,
Padapan
tempat
keeps
sushi.
on going
Kamu
straight
ngapain
through his own
gimana
orb
sih?
to look for those duels. He goes back
Patipan.
and catches them by surprise and gets out for 3. He's on the backside and eventually taken down. But it's a 2v2 now. This is a winnable situation. The armor stripped from Munchkin after
Miyabi
his
atlet
ultimate
juga,
was just
Nat.
completely
Atlet
thrown
ini.
away. Grabbed the
Atlet
information that nothing was
olahraga.
capitalized on, and the ultimates, oh, they are here to play with.
Atlet
We've also got a
olahraga.
cosmic divide that can be used to block out long and potentially
Itu.
get them at least a start on the defuse and force out some early plays. But that is such a good peek by Munchkin. He's going to be in trouble. Detained on the backside, and that is a free kill. But left down to the 1v1, considering the situation, that is very strong. Scary taps it. Player comes out, and the shot connects for Rion. The battle of the Astras goes to Crazy Raccoons this time around, and they pull it to within 3. This gap closing in. X10, they might finally be feeling that pressure. They
Miyabi
committed a
atlet,
lot.
Nat,
That was a
atlet.
great round for Padapan. They used a lot of really impactful ultimates
Gila.
as well to try and pull this round off. And yet, even despite everything that happened in the early stages, they lose the round.
This is one of those rounds as well. I think if it works for myself as well, but if Paper Thin had any
Akan
head to
kau
lose,
ini,
he
Blay?
would probably be losing it here because that was so stressful from Crazy Raccoon. Like just the
Menurut gua
fact that
akan.
it comes down to one player aggressively peeking in towards the
13-10
spawn
sih,
and
kayak.
getting detained and dying, and then the other just running through the cosmic divide. Obviously, when you're
Gila,
behind
Jepang
that,
sempat
all the
tiga
sound
time
is
out.
muffled. You don't
Ngapain
know
fake emang
kedengeran?
necessarily
cuy
if
kalau
he's
dekat.
tapped, if he's stuck it halfway.
Takut
So you're just
TO.
taking a massive risk just to go through and hope that he's not holding the angle. It
Iya,
does
anjing.
pay off.
Extend,
but,
extend,
yeah,
extend
definitely
takut otot ini.
uncomfortable for them,
Taktikal dulu.
but it's gonna.
Tuh, dikasih tahu.
Oh no! I just
Aduh.
looked at the buy. Why? Like after saying I hate
Mana?
this gun,
Kap,
why
kan
is this
kap.
happening? Why was if I just want to say if
X10
they
yang kiri.
close it on this,
Extend yang kiri.
I might just have to walk off.
Kiri,
Like,
kap.
This might be the moment where I'm just piecing
Lagi di
out.
kap
The
kapin.
worst part about this,
Lagi-
Tom, is that this
They're
is
going
Bang
to.
Lei!
this is not a full buy. You look at what they
No.
have. They have
Bang
got
Lei, got
really strong weapons. The ability to take a lot of
Padapan
duels.
gets 3.
And it's on defense as well. Like on the attack, this would be ludicrous, but on the defensive side, they choose the range at which they take fights.
Kalau comeback sih
to actually pull off
anime comeback of the year berarti nih ya.
A lot of the time, just
Gila.
Nico.
Dijadiin anime ntar ini kalau comeback.
Utility to play off of as well. If things start to go their way, in fact, I see Padapan is even thinking about immediately dropping that Viper's Pit. Not a bad idea, especially in a round like this. You force any sort of beat control, like you split the map in 2 straight away. Because let's put it this way, they're not going to go through that. And if they do, you're going to kill them. What is this guy made of?
He just
again through spokesman.
I can't believe that. He's just pre-fired the orb.
Yeah, but look, Rion's 58 HP as well. He shredded them. Oh, man.
Oh, no. You've also just got this from Padapan, which
pusing sih, Crazy Raccoon pusing sih.
Highlighted by the observers, like what is this? He's halfway down mid, just sat within the Viper's Pit. They're gonna try and pressure in. Scary, like I would expect him to at least get 1 hit. This angle's so hard to clear, especially against the judge. The dash up though, actually cleared him. He's still in this corner. They haven't seen him at all, and it's just gonna be Scary doubling up. It comes down to 1 man, Medusa to save them. I said this will be the round that probably ends it. I hate the judge, but somehow X10 have closed it with that gun. Dear Lord,
I need a minute after that one. That is a happy face right there. The complete whip onto the recon dart, and while that's happening, they're so distracted. They knew Neth. Oh, he's playing this site solo all the time. It's a low buy. It's an eco from them. It's probably the Killjoy with a bunch of utility. Let's just rush him down, take him out. They don't even spare a thought for a judge being in that corner. And
harusnya langsung ngeliat kiri kanan biar ke spot di minimap biarpun gak lu lawan tapi temen lu tahu.
Down 7-3 and they
dia cuma
made
lompat. Buset, nganga itu Sushi Boy.
It was a
pakai Rasengan anjing nembaknya.
Seeing the tracer of the Vandal.
Kamu game kedua bakalan di-comeback.
What a way to close it by X10. They've been nothing if not flashy in this game here.
The thing that's so infuriating as well is you sort of see the faces of Crazy Raccoon afterwards, and you just know that's the face of a man who got headshotted with a sheriff. Like, that's the face you make when you've just lost a round to 4 judges. Like, that has just got to be so painful. They need to, of course, go and shake this one off because it was a rough one, but it wasn't their map choice, Mitch. So that's at least something. Like they started a little bit of a comeback. They had a long way to grind. They showed that they definitely can match up to them at least on an individual level. Because the way that this started off was looking really, really rough.
They're not going to be thinking about that. At least for another minute or 2, they're going to need to let that kind of settle in. How they just lost that map. But once the disappointment and the fury of how they lost dissipates, they're going to realize, you know what? We actually made a really good attempt at that. Because honestly, Tom, I was getting the feeling that this map was just going to be super one-sided. You know, we're at 7-3. It had been so strong from X10. They won all the important rounds. And you're thinking, all right, listen, they're denying map control. They're constantly defeating any sort of attempts the Crazy Raccoons have to try and adapt. They try to do something new, even that works, like the recon into the Cloudburst. And then they just get torn apart by like a 3K, like we saw from Padapan towards the end of the game here. These constant individual plays got them out of a lot of sticky situations. On this map was great to watch. And then Crazy Raccoons towards like the second quarter step it up, they make the comeback, and that's going to be great morale-wise coming into the next map. Once they get over the fact that they lost to a 4-judge and a sheriff buy.
Jangan nonton 1000 yang like 500 doang gimana nih? Nggak apa-apa, Blay.
For the desk is just having to highlight Padapan in every single segment, because I'm pretty sure he top fragged on Viper, which we've not seen, and using multiple different weapons and just getting aggressive in a lot of different rounds. So I think a much better team performance overall. Like I think as well, it's worth highlighting players like Scary. I think his utility usage in a lot of different scenarios was superb. So I'm looking forward to see more from him, especially going into the next map where they're going to have a lot of changes comp-wise. But either way, as we said, it is now down to Crazy Raccoon to try and make the comeback, but at least it goes into a map which they're very comfortable on as well.
Exactly. And we said, you know, we're expecting it to be
Kamu tahu
a
batik
bit of
yang
a
gambar
turnaround coming
burung-burung
into
ini?
Icebox, even when they were looking
Enggak, aku
pretty
tuh
poor
gambar
on
naga,
Haven.
batik
So
Indosiar.
hopefully after that burst of rounds, they're
Mana
going to be
batik
looking a whole lot better.
Indosiar?
And I gotta say,
Ya
you know,
emang
some of the
kagak ada,
things
gue
that were
ngarang
being
aja bang.
pointed out by Potter, for example, on the desk, she was saying like she wants to see a lot more buddy
Gue
system
buka
coming in,
Spotify ya.
wants to see Munchkin not
Gue mau
playing
coba
a
ini Bla ya.
solo. And
Hari ini
coming into Icebox,
dengerin lagu dari
definitely I'll
mereka.
expect to see those changes being made, but we have to wait a little bit. And you know what? It's time for
Kenapa
casters
gitu?
stop talk and analysts start talk. We're gonna go to a quick
Gue
break.
mau
And when we
dapetin
come back,
aja $1
the AD will
$2
break
dari
down that
YouTube.
map for you. See you soon.
Bentar.
GG Cup. Lang leuy. Mantep Cup. Satunya orang Hawaii itu, orang Bali. Tadi ke meja Bali sama ke meja Bekasi cuy. Nih kita tinggal tunggu aja di Berlin, semoga ada tim Indo nih Bla ya. Bah, kalau ada tim Indo sih gue udah gak ngerti lagi Bla, keren banget mereka. Nih lagu ini whitelist nih soalnya nih, nggak bisa nih gue nih dari kemarin. Kita cobain hari ini tanpa mendengar lagu-lagu seperti ini. Amin Kap, semoga ada tim Indo Kap. Gue sih tetap PRX Pride. Wah lu tim Indo dong, gila kali lu pada.
Apaan?
Biarpun ada player Indo, tapi PRX itu Singapura kan ya? PRX itu Singapura setahu gue. Boom, NXL, AE, ayolah, bisa lah. Berapa hari nih turnamennya Sen? Sampai tanggal 30. Sampai hari Minggu.
Final.
Sampai Minggu Kap. Lihat Boom kemarin kayak gitu pesimis Blay. Enggak dong. Pasti nanti ada perubahan, apalagi Boom ada itu. Ada itu dah.
Aku punya hadiah.
Apa?
Pokoknya Blay next stream enggak sih.
Apa?
Minggu depan stream anjay.
Kenapa?
Setting Mansen berubah lagi.
Apa lagi lu ngasih gua apa lagi?
Setup Mansen berubah lagi.
Apa lagi?
Mending
Bang?
subscribe dulu. Subscribe, nyalain loncengnya, minggu depan Mansen live. Kalian udah langsung lihat bedanya.
Ada apa lagi, Kap?
Baik, Kap.
Kap, lu bikin gue penasaran mulu, Kap ya. Dikit lagi nama channel gue ganti nih.
Kap.
Jadi Kanadya di Livia.
Kenapa gitu, Kap? Bahkan ini channel kedua aku.
Channel lu ntar dikit lagi ganti nama, Bangke.
Iya, ini channel kedua aku. Sebelum Mansen
I
nge-repack
low-key want
channel gue
extend
repack
to win.
channel
Yeah, me
Mansen.
too. Cause extend from my regional, bro. I want extend to win. So my region could be bigger than ever. Anjay. Serot! Anjing, gue abis ngebacot-crot, gue ngeliat nama di live chat gue yang namanya Upin Coli, bangsat lah. Apa ini, cuk? Adik-adik, sebelum mulai malam, jangan lupa ke kamar mandi, melihat sabun ya. Nanti lu ngeliat Potter nanya IG lagi. Ah, elah. Lagi nggak ada lagu kita dengerin bacotannya. Wah, ini teori adik-adik dan tante Lux nih bahaya nih.
Won the race. Yeah, well, let's go ahead and start things off here with our Prime Gaming
map
highlights because we're getting close to map 2 and there is going to be a lot to discuss. This game basically started.
Garanti. Yang Berlin saya dapat 2 slot.
Berapa lama?
Berapa lama apanya?
Garansi.
Aduh. Senior address, let's fight. Ya Allah, Patipan. Botol apa IG-nya, Blay? Sabun mandi. Buset nih Sushi Boys. Di flash dapet. Terus smoke dapet. Habis bagi-bagi rejeki kayak Sushi Boys asli.
Habis sedekah ya, zakat.
VCT Indo mulai kapan, Kap? Belum tahu, Kap. Belum ada info. Harusnya kelar ini baru terinfokan. Soalnya kayaknya semua staff Riot lagi fokus buat ini. Enggak sih, ini sama LOL sih harusnya fokusnya. Udah ngomong lagi nih, Kap.
And set up the toxin orb on long C, so you have every single entrance covered apart from the garage door, which then is being taken over by an example Killjoy. But here he was doing something else. He was using the toxin orb to get orb control for the sky, so they can feed the ultimate. That was being done consistently almost every single round of defense. And then he was repositioning the orb either for defense or he was using it for pushes. And that was one successful push on the A lobby when he just
biar ada K-nya gitu, let's go.
Went into it and just basically extended all the angles when he can exit and got an easy
Gila lo,
kill.
IG gue bisa swipe up sekarang, gue bangga banget. Emak gue tadi bilang ke gue, wah kamu,
you know, stylistic differences as just Potter said.
Kamu sangat membanggakan.
Positions here at VCT.
All right, Paper, then before we get into the matchup, I want to get your reactions on Crazy Raccoon real fast. What do you think they have to do? Because honestly, it seemed like Munchkin was just uncomfortable on the Phoenix from our perspective.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things we talked about coming into this, right, from Munchkin was his utility usage on Raze. He had a few mishaps with it, and here on Phoenix, it just really wasn't that impactful for the most part. We didn't really see many blaze walls that were effective. Curve balls at times just flat out not used when they could have been on pushes into garage or things like that, and sometimes they were a little sloppy when he was doing it. His
Crazy Raccoon yang menang bakal lawan Fnatic.
And I was kind of curious to see how
game keduanya Shark Esport lawan Crew Esport yang menang bakal lawan Liquid.
But it was just never really able to be used in any of effective manner for him. So that I was pretty surprised to see him go on Phoenix for this. He's only used Phoenix once in the last 60 days, in fact the last 90 days. So this is something that was, yeah, a bit of a curveball, like, you know, literally here for him, but it just wasn't effective. I mean, what could he say? He wasn't able to get it done.
Yeah, you'd like to see the curveballs go the way of Munchkin, you know, talking about, you know, the ability because he's using Phoenix. In any case, so that is going to put a bow on map 1, and now Crazy Raccoon are so close to being sent home. Can X10 do it? Let's send it over to your cast. I'm pretty sure Thomas said he was going to quit after that judge play. I don't know if he's still there, but I'll let you take it away, Mitch.
Moonlight 88, terima kasih. Translatein Blay ngomong apa aja. Tadi para caster dan analisnya sangat bangga dengan curveball yang dilakukan oleh player-player yang tadi main, guys.
Predik.
Oh, predik, guys. Oke, guys. Menurut kalian map 2 ini siapa yang menang? Map Map kedua ini Icebox dipilih oleh Rakun ya?
Iya. Aku sih tetap percaya extend ya. Patipan akan loncat-loncat.
Sama aku ngeprediknya extend. Extend kak.
Staple of the icebox play in general, but after the big shift that we've
seen on Patipan disorot mulu Blay, karena paling caper Blay.
The cipher over the Killjoy could definitely remain.
Kalau
But
aku nyari yang
of do they pull out a stage?
Yang paling entertain.
Kamera.
Ya, yang bisa bikin live chat tuh jadi banyak ngomong.
But it's also pretty hefty risk. If you make a change here that you've only had a couple of days to practice,
bisa ngomong,
it can come back to bite you for sure.
Anak kenapa?
And here's the Asian Select brought to you by Prime Gaming.
Itu
coming up on our screens, and we can see a couple of the lock-ins coming over for Crazy Raccoons. And indeed, we're going to see a Sage coming out on Munchkin.
Well, they've got the breach coming out as well on the other side of things for Crows. So both teams again, we're going to see some changes made for the rosters. I like the fact that we're seeing these adaptations, especially, and considering that we saw Crazy Raccoons already play this map, and again are still going to try and make those adaptations to try and basically throw off their opponents a little bit. I think it's going to make for a very exciting game. However, I'll be interested to see how all of this is actually utilized. We know that for Crazy Raccoon especially, like the way that we see these executions work, a lot of the time they were, I guess, struggling that a little bit more. And also, I believe previously they'd actually not played the Viper as well. So this is actually drastic.
Yeah, this is one of the points that we were criticizing, and I think just in general from the broadcasting, the desk, from the casters, was not playing a Viper on Icebox. Big mistake. A lot of the time. But coming into the map, we will see that for Crazy Raccoons, and let's see how that plays out for them. Starting on the defensive side, we've already had a bit of a scuffle down towards B long, but immediately afterwards, X10 are shifting their focus, moving to the A side with a little bit of a lurk. A sneaky play coming in courtesy of Patapan on that signature jet. He's hearing the steps, he hears the rotations, but he also knows that there's a turret in play here. Perhaps a cloudburst on top of it to sneak on through. We'll see exactly what he decides to do as the A side is under threat and being overrun. The cage, the cam, and Sushi Boy wants to make a big play. Let's see if he can do anything. Oh, this is going to potentially be huge. I thought he was going through the cage off the cam, but no, instead he's going to tuck in because they've already got the opening duel.
He's managed to bypass the turret completely. They even know he's here, but it just doesn't matter. It's going to be a couple of kills off the backlines, and Scary to close it out as well. The patience of Patapan will be enough in this round for them to actually take the close. And well, the start that they were looking for once again, I think that's them just
10.000 dari Nardo, pesan X1013 sampai 8.
Overall being
X1013 sampai 8.
Let's say.
Okay.
I think the main
10.000 dari Moonlight.
I'm fairly certain that they had actually
Moonlight final Valorant aja Moonlight jadi caster.
One of the players turned and looked behind, but then his teammate called, I'm watching it. Don't worry, like I've got it. So he pushed into main instead, but those groups were just lost one after another. And with Scary having a perfectly placed snake bite, it's so easy on a pistol round. When somebody's hit by that snake bite and you've got a ghost up close, easiest round of your life.
Udah 2 hari Blay di sini.
Because I think this is one of the maps that we really don't see much breach whatsoever. Like it's a bit of an odd choice, especially because of how sort of open some of the sites are. Getting that utility really being put to use, I think would be quite difficult, but I'm definitely interested to see how he makes it work. And that's the thing. It's going to be something a lot of teams want to play against before, because it just isn't common at all. Now it is going to be this execution once again. Something we've seen quite a lot from them is these deeper walls, give them a bit of extra space, clear out some of the closer angles before they get themselves the plant, and Scary will do just that.
Oh, that's so nasty. Zephyr able to force a close-range duel, grabbing himself the kill, and Scary in a bit of trouble in those close-range fights, but Patapan's here to save the day. Even goes up for more, in for 4, looking for the ace, but he's taken down by Munchkin eventually. Absolutely farming. As he walks away with
10.000 dari Moonlight garis bawah 88, pesan sebelahan sama Nanat biar enak liatnya.
Sebelahan sama Nanat biar enak liatnya. Waduh.
But
masalah gamenya tuh game tengah malam, Blay.
winning the round is next to impossible, and he will just be sideswiped by
Susah
Crows.
itu.
As a really interesting point as well, Tom, because the Sova and the Sky combination is very strong and very highly regarded, at least within the European region, by the majority of teams. If not both, then at least one. And certainly Sky as a flasher and information seeker is huge right now. So there must be something unique, a unique spin that Crows, or at least X10, have seen with this breach, and we'll be keeping a very close eye on exactly how that's utilized coming throughout this game.
I think especially going into A site execution,
Bang
like maybe just the denial of space for teams, especially on the defensive side, could be quite interesting. Now, I'm gonna have to shut up and stop theorizing because Padipan, well, he doesn't have any breaks. He's just gonna go running straight in. He's actually got a Bucky as the combo as well. Like, I both love and hate this man at the same time because it just seems like he's running all of those old weapons, all of those guns that maybe necessarily shouldn't work. They are gonna get a very easy plant once again though, and it's gonna come down to a full retake from Crazy Raccoon, and they have no flank. This is coming all directly from the same angle.
The bonus round for X10, one where they shouldn't be doing nearly as much damage in terms of the early round impact of just getting the site and now setting themselves up for close range duels. That's where things like the Bookie can get a lot of value. Ooh, Padipan, he almost goes down on his way out, but he'll survive just a few seconds longer as Zephyr takes him out. Here we go with the spike being defused. The denial comes in with utility, and Scary in a 1 versus 3 actually has the potential to deny this even further. Down comes the snake bite. The orb is up, and they can't get the defuse. The time is too low. He's actually won the
10.000 dari sapi mundur. Pesan Mumu.
Explosion confirms that a third round is there for X10. What a phenomenal clutch by Scary, and proving yet again Viper in post plants is a scary thing to deal with.
Yeah, an incredible play as well, and it's something that we've seen so often, the Red Bull clutch coming through for Scary, and the problem is that this has to be something that you're aware of, especially after the first one comes in. You need to be closing him down. I guess the kill onto Zephyr just denied any chance of that, and well, we're seeing once again that it seems like in all of these clutch situations, in all of these close rounds, it's just X10 coming out on top, and that's another round where they've managed to close out the bonus. Worth mentioning as well that they have actually won every single pistol so far in this series, so getting off to a flying start each time.
Yeah, they're really propelling themselves into the lead in the impact of pistol rounds in MR12. If you're able to follow up, of course, if you lose the force by right after, it's not so much. That shock dart is interesting because it's come in from the defenders, possibly not hitting the mark that they expected it to. Net, nonetheless, is still able to do some damage, some serious damage, in fact, taking down Sushi Boys before the trade is eventually there. The man advantage now resides with Crazy Raccoons, and Medusa, well, he's not happy with just that, but a whiffed shot. It pulls X10 back into the lead in a ranged fight, Vandal versus Sheriff. Well, that is a predictable victor who comes away with it. Zephyr hasn't been spotted. That's a free kill. Okay, now we're down to a 2 versus 2. The flash comes out, but doesn't receive much. Inside of the Viper's pit, they are safe to get this plant, but they're scared. They're scared of Rion dropping right on top of them and dealing with them right away, and instead they'll walk out of the pit backwards into the Sheriff, and Rion very nearly whiffs that one completely, walking away with the kill, but so too does Crows, and the rotate to B is going to be treacherous. Zephyr is already back. He's going to instead go below the queue that costs him an extra couple of seconds. He won't be there in time to deny the plant, but perhaps to catch him on the way back. No, just a second too late. He knows he's up above. He heard the rope, and there we go. Zephyr gets it done just about. Good rotation by him and good patience to not feel baited in to making an overly aggressive play, pulling it 3-1. Crazy Raccoon's first round on the board.
Guys, semua makan ya. Nanat makan, Nanat.
Yeah, and a big gamble from them in the early setup. We can already see, like, with the A-side defense, 3 players there ready and waiting. Neff is someone as well that I've been impressed with, even just going back through into some of the more regional stuff. I think he's someone who's excellent at just isolating individual duels. His positioning seems to be on point in the majority of cases.
10.000 dari Moonlight garis bawah 88. Pesan sapi mundur, tolong mundur dulu.
Sapi mundur, tolong mundur dulu.
It's not bad. Like they've still got investment, of course.
Moonlight ngajakin perang sapi mundur, guys.
A little bit just to make sure he can have all of that extra utility. And they do
akankah ada peperangan
well, so still a chance for them to try and steal this one back. I am looking at Zephyr, though, because what this man can do with the operator could be enough to shut this down.
Oh, it definitely could be. We've seen it in the past. Starting it out, an operator shot rings through, but no kill on the board. Medusa forced into the open, now 27 HP, and they still check the corner despite the aftershock already clearing it. This is a little bit tough. Hadapan drops down from above again, an op shot ringing, but no connection. And I'm starting to get a little bit worried. It looks like Crazy Raccoons will have to play a retake on this one. And if they push on through, Hadapan's position will almost certainly catch them off guard. Odd that he has a Guardian in this spot. But hey, if it works, it works. And let's see if it does. They're baiting it out. They suspect it could be close. And now dealt with. The man advantage comes back to warp them for just a second. Oh my God, Crows. That was nasty with the headshots. And now they have the advantage. It looks like they have the round. Neth again needs a double. The first goes his way. But Scary saves the day.
Slogan pertama untuk kami dong guys.
Ini Blay
buat lu pada nih makan nih guys.
Yeah, this is just turning into an A-site simulator again. Something we saw in the very early days of this map is just teams just constantly pushing and pressuring. And to be honest, in most cases at the moment, we are seeing Crazy Raccoon just crumble under this pressure. Now, I would say, Mitch, I do still expect both teams to pull off more rounds when it comes to that attacking side, so I'm not overly worried for them just yet, but there needs to be some sort of adaptation, some sort of resurgence, because even when they're putting 3 players there, they're still losing a lot of those
10.000 dari sapi mundur. Pesan Mumu artinya nyerah GW ini yang terakhir.
Mumu artinya nyerah ini yang terakhir.
If things keep up the way that they are. And for X10, they're not looking for one weakness that they can exploit again and again. They don't want to make this easy for Crazy Raccoons to adjust to. And so instead, they're going to move towards the B site. But remember, this is where there was a decent bit of impact with weaker weapons. We saw a couple of kills, most notably Zephyr down below in the tube. And X10, they've taken ranged fights. They've lost a player right away. And now they're stalling. They're slowing it down. They're looking to try and really make the range work for them. But so far, nothing's going their way. Crazy Raccoons are avoiding making the same mistakes they did previously of just massively overextending into these unfavorable duels.
Tremor banget, Blay.
And they've also got an awful lot of ultimates here. Lockdown, Hunter's Fury, Viper's Pit, even a Res if they need it. So this is a round that, sure, economically, they're not in a great spot, not many credits, but they could still make things painful and maybe even steal it. Now,
10.000 dari Fanstance, pesan, mana Esior ngilang lagi? Jangan kayak kemarin Ahior pura-pura tidur.
They're gonna have to face off against this after plan. Nice shot though from Rion. That's Scary gone, and now this becomes a real possibility as that after plant is nowhere near as strong. The only thing they have to deal with is gonna be Sova.
There's definitely a possibility, Fox. Unable to connect it in the back lines, and here comes the Hunter's Fury, a free kill, but they know exactly what they're doing. Sticking it halfway, now it's time to get on it yet again, and it looks like it's theirs. Well handled by Crazy Raccoons. They're not afraid to lose a weapon or two, to lose a player, as long as they win the round, and Neth even makes it more costly and hurt that little bit extra, taking down 4 players in the end, and X10, well, they won't be walking away with a smile on their face after that one.
Yeah, I'm almost starting to wonder for Crazy Raccoon, the same that we said on the last map, if they do need to start being a little bit more proactive, because that is twice now where we've seen them catch the rotations, get all of that earlier info, gamble into some of the sites, and just take some fairly big risks because they're playing with the pistols. And it works. Like, it works well. They win that round with very, very little invested. They actually only ended up using one of the ultimates that they had as well. So they still have a lot stacked up going forward into this one. Now, Zephyr, I think he might have heard my call a little bit. Looking to try and take some of that early control. Go for a bit of an early peek. On the other side, it looks like a slow walk into B, and there's not really anybody
all jagoan online berarti kalau jagoan lain jagoan klan jalan.
Rion, and looks like he was asleep at the wheel. Patapan is the one to take him down with a wallbang headshot. I mean, a toe shot would have done it. He was so low on HP. The recon deep won't get anything. They've already backed off. They'll destroy it anyways, but it would have seen next to nothing. And I like this. Cruz just waiting to pop this flash as they come on through that Viper wall, or as it fades down. This is really good. They're probably going to pop it up and peek on through with a flash in hand, but the wall is in play. Here comes the Viper's Pit. It's already halfway stuck. They're going to get it the full way and win the round out. Another one taken out from underneath X10's nose. That has got to hurt. These ninja diffusers are actually sick, and one of the downsides of not burning your opponent's utility in the early rounds is how much they have to work with when they come in for the retakes.
Yeah, that's what we've seen actually, is the sort of adaptation is that, okay, we don't need to use all of this utility in these fakes, and well, Zephyr, it seems like he's coming into his own a little bit. We need to see the stars step up for Crazy Raccoon as well. In terms of investment, the operator's going to be back in his hands. We are starting to see some fairly impactful ultimates on the other side of things as well, though. The Blade Storm for Panipan. Rolling Thunder as well, which we've already seen utilized to try and clear the side. And I actually think that Crow's utility so far, just for clearing out some of the
10.000 dari Moonlight garis bawah 88. Pesan Mas Gorgoput enak nih. BRB.
I mean, between nets, double kill in the previous round. Oh, and Panipan here as well, just rushing forward, really applying pressure on another level, but he gets punished for it. The Blade Storm, so too is he. Taken out, Sushi Boy up above, jumping, and Medusa punishes it. Oh, he's just getting 3 kills now. They're trying to play super confident and aggressive, and it isn't working out. Well, it was on everyone except for Medusa. He seems to be the kryptonite to this kind of play. And now X10, okay, they've got control, but where do they go with it? It looks like Fox is going to create a little bit of space by pushing down through Tube, and a long rotation will take place to the B side, where they currently, and from the start of the round, have their Viper wall in play. But it won't really be necessary if Fox is able to shut them down on the rotate.
He's in such a strong position, giving his teammates the chance to take the site almost for free. They're going to hear the plant, but they don't know that he's in such an aggressive spot, and actually looks to continue this, almost just baiting them in to fight him while he just falls back and makes sure his teammates are kept safe. They've also got the Viper's Pit, which makes this retake all the more impossible, especially when you have an operator. Like, you'd have to hit a 1 in a million shot to catch a player through this. Luckily, we are seeing the comeback of Medusa. A pretty slow game from thus far, but 3 kills already in this round.
Well, there's the possibility. Maybe he'll take it all the way. Zephyr's not in the best spot. Well, when he's shot in the back, it's a little bit worse. Medusa, look at the decay. He's taking so much of it as he walks out and barely misses Scary, who gets the perfect timing on him. This is getting tough. You know, Crazy Raccoons, that round right there looked like they had it or looked like it was going to X10. Medusa pulls off a great 2 and then 3K, and it's like, okay, you know what? They can take it. But obviously retaking into a Viper's Pit with an operator especially, you're basically not in the round. Like, pending no huge mistakes of your opponents, you're already out of that one. And, well, when you're shot in the back like that...
Tadi kan ditelepon nih, Blay. Sekarang udah video call, Blay, anjing memiabi.
It's going to be another on the board. I am enjoying these sort of like late round rotations. As I said, that was one of the main things I was critical of this X10 roster previously, was that when it came down to their mid rounds, they just seemed to make big mistakes, give away advantages, and almost just hand kills back over to Vikings. In this case, though, they've actually had some solid rotations back. I will say the early stages of the last round are some of the weirdest kills I've ever seen. Like the jump across to the site, a player getting killed stuck on the zip line, just going across. I'm not sure that Munchkin's going to be too happy about that one. Well, we haven't said too much about him in this game so far. We talked about him as one of the highlight players. We know his raise is always pretty impactful. But so far, his Sage has been a little bit more silent.
Yeah, definitely a quieter game in that regard. We'll see if he's able to pull it off. We definitely know he's capable coming into the future. I like those wall bangs coming on in. What a timing as well for it, you know, spamming through, getting your frags and pushing them off. They don't even get the spike planted. X10er sat there wondering what is going on, as they have to now rotate or commit to a site where there's pistols up close, ready to decimate them. Sushi Boys gets caught trying to rotate through middle. This is tough. This is a really tough round now to play out for X10 because they've got no information, but more importantly, Tom, they've got no time. 20 seconds. It's time to go.
And it looks like the rotation as well from Crazy Raccoon is almost spot on. They've got the whole team here, the whole crew just rolling around. The Medusa, he's just gonna deck 2 with the pistol. How did they do this? Is that 3 out of their 4 rounds now that they've won with pistols? I don't. What's the point? Why are they buying?
Just save your money, man. Just save it.
Get the judge.
Get the judge. Oh, stop. Come on. No, it's all about the sheriff, and that's been the name of the game. It comes down to Crazy Raccoon so far. Pistol play, and Medusa as well. He's had a couple of really, really good rounds. I also like that finisher there by Munchkin. It really brings out the play that we saw him. We saw his Sage on the previous day, where he's just like walling up and running at them.
Lawan orang lagi saving takut loh majunya. Giliran lawan yang udah lagi baik, dimaju-maju sampai gila ini.
When it comes down to his play, and perhaps just giving X10 a lot of respect.
X10 lagi pakai teori kebalikan nih Nanat nih.
Scary and Patapan play these early duels.
Lagi tactical lagi nih.
Dikasih tahu tuh pasti. Lu gimana sih pada cup?
Kalau
musuhnya baik cup,
ada cup.
Lu berani. Musuhnya lagi saving cup, lu takut cup. Aduh cup lang leuy.
Oh yeah, the cipher, like maybe not needing that sage wall. The amount of kills that they are now losing or failing with those plants, I think it's been an issue. And I do think that being on that attack side, having that extra sage wall available to you just to try and deny those pistols from doing any damage, I think it could have changed some of the rounds.
Yeah, no, most definitely. Realistically, the funniest thing about this for me is that X10 are able to come back into rounds where they're down and out in the start.
Like-nya 1 cup. Udah 1 cup ah. Gokil kali lu 1 cup, gila lu.
They should be closing out.
Gila, gua sih bangga banget gua viewers gua kalau 1 cup.
They're incapable.
Gak ngerti lagi gua asik.
The really
gua bakal live terus gua sampai mati.
And I think honestly, perhaps they're providing or giving a little bit too much respect to their opponents when they're on those pistols. They're trying to play it like a buy round. They're trying to play much more like, you know, wall off B, go up, wall it, and pop your plans. But that's where the pistols will take these crazy risks and go for aggressive peaks. In this early round, we saw an off peak attempted, not connected by Zephyr. But it's good info. They know there's players outside of A, and the Rolling Thunder actually connects to all 3 players. Zowie Boys able to catch a kill on the back of it. The walled up Munchkin gets nothing for his troubles. The Odin up close. Oh, God, Medusa. He almost got caught. This is looking a little bit scary, honestly, for the full bot side of Crazy Raccoons. Pistols are tearing them apart.
He's gone back to himself. They've actually burnt out on ultimate as well. The lockdown being invested just to try and force Sushi Boy back. He's going to hit another one. His 3rd kill of the round with the Sheriff. Pistols really are king. He's going to go for the 4th. This is unbelievable. Down to the 1 versus 1 for Sushi Boys. Looking to try and get an extra round, and he's so close. The snap not quite there.
He hit him.
What an attempt.
He hit him. He put him down to 30 HP. Like,
oh...
That was disgusting. That was absolutely disgusting. Good use of the Rolling Thunder. We see that, you know, pulled out the early round. Catches Munchkin, who's up on top of his wall. Easy kill for Sushi Boys. From that point, okay.
What's the elbow?
So Medusa was already tagged up, hits him in the elbow. That's very unfortunate. It's not even due to the agent, it's due to the weapon he's holding. If he's not, if Medusa wasn't playing with an Odin, he would have gotten away with that. But his elbow's all the way back to facilitate that big chunky backside of the weapon. And the early round here, challenge towards B, you're actually going to see the stun straight off the bat. Fault line to push them back off the B control, and Viper, who's so strong at holding this, is actually completely deleted by just 1 piece of utility.
Again, we see a very early rotation coming in from Crazy Raccoon. 3 players already here on the site. And Freon actually gets away with that, but there's a shock dart from Foxes. Trades back thick and fast into this 3v3 situation. Neth lurking around the edge. And actually, there's been a crosser path. That is the spike going round behind him. This is all going to come down to timing. And Crows, he's found the kill. Sushi Boy's up there behind him. It's left all onto Zephyr. Well, they know exactly where he is. The neural theft gives him away, and I don't think he's going to attempt this.
I don't imagine so. That operator just a little bit too valuable coming into the final round of the half. And you can see that he's bailing. He's out of here. Understandably. This has been a very interesting game. I love the early peaks onto Rion. So we saw earlier, Patapan took a duel, finished Rion off with a Guardian, right? The wallbang headshot that he found.
Gimana menurut kamu, Nat? Apa yang aku lewatkan?
But the step-by-step stage of this round,
tetap
they use their stun,
X10
they use the
akan
flashes while
menjaga
pushing Rion back to
nggak mau
his
ada
secondary
back
position,
tiga.
where they've already dealt with him a number of times. The same thing happens where Patapan crosses over
Bakalan
yellow,
kejar-kejaran
pushes up
tapi
to the opposite side of Snowman, and goes to take Rion
X10
down
bakal
on the
menang di map
backside
ini.
when he gets revealed.
X10.
This time, Rion wins the duel, but there's a backup plan of a shock
Terlebih
dart by
lagi
Fox.
aku ngamuk.
And that's something that you've been referencing a lot, was the shock darts in
Itu
particular
malunya aja yang
that we
ngantuk
would
ya.
see in this matchup on Icebox Town. You were saying, at least off cam, that you were looking forward to a lot of what these teams can do with the shockies.
Well, yeah, no, I think as well that normally going on to the second half, Medusa is another player who has that.
Kelewatan
Now he's had a bit of a
4
rough
kill
game
seri,
so
Blade.
far.
Siapa, Blade?
I think on the defense as well, like a lot of your shock darts are just going to be used to try and do some damage in the retakes or maybe a few.
Siapa yang melakukan seri?
But I'm loving all the utility they're using just to make every duel really awkward for Zephyr. I feel like he hasn't come into his own just yet, but there's a pick, giving them the man advantage back. Foxes is just running it though. In fact, they're just running the gauntlet all the way. They've been spotting these early rotations, Mitch. And because of that, there's only one player defending.
Was he spotted? Oh, well, definitely now. They're taking the duel. The shock dart to come on through, deal serious damage to Neth, and Sushi Boy's ready to take another. The plant coming in, but Medusa's sneaking around the backside. That player was so low. If it wasn't for that drone, he could have wallbanged. He could have gotten the kill. But instead, these players, 30 and 78 on Sushi and Fox, are able to play a post plant. They're able to go back nice and passive and hopefully close out this final round with the man advantage they have, running down the clock. Crazy Raccoons have a Hunter's Fury to play with, and they might try to deny some space using it. Medusa, though, straight away, shutting them down. Fox with one, and now the time is theirs. Surely, look at the sneaky play by Sushi Boys. He's already around, but he gives away his position. There's time here for Medusa, but now it ticks away too far. It's done. It's dusted. Medusa, 4 kills, but no chance he gets that defused.
He's at least gonna flex on us at the end, earn a few style points, and go down to the spike. But
Buset,
you know what?
kill
7-5
keempatnya
half.
Sheriff better than operator tuh.
Basically, what did they get? 1 buy round, maybe 2 at a push. I think they've actually done all right here. So 7-5, especially now going onto that attacking side, and I still feel like most teams on this map are very uncomfortable with defending that A site. I'm still yet to see like a consistent way to defend it. For example, if you look at Sentinels, obviously one of the teams looking to take the entire tournament, they basically just go, okay, we're gonna put 10s there, and we're gonna put Shazam there. And they're going to kill everyone. And you know what? It's a pretty good strat. Like, those players playing unbelievably well so far in this tournament. But as an actual, like, setup, I've still not seen anything that massively impresses me.
I can see that. You know, I think realistically, when it comes to Crazy Raccoons, with rifles in their hands on the attack side, I think they're going to be a whole lot more comfortable. I think they're going to look better. I hope so. But hey, pistols have been their forte so far. They've got pistols to play with here. Moving in towards the B side on the pistol, it's going to be an easy plant. You're going to have that beautiful poison orb there to help out as well.
Udah ada.
And the sage wall blocking
Master X
coming through.
Mansen lagi, cuy.
This is a pretty solid start.
Thumbnail gua, udah gua ganti thumbnail.
Now that X10 mounts a retake.
Nanat udah mau tumbang, ini lemah nih dia nih. Masih jangan kasihan, cuy.
Looking to destroy the turret, but it's
Dia besok kerja
soalnya.
soalnya.
Leaving things back into a
Nat, jangan dipaksain ya.
utility just being put into this one's going to make things
Kalau kamu mau tidur ya, jangan dipaksain ya.
A couple of snake bites available to him, but it's actually Crows just pushes straight through, already starting to dominate. But there comes those autoplays. I don't think it's going to do enough though. They'll just defuse Rion a little bit too late with the snake bites, and that's enough for the pistol to be stolen away. The record, Mitch, is not getting any better. That is 4 for 4 now in X10 pistol rounds.
Yeah, when you pop down a snake bite without your poison orb up, you're not doing enough.
Default plan yang di
you gotta have both. They can at least get it halfway, and especially from
yang
that
di
super
ujung
passive
itu.
post plant position,
yang
they could just
di depan box
you know,
hijau.
I'll get it halfway, you get it halfway. That's
Yang
unfortunate
biasa di wall
to see it
saja.
go that way, because for Crazy Raccoons, we mentioned they lost the pistol round. They lost the majority of buy rounds. They still ended up 7-5. They win this pistol here, they would have looked fantastic. But now they're left down to an eco. But based on the track record, they're going to win this one, Tom.
And then again, this is a very, very safe round coming out from X10. They're just going straight in with all SMGs. No pistol saves, no risky business taken at all. They just want to make sure that they end up shutting down this round. And I'll be honest, I think they're gunning for that Prime Gaming Flawless.
Prime Gaming Flawless,
Let's see if they can pull it off. They should be able to. Realistically, like, you look at that buy, it's classics right now. 4 classics remaining. Ghost already dealt with. And Patapan's low, but he can just avoid a fight. In fact, he should just avoid a fight.
Gila ini Crazy Raccoon kalau lagi saving sangar-sangar amat ya.
I have not.
Because I don't think he does
that.
Dia
takut itu kali ngerush pas lagi saving.
Throughout this match, I can tell you there's one thing that this man does not do, and that is avoid fights.
Nasty.
X10 juga takut gila tiap kali mereka.
You never would, but you probably should. With Sushi Boys, he's getting all the info. Oh, there's 2 guys here.
Mungkin kayak main satu kita udah saving, kita udah relain satu round. Ini nggak boleh.
Now they've seen it.
Nggak boleh wasted.
They know what's up. That lack of mid control for a second cost them a little bit, but there's the spams destroying the walls. Sushi Boys able to get that done. Crows with another. It's a cleanup. The cleanup crew are here. 15 seconds left, and at least I like it, right? An orb, not a poison orb, an ult orb taken for Neth secures some sort of a positive in this round.
Nice.
I really like that actually, the use of the aftershock. But we see a lot of shock darts actually used to try and counter out some of those positions. Of course, as said, it is going to be a prime game round, so well played by them. But it's one of those things that, like, I feel like most teams are just trying to deny plants now rather than necessarily aggressively fight. We even saw that as an adaptation Fnatic had to made. It's like, okay, we'll go initially for deep B control, but eventually they went, okay, we're just going to sit passive and try and retake. Well, if you could just stop them planting altogether, it becomes a lot easier. And that's exactly what they did there with the aftershock, just making sure that, okay, if you want to plant this spike, you've got to tank a lot of damage.
Are they going to check the cam this time? Maybe not. 3 players spotted. This free information, man, it's huge.
Panadol biru, gengs.
Has to come off it
Terselamatkan.
It's the same cam. Identical. Same position. Pulls off it. Here comes the recon through the peak by Sushi Boys as they turn to look at the recon. It's so good. Baiting the utility. Ult goes down. So too does Sushi Boys. So too does Fox. What's happening here? Bit of over-aggression, perhaps. Crows, excuse me, pops out that flash, takes the kill with Neth. Gorgeous stuff. And now just buying time for his teammates to set up this double peak. Oh, I love that from X10. And a big mistake, like Crazy Raccoons. They saw the camera last round, they heard it when he disengaged it, and they don't check the position even after. Okay, if you're not initially looking there, that's fine. You have a lot of angles to clear as you go forward. For God's sake, check it when you're already through.
Yeah, that's definitely a slip up that they're gonna live to regret. Especially considering that was a round where they basically still had those SMGs from the previous round. So
jangan pusing dikit Panadol nggak bagus. Kalau gue udah nggak kuat banget baru gue minum.
They've got sheriffs.
Nggak pusing dikit Panadol.
Crazy Raccoon, sheriffs.
Tapi nggak kuat, pusing dikit udah nggak kuat aja.
They have not been too
successful. Lu nggak ngerasain kan pusingnya gimana?
He's just taking control. I spoke about some of the setups they have on the defensive side. That wasn't a setup. That was just him going aggressively, finding a pick. Already 2 players up to the good. He's going to go back for more. Finally gets put down, but this is starting to become disrespectful. Zephyr, though, he's earned himself a Blade Storm.
And he has. This round gets very scary now all of a sudden.
Wah, ini kalau Viper dapat orang.
Scary's got the Viper wall up. That's blocking a lot of control for Rion. He would have actually seen him crossing, and instead, it's taken down by Sushi Boys. So Zephyr's got it all to do. He's already picked up 2, and so it's the ace clutch that he's going to look for. I don't know how I feel about this one. The timing could have been huge. Sushi Boys looked away for just a moment, but now he's focused back on the angle. It might not matter. Zephyr gets it done. Rotating now into position. All of his utility still to play with. Full cloud bursts, dash, updraft, everything that he wants. But most importantly, he's refreshed those blades. 5 now back in his pocket and ready to fly at another enemy. Here's the steps coming through mid. The right clicks at this range. They're so dangerous, but they miss. And even the dash can't get him out of dodge. That's so bad, man. It went all around him. It was perfect. The RNG is not there.
Ya, klik kanannya
It makes
bang.
me think of that, like the Ali G clip. Where
Hari-hari klik kanan.
Hari-hari klik kanannya bau bang.
That's just heartbreaking because other than that, he did everything right, and that's not even really his fault.
So, such a
It's
good
just
round.
unlucky. So,
Iya,
And I want to
unlucky.
see
Ball
that.
played by Zephyr.
I want to see the right
Klik
click. in
kanan
slow.
begitu,
Look,
cuy, tuh.
you could see the knife. It actually cut the eyebrows of Crows. He's able to get away with
Ente
it. Disgusting. Disgusting. Breach doesn't have a ponytail anymore.
ke Jepang apa?
That's actually how I did my hair. Just
Kalau Jepang
someone
apa,
threw
Blay?
knives at me and,
Kayak
it went a little
bahasa
bit
yang paling
wrong, but-
disebut
It's
selain
one of my favorite
kimochi.
things in the Ignition series. I think it was the Japanese guys
Entek ya.
had a thing where
Masa iya?
they were in the
Entek.
studio and like the
Entek
blade storm
apa
came
ya?
up on screen and killed the casters. It was sick. Oh, come on.
Okay.
What's this? What's
Suka-suka
this? He
Patipan.
doesn't have the
Ente-chan.
Patapan's
Oh,
like
yeah,
a distraction
Ente-chan.
play there for Crows to pick up the kill and then just drop
Ente-chan.
shot somebody, which isn't something you'll see every day. So, well, maybe with like a blade storm, not with a vandal.
Patapan's flexing at this point.
You will
That's why I'm
not
starting to
kill my
learn, and maybe
ally.
a little bit too much, trying to deny after the res comes through, but Crows goes down, back into a 4v4 situation. Crazy Raccoon definitely not out of this round. I got another sneaky cam set up. This is something, well, that we see a lot over in EMEA from Nats. Just popping it early, sitting in the cam for pretty much the majority of the round, and just leaving it in a spot. Can make things a little bit more awkward, although he's gonna have
Gila
to
ini
move
Sushi
eventually.
Boys
He's
ini
waiting for the cross to
setup-setupnya
come in.
boleh-boleh ya Cypher ya.
He's gonna get stuck in that ultimate if he doesn't go anywhere, and eventually the footsteps are gonna be given, and he'll escape. The site will be taken, but they're gonna have a very quick response. In fact, they could get in.
Yang
even before
kemarin
the clock
pakai Cypher di
Yeah, I think
Icebox
especially
juga
with the
nggak sih?
tripwire on the right side, they know that nobody's going to be incredibly close as they come in, and the
Siapa
camera's
yang
still
kemarin ya?
online.
Cypher
This is actually pretty huge
mereka
for
juga nggak sih kalau
X10.
salah?
As they come in, they just dominate the duel straight away. Neth is able to pull off one, but immediately afterwards,
yes.
he is shut down by
Good
Sushi
match,
Boys.
too.
Great round from the
Kaya,
side.
gua bang, kaya, dapat 8 juta Bitcoin gua.
And freedom to go to the site,
Ngepredik.
knowing the angles that were clear, and knowing where the enemies
Enggak lah,
were.
itu nggak dapat apa-apa,
Well
bang. Itu
defined
cuma
at this
predik
stage.
doang.
And well, the sprays are doing
Nice
justice.
one,
I mean,
Kak.
look, they are dominating Crazy
Ente-chan.
Raccoons at this point.
Anjay.
I think this has
Ente-chan.
been an excellent performance all around. Like, good utility usage, team play, retakes have been spot on as well. Like, there really hasn't been much, and there's been so many like
Sushi
little
boy.
slip-ups coming through
Yang
from
makan
the side of
sushi.
Crazy Raccoon today. I think they're not going to be too happy with how things have gone down, especially
Iya, tadi kamu
like
makan
the
sushi ya.
excuses go out the window now that it's their own map choice. Right? It was back and forth in the first half. I can maybe forgive having a weaker defensive side,
Enak
especially with how things have
banget.
gone, but their attack has just looked a little bit flat. He's actually just missed it with the drone. Panapan just looks at it like, well, if you're not going to tag me with it, I'm not going to retreat. They've actually got a stack as well. Again, 3
Kalau
players ready and
Mansen berarti
waiting
in-game
over on
name-nya
this A side.
Kecil
Panapan going
boys.
to pop the ult. They know that they can
Yeah,
utilize this one and just dives through and just ruins Munchkin.
Oh.
Comes back for a little more. Panapan is styling as
Ooh.
PK again
Patipan lagi-
out of the blade
lagi
storm.
di
There's 2
server SD,
players left.
anjing.
Make it just 1, Mitch.
That's done. It's done and dusted.
Ente-chan.
He's been huge before the Rolling Thunder to just secure it.
Ente-chan.
Fox takes him out, but that's the kind of jet I was looking forward to see.
Pulang. Tim
Region.
pertama yang
Bener
pulang
kan?
cuy, Crazy
The
Raccoon.
confidence on display by Patapan in this series has been unbelievable.
Betul kan
And you
aku
can see
bilang.
he's pretty happy about that win.
Imagine getting defeated on your own map
Secret
choice and
Lab
that's what you have to
diinjak-injak
look at at the
kayak
end of the map.
Patipan.
just your opponent stood on a chair, spinning round. Like,
Gives
it
me
was
anxiety.
a fantastic display from them today.
I could just
Does it?
Nice
see
try,
how he
Chan.
falls
He
off that.
fell off.
Nggak apa-apa, nggak
It's
apa-apa.
not nice. The spinny chairs,
Nice try,
especially.
nice try.
Like,
Lu
you're
udah
so
masuk,
ready.
lu udah
No,
ke Iceland
But
gratisan
anyways,
cuy.
they get away with the win.
Apa
X10,
sini?
they
Langli?
played so
Wah, Allah.
Oh God, tingles down my spine. They played so well all day. I have to say, I've been impressed with them in their opening game. Didn't expect them to win it, but they put on a much better show.
Udah.
And right here today, they proved that a team that took version 1.
Siapa itu tadi tuh yang jilat-jilat anjing?
They took them the distance.
Itu si
And right here, they
siapa
couldn't do a
Foxy.
thing against
Itu bukan
X10.
Foxy, ya,
Maybe
ini?
this is a
bukan
team that can
Foxy.
actually contend with the top.
Poninya sama.
We'll find out
Sushi
pretty
boy,
soon,
ya?
won't we? Because they haven't exactly got easy matches moving forward. With
Ini
this
tuh
win
yang
under their belt,
kacamata.
Ih,
they're just
siapa itu?
confirming that they're going to be playing up against a top-tier team in the form of
Sushi
Fnatic.
boy.
That's a pretty big step up.
gampar.
I think the thing that I'm most impressed with though is the fact that we
You
started off today
cannot
talking about
unsee
this as
that,
like,
Mansen.
okay, Padapan's got to come in, he's basically
Wah,
got a
Panado
raccoon,
udah
they're
nggak
gonna be
sanggup
setting
sini
him up all the
anjing.
time. And then we
Terus,
saw some real depth coming out of them just in terms of their overall
lu ketemu
comps, but
server
also
SG
in the
Cross ya
fact that
abis
they're
lu sama
looking
gua
fairly
asli.
adaptable when it
Abis
matters.
mental
So,
lu.
I don't know, I'm excited for them going forward. I would say that I'm hoping they
Lu
can
ketemu
get some of
server
the
SG
teams
Cross
further
mah.
in the tournament. A little
Kuping
bit
lu
of a run for
abis
them,
anjing
maybe.
gue
Oh
langley-langleyin.
yeah, 100%. I have to say, man, overall for me, X10, fantastic
Sepertinya
team.
kita tidak akan
Padapan,
menonton
scary. These guys
match
deliver
X10.
time and time again. When Fox picked up the Jet, still looked pretty amazing. Like the
Aduh, sudah tidak
versatility that we've
sanggup
seen
deh.
from them when it comes down to swapping out agents. Like
Wah,
if
kebangetan
you're able to
Cross
play a Cypher and a Killjoy, that's
bangsat.
expected. But if you're able to
Minum
play a
detol,
Jet, a
Mansen.
Sova, a Raze, and then
Omega
go down
lu
to a Viper,
detong.
it's like you're just playing
Kok berapa
every
tadi dikit sih?
role at this point. You can do
Biar
anything.
bersih.
And at
1946.
his age as well. I mean, gorgeous
Karena
play
banyak yang
all
milih,
around.
jadi
I'm
pembagi
excited to see what they can do up
banyak.
against Fnatic.
Yeah, for sure. And I believe now, at least, we are going to be heading this one back off to the desk. GB taking it home, and of course, my bald brother paper thing going to be breaking this one down. That forehead to use. I'm ready for some top tier analysis.
Oh, matiin lagu dulu. Cross.
Kalian harus minum susu, guys. Sekarang. Penawar racun. Biar bersih kembali Fitri.
Ini apa nih? Oh, Red Bull. Terang amat. Like-nya Blay. Ya, like-nya Blay. Let's go di like. Kalau nggak di like, dijilat lo sama Cross kayak tadi.
Rp10.000 dari Naze Fanstance. Pesan, IYOR ngelek dah DONATE 100k belum?
Ya ngelek dah donat 100k belum? Belum. Nazi Fanstance. Thank you bro. Terima kasih. X10 lawan Fnatic ya. Besok X10 lawan Fnatic. Hari ini masih ada 2 game lagi guys. Sharks versus Crew dan Sentinel versus Vikings. Sentinel versus Viking harusnya seru banget.
Babang Selebgram versus Babang Mafia.
Selebgram siapa?
Tinggal selebgram sama isinya.
Oh iya ya. Ngeluhnya di Instastory terus ya.
Dan Babang itu. Babang Mafia.
Dikit lagi live chat gue jadi pasar nih. Berantem lagi ayo berantemnya di donate live. Let's go.
Enggak kok.
Kagak cuy. Ten sudah membuktikan di
Kalau
di
dia
kemarin
adalah
di
jalan.
day 2 Ten itu udah raja terakhir. Udah official, udah certified.
Jalan.
Dia udah bukan jaol, dia jalan, jagolan. Dia raja terakhir. Jadi di sini masih ada yang meragukan Tens nggak Blay di turnamen-turnamen LAN? Masih adakah yang meragukan Tens?
Kemarin jadinya gimana? Keren banget nggak? Keren aja bu keren banget.
Lumayan, tapi belum sesakit dia online. Kalau online kan pala mulai kemarin masih ada nembak-nembak kaki, nembak badan banyak. Tapi udah puas ya, kok aku puas sih ngeliat permainan tenis kemarin. Udah
Asli
bisa,
kemarin tuh aku
udah bisa, udah terverified lah, jadi jalan dia.
Oke. Berarti fix hashtag TENS adalah
Soalnya
jalan.
nanya ke diri lu sendiri soal yang ngeraguin. Gue udah nggak ngeraguin, kan gue udah bilang. Cuma belum terpuaskan. Dikit lagi. Tapi dia udah jadi jalan, cuy. Dia udah jadi jalan.
You know, when I first saw the pics for the agents for the map, I was like,
Scream kasihan hard carry terus. Di map 2 enggak?
Exactly what I was expecting.
Di map 2 yang nge-carry ini kan si
on Icebox that have an easier execute
siapa?
on B. But in general, it felt flat on its face, and I think the reason is that they adapted to the metagame, but they never practiced how they want to play it. I didn't see any changes in the way the players approach the game, because we still see Munchkin going first.
Semuanya yang carry jumpy anjing, bukan screen kemarin.
Suddenly should be different, right? And that's a big problem for
yang bikin Liquid bisa menang di split jumpy.
How they want to play it, and also
di akhir dia kill 20 split temennya kagak yang
an operator a lot of times, and that's a problem overall.
Map 3
yesterday, EU
yang carry
also suffered.
Yeah, it's very clear, Potter, that this team had a lot of control from top to bottom.
Jadwal Mansen udah ganti hari.
Map 1 jumpy, map 2 jumpy, map 3 Soulcast. Tapi lu carry tim lawan.
Ketawa Mansen tuh anjing banget tuh kalau ngatain orang.
Next apa nih? Sharks versus Crow. Map 3, game ketiga Sentinel lawan Vikings. Itu yang dilakuin Soulcast bakal diingat seumur hidup pasti, cuy. Itu kalau di CS ibaratnya kayak ini anjing. Kayak siapa? Yang termolotov. Summit. Kru kayak tim yang paling bawah. Kru tuh yang ada G10 bukan sih?
10.000 dari Bobby Mar. Pesan,
iya.
Bang kan gitu ya Bang, ya gak Bang?
Bukan.
Kru nggak ada. Yang ada G10 tuh yang kang pukul banget. Ini Vikings. G10 Z. Sutekasi jago banget nih, Sutekasi sama Sachi. Tadi apa tuh? Donate. Sorry, nggak kebaca. Bob Mar, Bang kan gitu ya Bang, ya enggak Bang? Ape? Bob Mar, terima kasih by the way Bob Mar, pas banget donate lu jam 000. Gila.
Also singing their praises when they were playing against Vikings as well, is that, while the star of the team is clearly Paddy Pound and what he brings to the table, this actually does bring us to our awesome, I believe we're going to have our HyperX clip here, because we had a crazy play.
Soalnya kan nanti kan pasti banyak banget ya yang ngepredik Sentinel nih. Ntar kalau ternyata Vikings menang nih satu map kan, tajir gua bangsat. Bisa beli Bitcoin gua 8 juta Bitcoin.
Great control
tapi kemungkinan
that we were starting to see, and I think we have that clip, but if we don't,
kalau Sentinel mainnya masih kayak kemarin ya, harusnya dibantai-bantai Vikings. Kalau tensnya nyala, kalau Sentinel mainnya kayak kemarin, Viking harusnya dibantai-bantai sama Sentinel. Kalau TTK dari Vikings jago banget. Sumpah dia nge-anchor-nya parah banget anjing. All in Viking lah, Blay. Ya, nanti gua all in Viking. Biar kalau menang dapat Bitcoin, Blay. Dapat Bitcoin 8 juta Bitcoin anjing. Gua bisa beli negara bangsat kalau punya 8 juta Bitcoin.
Kalau Mansen ngebet Viking berarti gue bet Sentinel.
Iya ada Patipan. Aduh, Cruise jauh-jauh dong, asli.
Let's talk about this one.
Patipannya.
Change in pressure coming into an elimination match as opposed to the match that you had yesterday. So I'm just kind of curious from a mindset perspective, what the difference is when you're stepping on a stage knowing that this is kind of a last chance to keep your tournament lives going.
ก็คือประมาณว่าการที่ครั้งนี้เป็นครั้งสุดท้ายถ้าสมมติว่าเราแพ้มันมีการเปลี่ยนแปลงของความกดดันยังไงบ้างก็ครั้งแรกมันกดดันมากกว่าเรารู้สึกว่ามันเป็นเกมแรกของเราก็ค่อนข้างตื่นเต้นแต่วันนี้มันรู้สึกเปลี่ยนไปมันเหมือนว่าเรามีประสบการณ์แล้วก็ไม่รู้สึกกดดันเท่าเกมแรก So for the first time we played it was a bit hard because we were nervous and we were not used to the stage, but then since this time is the second time, so we were more experienced. So we blended in with the venue and how the temperature and it felt better. So it wasn't about the game anymore. It was just we're used to the place.
All right, well, this one I'll ask you, Cruz. Just curious what the team's reaction was and what was going through your head at the very first pistol round on Haven. A double kill goes over to Sushi Boys from his turret, of all things. Did you guys expect that?
I didn't expect that, but then whichever way we win, I'm happy with that. I'm just glad that we got the round, even though the turret took 2 kills. We got the first round of the game.
From there, let's talk about momentum, because I think something that's very interesting about that Haven match in particular was the ease at which you guys were able to push into the A side. It seemed for quite a bit of time on that attacking side that Crazy Raccoon had no answer. Did you feel like you had just figured them out defensively?
I think we kind of figured them out defensively, and we also had a really good combo when we pushed it. Like, every corners were covered by our teammates, so it was actually easy, even though they stacked on A with 3 guys.
10.000 dari Halo, pesan orang ganteng at Brimstone Sino.
I'm curious, from that point onward, once you guys moved on to defense, you won 5 straight. You'd end up closing it out with a round of judges of all things, again, putting on a show for the fans. What do you think was the key today as compared to yesterday? Because it was a close one against Vikings, but today it felt so much more dominant.
มันรู้สึกว่าเราไม่กดดันกับตัวเองแล้วครับแล้วก็เราเล่นได้ทุกคนทีมเวิร์กดีกันมากขึ้นแล้วก็ทีมเวิร์กก็udah kebuat nih lah kata dia. Jadi teman-teman gue udah bisa gue atur ya kan, udah bisa megangin kaki-kaki gue. We were not pressured because we knew that yesterday was a really tight game and we had some pressure on us, but then today we just felt at ease, just played our game and just focused on the game, and that's why the performance of all our teammates became better.
From there, Patiman, I want to ask you about your flexibility as a player. I'm referencing not just today, but your previous match against Vikings as well, where we saw you pull out the Sage on Ascent, which was a first time for you on that map specifically. We've got the Viper, we've got the Jet. Do you think that that's a necessary element to the team's success where, you know, we see on other teams players 1 trick, maybe 2 trick at most, and you seem to be able to play it all?
เราคิดว่าเราเป็นใจความสำคัญของตัวทีมเราไหมเพราะว่าเราสามารถเล่นได้หลายตัวแล้วเราไม่ใช่เป็นคนที่เล่นได้แค่ตัวเดียว2ตัวหรือว่า gajinya double nih Cross Blay ก็gaji player sama gaji translator เราเล่นได้หลายตัวถ้าเกิดว่าเรามีแผนมากขึ้นเรามีวิธีการสู้เยอะขึ้นแล้วก็เดาทางยากครับ So basically by him being able to play many different agents it adds up on our strat book, and we can do many other
Kayak
strats,
bagus Inggrisnya
and we
sih
can
kalau
counter
saya.
strat them
Bagus,
without
bagus.
them knowing what we were gonna do.
So, one final question before I let you two go. This one I'll go to you, Cruz. Your next matchup now is going to be Fnatic
Berarti
in the
kayaknya
lower
Pak
bracket.
Tipan
So
nih
the
bocah
opponents
warnet
get
nih
tougher
ya.
from here as you look to
Si
climb your way all the way
Cruz
back to the
ini
finals.
apa?
How you feeling about that matchup?
I'm feeling good.
International school.
Iya,
To be
iya.
honest, the whole team is feeling good. I don't mind to play whatever team that comes here. We're just
Anjay,
here
gitu
to
dong.
win.
Mantep
It
nih
doesn't
mentalnya
matter.
nih.
That's the confidence I like to hear. Well, again, congratulations on a dominant 2-0 victory today to the both of you. Can't wait to see your next matchup. I'm going to let you go. And as we go to break, we're coming back next with Sharks versus Crew.
Lu ngapain tangan lu begitu, Patipan? Ngas lu. Main sabun, Patipan. Main sabun, main sabun. Terus kuliah di UK. Tahu dari mana lu?
Kuliah di California. Wah, tetangga Mansen dong berarti.
Nakal banget Patipan ya, buset, buset. Begini-gini dia Blay, ya Allah. Tadi main lidah, sekarang main tangan. Terus Inggrisnya bagus bener, ya, bagus.
Mute lagi.
Ya, udah ke mute. Next itu Sharks versus Crew. Crew nggak ada yang menonjol ya kemarin ya. Crew dibantai sama Fnatic 13-5, 13-4. Shark kalahnya sama Newturn, kalah 2-1, 13-5. Terus terbantai 13-5 juga, terus 13-5. Buset nih. Mainan bandar nih ya. Shark itu ada Projin. Shark ada abang-abangan PB, Blay. Siapa yang di sini cita-citanya main PB sampai mati? Siapa yang di sini cita-citanya mau main game FPS tapi nyewa? Ya Allah.
Ntar ya, mau bikin teh.
Oke. Blay, sesi 0,1 di biaya 1650 bagus nggak Blay buat follow? Wah nggak tahu gue Blay. Itu tergantung lu nya cuy. Bapakmu pasti bangga ilham jantok sih. Ayap tuh sampai tua. Ayap apa? Player PB kah Ayap?
And LatAm's Crew Esports. Now, this is another lower bracket elimination matchup, so let's just cut right to it. Get some brass.
Oh iya, ganti judul. Makasih guys, diingetin. Terima kasih diingatkan. Appelan apa? Shark versus Crew. Wih gila, 50 lagi 1K, Blay. Ya kali nggak 1K. Wah, set. Gue bangga banget melulu pada, Blay, bikin 1K. Gila. Lu sih, wah gila. Komunitas terbaik yang ada di YouTube, Blay. Gila, lu ngalahin Etim, Blay, kalau ini 1K. Lu jadi Kaptim. Kok gak ganti sih? Weh, nightbot gue kemana nih? Kok nightbot gue gak ganti? Gue typo kan nulisnya. Title bener kok. Tiga lagi. Buset, gila lu. 1K, gokil kalian semua, guys. Ganti manual, gokil. 1K. Tamat, guys, tamat. Tamat, guys. Ini lagi banyak. Set. Bocil-bocil teori Potter menyerang, guys. Bocil-bocil Potter menyerang. Haruskah aku giveaway sabun Lux, guys? Untuk adik-adik yang belum ke kamar mandi dan memainkan sabun Lux.
am very unsure of what to expect here between these two teams.
Well, you guys already know what the dealio is here. Make sure you follow us on Twitter and Instagram at Valorant Esports for the latest news, highlights, and the chance to participate in our daily predictions. And the fans voted Sharks 70% over Crew. Let's go down the line quickly. Potter, what do you have to say about that?
Short and sweet. I'm going with Sharks here as well. I'm on Twitter's side this time, Golden Boy.
Look at you, a woman of the people. What about for you, Paper Thin?
Woman of the people.
I'm gonna channel my inner baldness from Tom Sharks.
Okay, good channeling there. Good channeling there.
Mbak Potter adalah salah satu alasanku bermain Valorant. Mansen, kacamata dan tato membuat aku sering susah tidur. Coba adik Rian berjalan ke arah kamar mandi, ambil sedikit sabun, lalu tuangkan ke tangan adik Rian ya, lalu adik Rian poleskan ke kemaluan adik Rian, lalu adik Rian goyang-goyangkan tangannya ke kemaluan adik Rian biar adik Rian bisa lebih dewasa menanggapi melihat wanita-wanita yang ada di layar kaca adik Rian ya. Bagaimana nih? Predik gue. Predik dong. Wah, gue anaknya predik banget. Kalau gue kagak predik, kejang-kejang badan gue nih.
Yeah, and it does seem to be a really interesting situation, at least from my estimation, just because of, in terms of the meta differences, it seems like there may be somewhat of a lag for Sharks coming into this one, still running the Omen. We might see that. Is that something that they're still going to a more, I would say, dated composition? So we'll have to see how that will fare against, Crew, who has been adopting the Viper and the Astra for the, to be modernized themselves to the current meta. So very curious to see how that whole stylistic clash will pan out here.
Lots of pressure, I find, DDK at the same time, right? What's most important here is that the winner moves on, but the loser, unfortunately, will end their run for Masters 2. So we talked about the pressure from Crew yesterday, the jitters on land for a lot of these players, but I think the pressure is going to be even heavier for players like Crew right now when they didn't have such a good result versus Fnatic yesterday. But overall, I feel that this is going to be a good series again. Even though YNG Sharks has like a not as a deep map pool, I still find that they've added a lot of changes. Yes, maybe an Omen is still in the play, but they've changed other players, other compositions that seem to surprise me even at that time yesterday on
terus kita predict.
Yeah, and I have to say as well, you know, in a game like Valorant, it doesn't really matter, I feel like too much if you're behind on the meta, as long as you understand the meta and what people are doing. And if you're able to find answers, you know, for that within the composition that you're using, then sure, you know, you can definitely make things happen, and that's certainly what I'm going to be looking towards.
Ini kan Shark
Crew. Crew certainly a team that's been impressing me so far and what they have to show, and I feel like, you know, as we're moving forward, more forward in the tournament, as you mentioned, this could be the end of the line for one of these two teams. Well, it will be the end of the line for one of these two teams.
Yeah, split
and a lot of pressure comes with that, and with that, we get to start to see. Who's going to be able to perform better under pressure like this, because that's what it really comes down to when you make it to a tournament of this scale, when you're playing on LAN, and you know, you don't want the run to end here. You don't want this to be the last time you walk out onto this beautiful stage.
That's right. And even at the same time, I'm actually quite surprised, actually, that you're seeing Haven being banned from Crew. It was a map that we just mentioned before. Sharks had a very good map versus Newturn on that one. And where we think, you mentioned it, Dan, you have to understand the meta, but you also have to know how to play it at the same time. So for Crew to pull out that Viper, the Sky, and bringing out the Astra, and trying to play a little bit like a Fnatic or Liquid style, and always using that single setup that Lothar was mentioning at the desk, it didn't look good at all versus Fnatic. So taking that one out of the way and playing into a more typical map pool that we see here in Brazil and Latin America, this is why I'm not opposed to how Crew are going to play this map, this map series against Sharks. So that's why I still think it's going to be a very close game, a very close series, and it's not over yet. I think we're still underestimating Crew despite the results that they've gotten versus Fnatic.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough team to be up against, especially again, you know, there's not too much time to really adapt to teams and players that you're unfamiliar with, because even within a regional matchup which you're unfamiliar with, just knowing some of the player tendencies themselves.
V1 ngeband Icebox.
You know, understanding whether this guy's going to go for that extra peak, or you know, what kind of confidence they'll be carrying in with the methodology in the game, is something that can be difficult to just, you know, jump in and play against and have no experience prior to playing against that, and certain players will get advantages. But that can even out as the tournament progresses and as these players get more time and experience playing with each other. And that's actually one of the things I think that does a lot of favors for Sentinels, actually, is that they have a lot of players that I feel like are really annoying to play against, and it does take some time to adapt to that and to learn decision making.
Gua nge-spend 1876 buat Sharks.
You know, we're the nice guys at the same time, you know?
Buset, serem banget bangsat.
We got a Brit and a Canadian just continue to apologize.
Itu udah kawat bangsat di pipinya.
We're gonna have the most apologetic broadcast ever here that we've seen on the Valorant stage, so it's gonna be a very fun one to actually do together. But please go ahead.
Itu tadi tuh playernya Sharks.
Yeah, it's just gonna be a lot of fun to see how this one's going to pan out. But as we move into the Prime Gaming Agent Select,
yang lagunya nabrak.
If
udah
everything that sort of building up is going to be confirmed here in terms of the composition. So yeah, we're going to see that Omen brought out. Definitely an older looking composition coming out of Sharks, as we mentioned.
Ada kawat
we
di
get to see
pipi.
this visualized on the screen in front of us.
Serem banget bangsat.
Similarly for Crew, you know, we're seeing, I think, what's generally expected from them. You know, we are seeing Mazzino on that Viper, which is going to be all important. And moving into Icebox, it's I feel like Viper has certainly, it just lends so much extra strength. So I'm super curious to see how Sharks are going to try to mitigate that themselves.
This is definitely an interesting one for sure, because when you're looking at that composition for Sharks at the same time,
lagu backsound
versus Vikings to actually make it into grand finals in the stage, moving on to this one on the master stage, they actually had a killjoy in there too, so they had a couple of changes going in. But now it's time to start things off. The pistol round here between Sharks and Crew will now not having and switching things out a bit for Sharks one more time. Be that solution needed to stay alive. We'll find out now as the Aldrone comes out towards that
GTN.
It looks like a pressure will come through here. I'll have to see exactly how this will go for Sharks.
Tim Vikings yang bakal lawan Sentinel ntar. Yang sangar banget mukanya kayak mau nampol orang.
It can be pretty crucial to just hold on to that backside, just prevent the opposition from getting all of the post-bomb positions.
Tapi Mousepad-nya
kawaii on that retake. We can see now Crew starting to make their way forwards. Lige able to take down one. Traded though, and Spike only now just getting planted. Let's get there as well. So it feels like the positioning here is quite nice so far for Crew to make this retake happen.
Shark apa Crew?
The positioning for Sharks is somewhat awkward in the corner there. Oh, beautiful paranoia coming through just for the right moment. BenQ though trying to do something with that ghost, but it is all too little and too late. Replay surviving, and there we go.
Exactly how you want to start things off here, Dan, for Sharks. A very strong pistol round, very defaulty, the old school play style that you mentioned before, but understanding how to play it, right? So you have that double duelist getting into the side. Gabish is moving in with the dash on the top of 410, but you stay put behind with Lich. Lich waiting for the right moment to throw the paranoia. The wall going in the back of the side. Now, as Sharks, they hold that W, right? The Brazilian playstyle. You stay inside the A site and you fight back. You're not playing any pulse plant usually with this type of composition, and which is what we see. The angle has to be perfect. The crossbar setup has to be perfect too for Sharks, and it's been good when you also have frenzy rate bosses going in for Sharks' side.
Yeah, it was such a nice timing from them. Releasing the paranoia. Perfect moment. We'll get a quick tech pause here.
Technical pause too.
It's the right moment, I find, you know, because we talked about how positive it was, Dan, for the pistol round results for Crew, and unfortunately, the first pistol round that they now play and the one that they lose at is in an elimination matchup. So getting a tech pause, I think it's going to be a good way to calm the jitters a bit, understand that the Sharks, they're still going to play the same play style. They're still going to play very aggressive. How do you adapt to that right now with the composition that you have?
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun to see, and apologies in advance if any mistakes are made on pronunciations of names. This is a particularly challenging one for us, I have to say, but we'll do our best in that count, and chair modifications happening.
I feel that I spent more time trying to learn the name pronunciations than trying to look at the playstyles, at least for Sharks. But I feel like we were getting close to nailing it, but it's still very fun also just to understand now the clashes of playstyles and stuff that I do. Looking at right now what Crew currently has, Dan, with no flashes in that composition, right? We have a Sova, a Jet, a Sage, a Killjoy, and a Viper.
Kasih gue kerjaan aja yang banyak dah, Riot dah.
Use that Viper to your advantage with the combination of
Kamunya dikasih kerjaan nggak mau kerja.
Mana gue kerjain semua.
When they're going to try to retake these sites,
belum ya yang Jet ya.
Kemarin aku minta.
Gue sebut lagi.
Diomongin lagi.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how that comes about. Are you
diketok rumah
anything in
gua.
particular that you'll be looking out for here?
FBI ya
in
benar.
terms of answers on the defense, do you want to see Crew focusing more on a retake style of play, especially having Viper and so on? And again,
technical pause boleh berapa kali deh setiap match? Kayaknya boleh berkali-kali ya kalau technical mah. Taktikal yang cuma
gimana lagi?
Taktikal 2 kali kayaknya.
Kit for Mazzino right now, right? Save that toxic screen. If you're going to be anchoring towards that B side, very typical. The Viper cloud that you could throw towards that B side just to try to create or deny vision, deny map control on the early rounds of the round, at least for Sharks when they're trying to move forward. But for the retake, the toxic screen, if you throw it out towards the A side, for example, for retakes, for B side for retakes, you could actually allow your teammates to move even closer and really go into the close range battles in the end once the toxic screen goes down. Because again, you don't have any flashes, right? So you're just trying to set up, post up your teammates, and when the wall goes down, it's going to be a bloodbath.
Dari dulu nggak pernah miring.
Absolutely.
Coba
Yeah,
miring.
I've actually been.
Otak gue udah miring masalahnya kalau keyboard gue miring juga.
Very beginning.
Nggak bangga nanti orang tua gue.
Ya udah, gini biar beda dari orang lain. Terbalikin keyboardnya.
Harus beda banget nih sama orang lain ya. Anaknya anti mainstream ya.
Kamu mau sama rakyat lain?
It's a possibility. You never know how the
Kamu
balance changes will
pasaran,
happen, but it's a possibility that Viper
ya kan?
Lah miring pasaran cuy, lurus jarang.
I think it's really cool is that because
Iya,
so many people
kebalik
are
ini kan
we are seeing a lot
kamu
more
satu bumi
creativity
ya,
and people
gimana aku?
understanding how Viper plays at the top level and where she fits in her role in a team and what she's strong at. I think
Gue
that's
mainnya
really
begini ya
cool
kali
because,
ntar ya.
again, once she gets nerfed, there will be new things that will have been
Kayak bisa
discovered
gue kalau
about her
main begini.
kit through this kind of meta that we're experiencing now, where people are playing her a lot, that will be useful going ahead into the future. Much like we saw a resurgence of Sage. Everyone's like, oh, yeah, Sage
kayak kalau gue live gue mainnya begini keren nggak?
She's not useful anymore. But then you see people finding ways to use her. That's super interesting and really effective in current metas. I think Nitro.
Terus kalau mau lompat gue pakai dagu.
Did a lot with that. We saw him bringing out Sage on Ascent.
Pakai spasi pakai dagu.
Yeah, and then now giving it to Ethan, and they've been doing quite well. Unfortunately, not making it right now into the Masters 2 stage. But even looking back at how Viper is so oppressive right now with the new changes, there's also been a recent nerf to her as well, right? Instead of going through anything that has a decay, instead of a 50 decay, it's a 30 decay. And I think the idea behind that is just to allow players not to be too afraid of the toxic screen. So you can still try to swing through it, but only getting a 30 decay, you bring a little bit more confidence as a player trying to bring those surprising battles against your opponent by swinging through those walls. But I think it's still good enough where the post-plant play, the post-plant meta right now for the Viper is still quite effective.
Ini si
Babang
ini nih,
throughout the last 2-3 days that the Viper Cloud with the Snakebite combination at the end has been very strong for players that are, or teams that are still using a Viper into their kit.
Siapa yang?
Definitely, and with that said, it looks like we are back into the action once again. Sharks versus Crew. Here, this is map 1, icebox between these two teams. The loser will be eliminated here from Masters 2, so you don't want to be losing this one. But it's early days, as you'll see Crew get the worst of it, worst end of the stick on the pistol. They don't have too much here. They are going for the save, and we'll see they're making the walk through B long mostly with a 3-player push.
Dah.
Well, Klaus is going to look for information at least, though. That 3-man push is going to help a
Pencet
lot.
Ini soalnya gue nih kalau pencet begini nih commute nih.
Right? So let's see how that plays out.
Yeah, it's looking like Sharks are going to be in such a great position here. They have lost a couple players, in fact. Nice forward kills coming in from Prozen there, able to make things a little bit easier. Crew, though, still doing damage. They've somehow created a 2 versus 2 retake. There's lots of time for them to make this one work as well. That spike is only freshly planted.
Oh, bukan itu Projin Nanat yang mukanya kalem. Yang anak PB itu Projin.
On this next swing from Rafters, able to take down one.
Cari Projin.
Now it's down to Nazget in the 1v2.
Oh, dia yang anak PB.
Oh, did he get spotted? I don't think so, but there we go. Prozen will be able to take him down with the Ghost. And pretty good effort there. That was a full safe round coming through from Crew, and they managed to get quite a bit of damage.
Exactly. Just unfortunately there for Nazget can get more kills so that he could prep up the Blade Storms a little bit faster. But I was chuckling a bit because we literally just talked about, hey, we should actually save our toxic screen for the retakes. But at the same time, I do understand that it's a pistol round.
Crew dari mana? Crew dari Amerika Latin.
Beside a triple push so that if there's actually any contact, you put that toxic screen up, you try to set up your players on crossfire setup aggressively towards that green side of B. And when they didn't see any contact, when they didn't see any information, they know the coast was clear to go towards that flank for Crew to actually be able to make it a 2 versus 2 with only classics on board. So this helps in the economy. We're trying to play aggressively towards this A site at the beginning, and it pays off as Klaus drops a key player as
lihat Denaro udah main ini gimana tangannya?
Yeah, lots of time to work with. At least the spike still able to be collected, and loving the pressure here from Sharks on the A side at the moment. You can see that in terms of the rotations. It's not too certain here for Crew as to what's going on. This holding a 2-1-2 mostly. Ooh, Manzino able to take down Denaro there on B-Long. Still challenging this position is Sharks. Down to 3 players now. Prozen's managed to get really forward positioning, and they surely needs to go with that, but now's got to take him down, and it's just going from bad to worse here for Sharks as Crew are taking liberties. Mazino, look at this push from him around the side on B-Long. Will find the spike and Light as well. Beautiful stuff. Excellent hold from Crew. Kind of felt like Sharks needed to...
Itu keyboardnya di mana bangsat? Di Denaro.
They sort of just got picked off one by one.
Yeah. And even looking at how Crew are playing that defense too, this is where it's going to start getting scary too for
keyboardnya di sini kali ini ya.
Because when they
Oh, dia
only
mainnya
have a
begini kayaknya.
paranoia in their
Keyboardnya di
setup
pinggir
right
banget
now to
meja
try
di
to
gini.
take these sites, I think they might encounter the same issue as if you're trying to play against Sentinels with Shazam, when we're actually going to have an op getting ready towards the A side. He becomes pretty unstoppable because
Dia
there's
menjadi
no
Superman
utility
kayak Blay.
that's going to allow him to roam and move freely towards the A side. And on top of that, when you have a Killjoy to be able to stop any type of pushes, then now you're looking at these toxic screens that it's okay to have them move forward as Stelzik actually goes for the self boost and catches Lightches off guard, drops it, and makes another early 5-on-4 situation. So we talk about aggression from Sharks here, Dan, but it's been Crew all along.
Yeah, such a great forward play, and they're going to be able to fall back. And lots of utility exchange here. The wall was burned. You can see the poison orb is down there as well. And I think at this point, Sharks have made so much noise and investment, it's quite clear exactly what's going on to Crew. And they've got that rotation coming through here to support in the defense of this site. Prozen there pulls out the showstopper, looking for a target, able to find one, does get traded straight away, and so that is still going to leave Crew in a decisive advantage, a great position.
Waduh, gue bangkrut nih kayaknya gue liat-liat nih.
Perhaps something can be done here. Gabish is trying to see what he can do, getting peppered there from distance. This is not looking good right now for Sharks. They try to find a way to get the spike planted, and time is against them as well.
Yeah.
Only 35 seconds, so that rotation feels very long. And they know there's got to be players, or at least somebody watching out for this rotate.
30 seconds left.
Exactly. It's just going to be very difficult, too. And that person now you're talking about, Dan, is going to be Nagzet right now, already aiming down the side pretty much on that mid side. The crossover, he's going to waste time no matter what, right? Even if he loses a couple of fights, doesn't even need to lose it. Gets the last two, and that's an easy lineup right there. Crispy on the shots. We're tied 2-2 at this point, and like you said, Dan, they invested a lot on the attacker side for Sharks on that previous round, just on the amount of utility that was thrown towards that B control to try to take the green side, especially on a player disadvantage. But what I do like from Crew is that they actually get the early man advantage. They don't fight more. They fall back. They play the numbers. They even set up crossfires deep inside the side too. That keeps Parazin guessing with the showstopper as well. So Sharks, they still need a couple of rounds to readjust and understand how Crew plays, but Crew seems to understand how Shark is playing on their side, and they're countering it really well.
Yeah, they're doing a great job, and you can see the response here in the following round is just to send it on that A side. However, the Viper's Pit here from Mazino, you can see this is that elevated Viper's Pit. It's very difficult. I'll have to see if Sharks sort of understands what this Viper's Pit means. Maybe they can get some spray through to the likely positions that Mazino's standing in, but at this point, it's 5v3. An advantage here for Crew. They are looking really good on the shots as well so far. Crispy aim, looking very confident out of the gates so far today. And they will be finishing things off one by one.
Yeah, it's not going to look good for Fra, unfortunately, on this 4v1. He does manage to get one at least, but this should be it, right? They know where he is. They're going to try to peek out. The teammates are coming for it. And Nagzet gets a 4K on that. And as you mentioned, the elevated Viper's Pit, there's so many ways of running that Viper's Pit, either on A side or B side. And even on A side, sometimes you have Vipers that actually want to even control the orb. What I like of how Mazino is actually placing it towards the A side is that it actually denies any type of player on the, or any player, sorry, on the attack that tries to get an early control of 410 at the same time. So when you're looking at a double duelist setup with Sharks, trying to go for a dash onto 410 from Gabish's, or Parazin going to try to go for satchel charges to try to create that one way to fight back towards the defender spawn when you're trying to push your opponent's back. Well, all of that is fully denied from Mazino. And not only that, he gets upper hand advantage, verticality versus the players pushing down towards orb. So that's a very strong position of playing that right now. And Crew, they're just looking to react now on the play of Sharks. They're waiting for the late wall if they come in contact onto tube. And at Sharks, they're still staying stuck in spawn. They're still trying to figure out where these players are playing from Crew, and they just still don't have an answer yet.
We'll be seeing Sharks making their way towards that B-side attack. And this presence is felt, and just look at the control coming through from Crew. Klaus able to pick off one. Gabshis will die before they can even really get ground onto the site. So once again, despite the res coming through, you can see that Viper wall. We talked about this, how potent that toxic screen can be in the retake, but also to prevent the opposition from being able to get to a position to plant the spike. Ice will go up to try to provide some cover. Crash and 1 HP able to get the spike down. And
Bro, itu kayak mantan pro player PB dah. Kayaknya iya sih. Nggak tahu gak?
Such a big flank.
Gue tahu iya juga dari Lulu pada info live chat.
I mean, Denaro is looking for this. It's all about the timing here for Nazget. Able to find one thanks to the reveal from the recon, and the trades start to come through now, but that bomb is ticking away. The pressure is on the defenders here. Crew need to find their way onto this frag, and they're going to get it. Mazzino is just unstoppable so far today. Excellent shooting from him, and that's going to be Klaus with that defuse. And another round in the bag for Crew.
Just so clean on that retake at the same time, and just miscommunication I find that at the same time for Sharks, because yes, Donato, that's the second time that as a Silva player he's continuing to watch that flank, and they have to have those bodies to watch flanks because they don't have a sentinel on top of that on these pulse plants, right? So they need a little bit more communication, because he's watching it but in a different angle that exposes his teammates that aren't watching their back because they're focused on preventing the push and the retake coming back from Crew from the defender side. So just a little bit of a mishap that just makes the whole pulse plant positioning for Sharks just crumble all around. So I see this pause coming in on top. I think it's a great call right now. If this is going to be a pause, a timeout that's needed for Sharks just to try to recuperate, and what can they do now that they have a Blade Storm ready? They can go for this force buy still and try to figure out. I even think that Gabashis could buy a weapon for Brazin instead, so that Brazin doesn't have to get stuck on a Spectre. But overall, man, Crew has been looking really strong on this defense.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying what they're bringing to the table so far. They aren't timid at all. I'm loving the aggression around the B-long position as we go into this tech wars. Talk a little bit more about what we've been seeing so far in this matchup. Crew certainly looking really formidable, and they're looking comfortable as well. And as I was mentioning, just enjoying that B-long aggression. That has caused issues for Sharks. And then equally, when Sharks have tried to more committed play on the A sides, they're kind of struggling in getting backside control. They don't seem to be able to push the defenders out entirely, and that's problematic. And I think we are seeing some of the differences in composition and where the strengths are in having that Viper on Messina, who is phenomenally well so far as well, so that's always helpful. But the Viper does feel like it's making a big difference right now.
Oh, definitely. And even when I look at it, I think you're going to have to ask a lot from Donato at this point, because we've seen so many looks of Crew's defense so far, even just from the way that it plays utility from Viper, right? If it's not an aggressive wall here towards this B side, it's also going to be a wall to prevent a push from yellow. If not, it's also a wall that can help a retake from spawn side into yellow. And you're kind of keeping Sharks guessing. There's no conditioning that Sharks can really do against Crew right now. And so that's why I think Asoba is very important with Donato. He has to start scouting out a little bit more, trying to figure out where the positions are, and then starting to understand where this wall comes up. How can they play this? Is it going to be a passive playstyle, or is it going to be another one of those rounds where Crew just decides to push towards A side, get a couple of kills, fall back on numbers? We've seen, like, what, 4 or 5 different setups, 4 or 5 different variations of Crew's defense, and there's just so many rounds left on that first half that Sharks have to readjust a little bit faster.
Akan kerja di streamer atau kantoran. Gue belum pernah kerja kantoran.
Yeah, definitely. I wonder if Sharks will find more comfort on the defense. You know, find more foul, of course. But it would be cool to see some slower rounds coming through from Sharks. Perhaps going more for like some more aggression. We haven't really seen that too much from them as of yet. But Crew have been playing
keyboard gue seprozin tuh segitu lah,
seprozin. So when that is the case,
miringnya cuma dikit banget. Ya elah.
Committed towards an extremity.
Dikit dah.
In the early rounds.
Gak segini nih, ini kan miring nih. Ini lumayan miring nih. Gue seprozin tadi lah kayak.
On the map that the defenders are where they are weak, which would be middle in that case. So
you're right.
It'll be interesting to see any play there from Sharks' playbook around that position on the map, as Crew haven't been doing too much there themselves.
You're absolutely right.
Nyamain
I think
sama
when you're looking at it at the same time too, where they're trying to hit towards the A side, trying to work the extremities. They've only found Klaus's utility towards that A side defense. They haven't seen anything towards mid yet. And what we know as the observers, third person, the fans watching this game, is that Delzeek's the one that's going to play the Sage inside the tube. Again, reactionary on that wall. And what I like about the reactionary on the wall for Crew is that if they don't place it right away, it could be a very strong wall for the retakes also towards that side. So I think as we're trying to waste out utility for Sharks that they've been doing very well over that B side, I think they could try to rotate a little bit more towards the mid, waste out utility on mid side, and then reset the noise, and then they could maybe attack where Crew will have less utility, and then the aggressiveness, the whole W from Sharks playstyle could maybe shine a little bit more.
Prozin
13 tahun ke atas gue udah jalan gua. Umur 8 tahun masih jaol gua.
Mansen udah juara CSGO. Nah, pikir dah tuh umur Mansen sekarang berapa?
That could be pretty cool as well. And I think for them
kalau mau ngiring opini kalau gua tua gitu deh.
It probably does start with winning B long. Because with winning B long, it feels like it's going to be a committed push, but you still have a lot of options as the attackers to kind of safely fall back and rotate out. As long as you don't get completely crunched through the middle, then you'll be good to do that. So that could be one of the ways that they could accomplish that. So with that said, Crew again, they've been pretty good around that B long position. I enjoyed seeing how they utilize Sage to drop the wall there and just make things really oppressive for Sharks as they try to take control there and put them in a position where for Sharks to then take the control, they almost had to overcommit their own utility.
Mansen udah juara CSGO, means minimal turnamen 17 tahun.
They're doing a good job in preventing Sharks from really playing how they want to.
Turnamen minimal 17 tahun. Ya udah kita ambil 17 tahun ya. Berarti rentan beda Prozin sama Mansen 17 tahun. Kalau sekarang Prozin 20 tahun berarti
the tables have turned pretty much. When they played against Fnatic, yes, they won pistol. They won the converting round on the anti-eco. But anything after that was just seeing how Crew was getting punished just every single time by Durkra, especially on Haven, pushing down towards that site. So as we talk about them trying to evolve a bit towards that meta and realizing that they need a little bit more than just not learning the compositions, but to elaborate a little bit that play style and to have more variations on that defense, at least in terms of variations on defense, is definitely shining on this matchup or in this matchup versus Sharks. And like I said before, it's a play style that they're used to right now because of the regions that they're in, that they're fairly close between Brazil and Latin America. And that play style is fairly familiar when you're looking at, for example, game leaders, right, with Envil Uzira coining the play style of shooting, the way that they're playing aggressively on the Brazil side. It seems like even in Latin America, you are trying to coin that a little bit more too. So when you have so many tapes from the European side and understands now, okay, Viper could be very good, Astra could be very impressive, and let's try to bring us how we're pushing so aggressively on this double duelist setup and this holding W playstyle, then that's where it starts coming together a little bit easier for Crew right now because they're just the typical playstyle of Sharks. Would it work right now versus Fnatic? Probably not, because that's the results that we saw. Would it work versus Sentinels right now? They didn't have a chance to test it yet. They didn't have a chance to really taste what North America is like as well online. So just this is familiar territory for them, which is why you see a little bit more comfort in that playstyle of how they want to push a little bit more aggressively as well, and it's paying off in dividends.
Yeah, love to see that. I'm always a fan of an aggressive playstyle. Be quite an aggressive player myself, coming from the world of Quake. But we were talking
non-stop, right? You keep playing Raze right now in your ranked games, just trying to push satchel charge kills.
But
yeah, we're just swapping out a PC. It should be good to go in a moment here.
Ya 28 Maret rentan penyakit orang tua. Yang jadi moderator baru tolong ngomong itu. Stefan Rano.
I think it is really interesting to see the Brazilian teams because they are, at least in the Counter-Strike world, synonymous with this like aggression. You were expecting them to be extremely aggressive to a fault, and
Nah, inilah sampai pagi sampai kelar.
It's almost like
Bisa 17 tuh kata Rano.
everything so that we can make sure that we can
Wah,
have
salah banget anjing gua angkat jadi
aggressive play style.
jadi jenderal di channel gua. Rano,
it's pretty amazing in a sense
you
that once,
fail me,
in
Rano.
that scene, at least in Counter-Strike, we got to saw some amazing talent coming up through that. It wouldn't necessarily produce, let's say, like world-beating teams, but when you're taking off all of the limitations just so you can play very aggressively, you really get to discover new things, which other teams and players might not get to discover about themselves in terms of the kinds of plays you can make and the peaks you can actually make work. At this level, some of the rules, the kind of conventional rules and the fundamentals of the game kind of go out of the window a little bit, because when you're playing at the pro level, everyone's extremely talented, and with a slight edge, one player can really take a lot out of it. That you've got to listen to your instincts. You've got to make sure that you're in a position to do that, because I think one issue that players experience when they play at this level is they want to play, but there's almost this irony to that can also put you in a position where you're going to be limiting your kind of intuition and the kind of the maneuvers that you want to make by instinct, where there's a little voice telling you got to go and do this, but the pressure comes through and you're thinking to yourself, I don't want to lose this match, there's a lot on the line, I just want to play correct, I don't want to take the risks. But if you're too risk averse, you're not going to really understand what you're capable of. And that was, again, like going back to the Brazilians, something I always really appreciate is that they are so fiery, they're so good at dealing with pressure, they're so good at bending the game to their will. And I think that's one of the things I always enjoy the most about watching them, and especially watching them on LAN.
Yep. This is why I want to see a player like Gabish just right now, currently playing the Jet for Sharks, just to unleash the power as well and play how he's meant to play. Because when we watched him yesterday versus New Turn, he was even bringing out a Sage at some point, I think on Haven, when they won that 13-5 against New Turn, and he was unstoppable as that Sage. So imagine the power that he could bring in, playing as a Jet at the same time. If you've been following towards the Brazilian region, I think this is going to be something that could definitely help Sharks at the same time. Patty Pan, for example, just flying long hair, don't care, and just going around the side as that Jet and just opening it up with the daggers, also with the operator too. We haven't seen so far the economy work in the favor yet of Sharks, where they could actually bring out the operator potentially on the attack, because you look at a lot of these maps so far here, Dan, where opping is not that common these days on the attacker side, but I do find definitely that a map like Icebox could definitely work.
Yeah, I completely agree with that, and we're back into the action once again. We'll get the drone coming through from Denaro towards A. Again, we mentioned that, A has been, I mean, pretty much everything's been difficult for Sharks. Usually, so far, crew have been able to hold on to this backside control, which is a huge win if you are the defenders looking to coordinate a retake. So we'll see if Sharks can do anything different here to have some success on this A site.
Well, they know that there's an operator right now towards the A side, but the thing is, Light is a little bit too far back. They want to try to push out with a Paranoia, for example, but this recon dart is perfect to create that space, and like we said, Gabish is now on the top of 410. They should be able to take this back control.
Abis anjing senjatanya.
Just going to swing through. Fantastic shot coming through from Nasket as well.
Abis beli Phantom.
Nasket might be able to find some more here.
10.000 dari Iya apaan? Pesan, umur hanya angka. Jiwa tetap 18 tahun. Ya kan Pak D?
Nggak Pak D juga dong anjay.
Sharks will go down, and again they're just unable to get control, like full control of the site.
Yeah. It looked like it was, though, Dan, because, like I said, they had control of 410. You had Prazin already close towards that screen. The smoke was already coming out, but that's the issue again. Now when you're looking, okay, we're playing an Omen instead. How can we run and actually cover and prevent any type of visibility or angles being held by the defender side? Let's throw some dark covers. What happens then within the dark cover? Because it's so huge within that space, you could play inside it. You could also be not afraid of it, just like Crew aren't. And the way that they've been swinging through, Klaus coming out just to get the two duelists down has been huge into the 2 kills that helped Crew to win that round. So yes, despite you threw the recon dart to come out, I think we were missing a couple of paint shells if I didn't see it at the right spot, but I think they had to find something else at this point. Everything I've been trying here for Sharks just hasn't been working, unfortunately.
Yeah, and it's also quite difficult too, because we haven't really been seeing defaulting from Sharks. They haven't really set too much in the way of expectation towards Crew or conditioned them all that much. And once you're this far into your half as well, you know, it gets kind of difficult because you've kind of lost the the time needed to kind of do that. So in that sense, you know, they could go to a default style right now, but I think Crew are very comfortable just playing just on the sides and just playing generally quite passive. That's a dangerous place for Sharks to be in, because it means that it means that Sharks are playing against opposition that are just super comfortable not having info. And the reason is because Crew have just been sitting on the sides and just reacting and defending really well. There hasn't really been the need for Crew to take risks to get information. And in the perfect world, in a top level match, what you're looking to see is you're looking to put the defenders in a position where they're always scared because they're like, we don't have enough information, we need more information.
Hello guys, I'm back.
And right now Crew is not
I feel young today.
Are pretty content with where they're at.
Exactly, which is why Klaus is swinging out like that and getting 2Ks, right? So at the same time, as much as you're thinking that you're getting map control, you're still playing into Crew's game. The timing that they've got from Klaus to swing out to get those 2 kills was probably a surprise for Sharks, because we haven't seen that yet on these type of plays where they think they have a sight, but no, they don't. If not, it's just going to be very aggressive at the beginning, where you could maybe expect it, because you're basically pushing from spawns, coming in from the defender side. This time it doesn't. We have an aggressive Hunter's Fury, a big recon dart that's pinged so many players right now. It's just going to be Sharks, unfortunately, 1 player behind, 1 player also at half HP in Light, and they're just trying to get this plant down towards the A side, but there's so much utility from Killjoy that's going to deny this right now.
Yeah, looking to do the damage that they can on this save round. Beanbot sent forward, nice shock dart coming through as well, making life a little bit more challenging here for Sharks. Looking to get that spike planted. It might not happen at this point. It's not too much left in the way of players here for Sharks to really have any breathing room to get the spike planted. But Crew, they may actually force Sharks to plant, because that gives them the information as to where one player is, allows them to creep forward. Risk coming through from Crew, actually. Just one more player left, Denaro on the site will be dealt with. So, a couple kills. It's something, at least. And I have to say, you know, kills have been hard to come by from Sharks, generally speaking.
Yep.
So far in this game.
Definitely, and I think it's not to the detriment of Sharks' skill right now. It's just the positioning has been very good, right, for how Crew has been setting up. Because you saw that operator, he didn't really want to commit going out towards that window when he knows that Denaro is right there by the ropes, trying to get a default plan, trying to go for a fake plan, and they're swinging, they're jiggling, they're peeking at the same time. While he's doing that, another attacker is coming in from the left side at screens, just trying to get that angle, which is why I kind of see where Fra wanted to pull out the res. They wanted to bait it out and force the operator to come out at the same time. But Crew, they just didn't bite the bait. It was just easier. And you know what? When you're playing a bait versus the Sharks and it's not working, there's something that shows the confidence from Crew's side.
I like the delay here from Crew as well on this B side. We can see that Sharks have set their sights to attack B, and we've got that Viper wall ready to go, the Killjoy utility as well. And this is just going to slow things down. Wow, okay. Oh, God, Crew have just annihilated Sharks. I don't even know what happened there. But now there's just Brazen left. And he's stuck, and that's going to be good for the Prime Gaming Force.
Yeah.
Definitely. I mean, they had the toxic screen up on the defender side, and I don't know if you've noticed the little X's on that mini-map when they died. Everybody pretty much lined up very close to the wall where they hoped that they weren't going to get one. Actually, they spotted the enemies before the wall even came up. So now you have 2 players now spamming from site, 1 from Snowman, and it's just a shooting gallery pretty much, where unfortunately for Sharks, they're not, nothing is working in their end. I'm repeating myself at this point too, but it's just like you want to have some sort of hope right now for Sharks, but any type of like light at the end of the tunnel gets immediately shut down here by Crew. It's just darkness all the time.
Try to eliminate things with this push. Keeping it quite simple and straightforward. They're just going for full pushes to one bomb side or the other. Gabashi's able to take down that turret and forward position. Coming through as well. They saw that backside control. We talked about how important that is, and the Hunter's Fury will come through to deny the lockdown. Denaro able to do some good damage there. Prozin able to finish off one with that showstopper. But this is looking very difficult right now, once again, for Sharks. Spike is not down, and we've got Crew just marching through the site on the retake, and they're only down a single player at this point. Man, the confidence here from Crew is something to behold as they go 8-2 on this defensive side.
And didn't even mind putting the Viper Spit down too, just to have like a triple peek in the end, so not even playing really in the screen. And it looked very disruptive. It looked like you wanted to put all your eggs into one basket to hopefully get something done, because you've invested in a Hunter's Fury and a Showstopper. The space was created at least on the right side of the site. But where was that smoke? There was no smoke there towards screen. An easy kill coming through. And even on top of that, even if it was smoked on screens from Light, there was a recon dart that came out from B&J, from Crew, that even pinged out Fra trying to go for a plant. So we talked about how good the recon darts, how Sova could be on these retakes, and Crew just takes the upper hand one more time. So you're seeing now Marshall's coming out, a half buy coming in right now. I see a Bulldog, because I think you're buying pretty much so you can have enough into the last round, and they just have to try to scrape something right now. It's just they're not finding any gold in what they're digging.
All right, good catch from Prozin. Close out of the picture, and with that, that's a lot of pressure, because you can see that Crew are playing pretty aggressively towards B in mid at the beginning. They had this ice walk up, and also they had the toxic screen that's very forward on B long. So this is the perfect response, Sully, from Sharks.
Yep. And that's how you reply. Unfortunately, a dry peak to come through, and at the same time, you saw a little bit of a lurk, right? I think for Prazin, he was looking to create that space, but look at everybody else from Sharks. They were looking to creep slowly towards this B side, first rotation out, and end up towards the B side. But they know this for Crew. Mazzino is just playing all the way back towards Snowman, where they were able to open that gallery range before, the shooting range up towards the long side. But with this Marshall, can they open it up here with Gabish's?
Yeah, you really want to see some impact from this Marshall. The dark covers are going down, though, to cover opportunities to get that spy planted. There might be opportunities here as well for Crew players to sneak through, but in fact, Sharks going very aggressive indeed, but it's going to be massive to pick up a double, and that's going to make life quite difficult. The spike, is there going to be enough time here? That's it, going forward, he will get the denial on the plant of the spike, and that's going to be good for the round victory.
Gila, ini Crew mainnya benar-benar YOLO banget.
Standing, but another round to Crew.
No, never.
One more to go. I mean, you are so close to almost getting around. And I did like what I saw, though, from Sharks, right? They tried to do things a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more of a surprise play, pushing through the dark cover from Light so they could get towards that spawn. And that's where I think having a Viper instead would have been so good, because we're seeing this a little bit more at the same time, where you're throwing a toxic screen from green all the way across to the B side and all the way across the spawn at the same time. So denying that vision, pushing through that instead, and then using maybe if you have a Sky in there for flashes, allows you to get the control towards that B side and play a much stronger post plan, just as we saw actually in the last series between Crazy Raccoon and X10. That said, though, last round of the half, we're just going to try to go aggressively, hold W towards this B side. The recon dart towards the back of the side. Klaus going for an Odin Vandal in the back of the spawn, but it's still going to be Sharks getting the first blood.
Claus in a great position. Oh, the lineup there. Only good for the one. B&J from up high there. Looking to make his way through kitchen. And there's not a lot in the way of holes here for either side at this point. Well, Gauchi's with the blaze limit required.
Ngapain gue beli headset wireless kalau gue pakai kabelnya anjing.
B&J's been great with those shock darts.
Ya kalau pas lagi main pakai kabel, kalau pas lagi
nonton pakai wireless. Sharks has been very difficult, very traumatic. Masino just charging through there, spraying wildly.
GSP mau
banget. It looks like Sharks might be good for this one here. They take advantage on the player numbers. 3, well now 2 versus 2 as Nazget pushes forwards.
It's not really planning for them either.
Caught by the paranoia, the pressure comes through though. There is the defuse, is actually sticking it towards halfway.
There's
nobody peeking or spamming this. In fact, Crew are going to steal it away. Light does not get the challenge in time, and that's a 10-2 first half in favor of Crew. It just seems like Sharks have so much trouble getting a spike planted. Having to come up with so much.
You just have to thank B&J actually on that last round for Crew, because getting that recon dart out to actually ping out the spike carrier and then going for the shock dart kill onto Fra. Now you're denying time, You're running down that clock, and now you're making the attackers a little bit more nervous of where they should plant. Like that shot dark kill was perfect. Now you pick up the spike. It's like, well, by then the defenders might have rotated. I cannot plant out in the open anymore for a pulse plant. So he goes for a safe plant at least to secure that and a pulse plant in favor of Sharks. But when it's not planted for you in the way that you're retaking at the same time, you only have a sheriff on top of that on a 2 versus 1. Very hard to do. So you're hoping to change things around now on the defender side for Sharks. Let's see if it pays off.
Yeah, Sharks looking to go aggressive here with Gavshis. We'll see what he's able to actually do. Gets quite deep in this position. Finds Mazzino. That's a nice early open for Sharks. But the push towards the A site is where the real action is. You see that Frazan has really delayed things with that ice wall and really caused pause for thought for Crew as they look to rotate back with the spike. A 4v5 situation here for Crew. It's not fun, but at least on the attack, it's, you know, you can choose where you pile in those numbers. And you can see that on B, Sharks are playing retake. In fact, they're playing retake really everywhere.
Very passively, yeah.
Nggak bisa, ntar gue ganti
BNJ all the way back towards that spawn side, so you can look up towards if anybody's going up on the tube side, because you still have the Jet alive here, right? For Gavishis at the same time. For Nat Zet at the same time.
Ntar gue ganti source audionya ngaco lagi.
So very passive. They look to play that retake, and they're just giving up the site.
Nice with some good damage there at a distance. We'll get the wall up for the safe plant. The pick comes through as well. 4 versus 4. Crew looking to hold on to these 4 positions. BNJ, really great spot to be in. Lots of angles to worry about, but you can see looks like it's going to be Frazan who will fall to him. Delzik with a nice one, the classic as well. That's going to be a 2v2 now as it falls onto BNJ. Is he able to make this one work? They're able to get the defuse started. Now the pressure is on for BNJ. Has to swing around the corner. Has to go all the way here. The stick is coming, and the stick is good.
That was so nice. You got to thank the stars there for that wall that came up at least towards the end so that they could actually get that defuse. It's a nice valiant attempt on that pulse plan for B&J to try to win that one. Yes, the round comes in for Sharks. It was a much-needed pistol, but you have lost every single one of your players. And I think because you have so much of a cushion, and you're so comfortable right now on how the results have been here for Crew, I wouldn't be surprised if you actually have a 4-spy going into the second round right now. You could definitely force up the Spectres. The Stingers, even though you think that the Stingers might not be as good, it's still damn good right now in this meta, in this patch. And you see it, Spectres all across the board, full shields, small shields on the attack. So even though here, Sharks, they won that round, they're still going to be in a tough spot.
Definitely, and you can see that there's early information there for Sharks. And you can see also that Scavishis actually wanted to try to punish based off of that, but maybe going a little bit too deep. Gets caught out, and that's going to be a pretty decisive advantage coming in now for Crew. You can see right now, Crew are really trying to punish the lack of information here for Sharks. Sharks don't quite know where this attack is coming. The last information they had was towards A, but Crew have cut noise entirely.
Yeah. At this point, I think even at the same time for Sharks, stacking up more towards one extremity seems to make sense because, again, no Sentinels. The only way you can get information is from a Sova. You're trying to recharge the recon dart just to try to get the information. Now they're gambling towards the A side, and that's where the hit is coming.
And they're able to defend 1-for-1 at least. Looking quite good here for Sharks so far. Naro from up above there with the shock darts could do a lot of damage with this one. Ooh. 2v3 for Crew. Light will make his way around 410. Has to be careful though, Light is somewhat isolated from his teammates. Oh, Frazan able to get it going there on the flank. And a 1-for-1 ensues there, leaving Mazzino in a 1 versus 2. Donaro with that high ground advantage, able to take it down.
Come back.
Sharks, they pick up a defensive round. Really nicely done, especially given that they lost Gavishis very early on in the round.
Yeah. I also like the play here from Sharks too. They had a flank coming in later on as well. So not having that Sentinel and trying to get a little bit more information. How do you want to play this right now? Rotating players, but at the same time, you want to try to go for these sometimes aggressive pushes just to try to get information, especially when you're man behind. It's some of the basic things that you want to look at when you're playing a tactical FPS. Is if you don't have a way to find information, you're pretty much at a one-man deficit or maybe two-player deficit. You kind of want to force the hand a little bit so you can guess a little bit better and stack up your numbers on the opposite end where the hit should be coming. And it worked fairly well here once Crew made it back out here
guys, ini fun fact, gue belum masuk Valorant dari hari apa ya gue terakhir main Valorant.
Even with Spike Plan, it's not enough for them to go
dari
back
sebelum nonton VCT ini,
a situation where they can hurt the economy
dari sebelum nonton Master,
and they're going to have to go with shares.
Yeah, B&J falling on belts already. And Gavashis wants to get in on the action, finds a nice little timing cat.
Setelah Master gue belum pernah main.
Orang kamu di tengah-tengah nonton VCT Master main sama Arab.
Oh iya, betul.
Looks like the danger is almost gone.
Itu.
Just as they say that, of course, Klaus able to take down Gavashis.
Itu doang.
You can see that Gavashis really wants to get in on the
kemarin
action.
Itu doang game gue.
Yeah. Well, we've mentioned it before, right? Like, unleash it, try to gain that confidence, especially against an anti-eco. Just pushing forward and being able to land those shots is definitely going to help them build that back and potentially help Sharks move back into the second half of this portion of the map.
Mengentot. Ketiban kabel headset, presetnya keganti lagi loh anjing.
Closer now. Really looking for that damage.
30 seconds left.
Would be really great for Crew if they could find at least one more kill, but looking unlikely here. Ooh, as you know, not the best timing on that one. Will get taken down by Razan. And there we are, Sharks. Could very well be stringing some momentum together here now as they are going to winning ways in the last couple rounds. But the question here for me, Van Silly, is what are they going to do with their buy? Because are they going to carry forward some Spectres? Are they going to just rebuy everything into rifles? I mean, this is a very long-range map, so...
Yeah. I think right now, keeping the Spectres and having Gabish's even going with the Operator into this round, I think this is actually a good call for Sharks at the same time, because now you could have an anchor player towards A side or B. Looks like Gabish's is playing towards B side instead, about to come head-to-head. Oh, I like it. That's what we talked about before. The Allen drone to try to create a diversion or even try to push your opponents back, and that actually stresses out Gabish's gets spotted, and Nagzet is able to swing out with the Vandal. So, I like I said, the call was good, but at the same time, that's how you deny it.
Yeah, for sure. There's a reason why that drone on Belong is so powerful, just as you described, and that's a huge loss. Gavish is with that Operator. It will actually be collected, as we just saw, by Frizan, so we'll see if... Oh, no. Frizan also going down. Crew are really having their way with Sharks at this point, taking down pretty much everybody in these forward positions. And they have cut a clear path towards the spike point here on this B site.
Latin America.
And at this point, Sharks might just want to try to save what they have. I mean, they do have Gavishis able to get the Blaze Storm out in the next round.
Exactly.
So possibly Gavishis could drop somebody and they would be able to get a decent enough buy. But it is certainly a desperate scenario for Sharks.
This is exactly why, Dan, I was saying that the call was actually a good one here for Sharks to actually invest into that Operator and save the Spectres into like their bonus round into this round, round number 16, just for the sheer fact that if Gabish's does die and they are able to save a couple of weapons, they could still have the Blade Storm into the next. And a Blade Storm, it could definitely be considered like a regular rifle right now, especially when it's wielded by a player like Gabish's. He could definitely turn it around here back for Sharks' favor if he gets good positioning right now on how aggressive he could be on this defender side now with the Blade Storm out. So we'll see what the economy is going to be like very soon here for Sharks, but with those two weapons that are saved, if you're new here to Valorant, moving into the next round, the ones that are able to stay alive, you only get 1,000 credits. So you don't get the full bonus of that everybody else would get, which is right now should be at 1,900 if I'm not mistaken, because you won 3 rounds in a row, you lost them right now as you see on the scoreboard. So they don't have that much money, but still good enough to buy for their opponent, or for their teammates rather, where now you're really at the bottom of the barrel in terms of what you have.
Wih, itu slower pace gagal gitu.
Looks like a missed lineup there, Van Silly. Don't know if you call that ISORB just whiffing, but unfortunate. Unfortunately, never want to see that. But we have more presence towards the A site this round, so looking to see what Sharks are going to be able to do to hold this, or whether they'll actually try to give it up and play retake. They have two players quite deep on B long at the same time, so
yeah.
The issue with this for Sharks is that Crew can just do what they're doing here, which is pressure A pretty heavily, cut noise, and try to bait rotation and punish it. And they're actually giving up the flanks now, our Crew, as they want to actually commit onto the A site finally.
Yeah, because you had a turret to watch flank and Mazzino towards that spawn side. What on defense you have right now is Prazine. He's gonna. I love this combo, the slow orb with the paint shells, just to try to slow things down a little bit more for your teammates to rotate over. But the map and the A site is currently taken control by Crew.
Buset, reveal semua tuh.
Yeah, able to find that forward ground using the ice wall to get that plant down safely. There is a hole that we can see. Sharks trying to exploit it, trying to dive in there, trying to get. Or make it so that spike does not get planted, but they will not be able to make that happen, and they gave up a lot.
Lu sendirian, Blay. Ada Nanak tidur nih harusnya.
Trying to dive on top of that spike, so now in a 2v5 retake, that's certainly quite difficult, especially on this site, especially with the plant being somewhat open. And you can see once again back to a save, and Gavish's actually still has the Bladestorm available.
Bladestorm, yeah. Yeah, so he could definitely drop this Vandal out for a teammate, go with the Bladestorm, and still you might have something working for Sharks. And I saw a little bit of frustration going on at the same time for Gabishes. You saw him, he's just pre-firing shots. Okay, they're trying to hunt him down. I'm okay with that at the same time too for Crew. And as they move up towards Tube, unfortunately now, another fall. That's going to be Leitch. And that's even going to be even worse now for Sharks at map point. And the economy should be fairly low, but to get back here, Dan, about that frustration from Gabishes, he was just going for those pop shots into the A site, saying, hey, come at me. Like, I need to bring this confidence back into the second map. I don't mind going for aim battles here towards the A side and try to see if I could just pop your head if you're going to try to peek out towards pipes. But what I do like from Crew, hey, they're strolling right now. They're gliding away, and they're strolling into the victory of the first map, and they don't want to overcommit. They just want to play their own game plan, their own style, and their what they prepared for this matchup, and they're playing it perfectly. Their game plan.
Yeah, definitely. It does seem like Crew a level above at the
tim
moment.
Aja digoreng Nutur lawan beginian 2-1. Ini tim aja digoreng kagak menang samsep kecuali pistol sama Ikoran lawan Fanatic.
I'm actually surprised we didn't see the Bladestorm a little bit
digoreng earlier. Apa maksudnya digoreng?
But we'll see if they're able to do a better job here on this defense. It does seem like, Gabishes has really struggled to get the openings that he's been looking for, whether it be on B long or, elsewhere when the operator is in hand. And I feel like I like Crew's approach. We saw a more conventional approach from them in that previous round where they create some presence across the map and then they start pressuring the A side of the map much more heavily and they kind of cut noise for a little bit and just see what their opponents will throw at them utility-wise, maybe see if they can punish rotations before finally, making the full push a little bit later on. I think that approach is quite good. It gives you options. And it creates a sense of desperation for the defenders as well, because they don't know what's going on.
And this round, Dan, here, it looks like Sharks are looking to play a position where they could maybe move a little bit more aggressively, gain that early map control on that B side, and potentially rotate out Gabishes on A after. Usually I see like an Omen trying to anchor out on his own towards B, but it's actually going to be Gabishes that's going to try to push forward first. With that, though, a default being held by Crew, expecting some sort of aggression coming out from mid side, from A side, and it was so close. You saw Donato inching over and decides to fall back, and he's able to just survive for a bit and really keep it on the 5 versus 5. But the Aldrone comes in towards the A side. They have a Hunter's Fury too. This could definitely help out to open the A site.
Gatal nih gua habis minum susu tenggorokan gua.
Yeah, the slower pace from Crew is actually
what the fuck are you still in here? If you don't understand, just go, bro.
Mid and some investment of utility. And Aldrone's going out in the mid round now in mid from Denaro to try to find out what exactly Crew are doing. Oh, the timing on the toxic screen couldn't have been better, but doesn't matter. Gabishes is there to punish, and Mazzino goes down. And there's 40 seconds to go to get the spike planted, and at this point, Crew are starting to feel perhaps some desperation. They need to get all of the bodies on a site. It looks like B is going to be that site.
Oh, and because they have a res too, I was going to say it could be stressful at the same time too because they drop Mazzino, which means they don't have a toxic screen to go back towards B. But forcing that res and just booking it back towards the A side, it could keep Sharks guessing, but they still have 2 players inside the site with great angles so far.
And here we are, we're going to get Maximus charging forwards. There's the Viper's Pit from up high, gets taken down immediately. Hunter's Fury gets sent through the side as well. Spike is coming down, the lockdown sent out by Klaus as well. And time is of the essence here to get that plant. Just enough time for the NJ though. Gavashi's all on Gavashi's. Out comes the blades! Right click is not good. It's going to be locked in by Crew. BNJ with the final frag onto Gavashi's. Looks fantastic from start to finish in this one. It is just map 1, but from what I've seen here so far, I am really enjoying how confident and how beautiful and methodical the gameplay is from Crew.
This, Dan, is definitely night and day from their matchup against Fnatic. We've seen the level of comfort, the aggressiveness that they come out on the defender side. And also just playing numbers, playing passively on the defender side too. It has been working well for them. All timings have been working well for Crew at the same time. And look at the smiles that they have. They're confident right now into this whole series. They know now they have what it takes to continue such a deep run here in the lower brackets. And it starts off here with a dominant victory on Icebox. And now Sharks, pressure is on.
Yeah, it really is. It was such a great performance from Crew, and it's interesting too because we do have Bind next, I believe, and you know, Crew are actually a team that do like to ban both Icebox and Bind a lot of the time, so it's fun that we've seen these ones coming up for them. Obviously, you know, everybody knows how to play these maps. It really is just about your comfort in terms of your preparation and sometimes other things too. Sometimes, you know, teams will they'll be feeling it, you know, that they've just had a few good scrims perhaps, and they're like, you know what, we actually feel really good on this map.
Wah, berapa? 1.800.
So it's gonna be interesting to see if
1.876 tuh.
well for
vote Sharks with 1.876 poin.
Less default centric team. So maybe they'll find more love on Bind with a more set piece oriented approach.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think for Sharks' end, as we talked about how their map pool wasn't that deep, right? And it's only really around the Icebox, the Bind, and the Haven. Bind itself, when they first came in here, they actually had a couple of changes in their composition. We'll have to see if they stick around to that at the same time. But when you look at Crew's side, again, studying the demos coming out from North America, from Europe, adopting a little bit more of that European play style, going with double initiator, putting a Brimstone right now in the composition too, which is something that Sharks has switched over at the same time going into this tournament. It could be a very good matchup in the end for this second map. This, for me, honestly, Dan, could be a toss-up on that second map between these two teams just because of how they could evolve by simply changing into a Brimstone instead of playing an Omen. I still find that Brimstone is very good on this map. The smokes that you could put up towards that A side on both sides of triple instead of playing dark covers, right? We've seen how difficult it was for playing dark covers for Sharks because you had players on Crew that were able to swing out and just surprise them at the same time. But overall in this first map, you definitely have to turn the page, put that behind you for Sharks. And this is not unfamiliar territory, Dan, because at the same time, when you watch the series of Sharks, it's always like a 13-5 for against them or a 13-5 for them. And we've seen that against Newturn. So I still wouldn't be nervous if I was a fan of Sharks. I still think they have what it takes to bring this to a third map.
And with that said, it is time to toss it to a quick break. We'll go to the analyst and then back.
Kameranya bagus amat, buset. Blay, kita sambil nunggu, kita buka ini kali, buka yang serem-serem apaan, Blay ya? Buka apa yang serem-serem ya? Penampakan hantu di Jakarta. Anjay. Atta Halilintar ngentot. Heboh video penampakan hantu nyata di Indonesia 2018. Atta Halilintar. The fuck? Ini apaan? Kena serang jetis delimas. Sambil nunggu, Blay, sambil nunggu. Teramil ke muka. Aduh, kecil banget lagi. Babi. Hah? Aduh. Apa tadi tuh di ngomong ya? Babi apa ya? Terima kasih Ultra Milk Mocha. Ketik Pongko Blay, Kiprana Lewu. Sabar nih, pokoknya gue cari dulu di tab yang lain ya. Kalau gue udah ketemu baru. Iya emang screen belum diganti, sabar Blay. Takut Blay, seru Blay tapi Blay. Gue lagi nge-search penampakan hantu, apa ada live-nya Felix anjing. Coba Ujang Bustomi Blay, coba lihat. Ujang Bustomi. Duel versus Dukun Santet. Apa pula ini anjing? Ah mager Blay ngeliat begini apaan, santet-santetan. Blay, lu nggak ada yang tahu Blay. Lu nggak ada yang tahu Blay. Satu aja gitu yang serem Blay, yang seru. Ini nunggu game 3 apa map kedua? Map kedua. Try not to scare challenge. Master
10.000 dari Ultra Milk Mocha. Pesan, udahlah pakai ginian ae. Ribet verifikasi mulu pakai PayPal. Fuck.
Iya emang. Kalau PayPal verif mulu. Thank you Ultra Milk Mocha. Nih Blay, top 15. Gue udah nemu nih Blay.
Diskon produk mulai Rp5.000 di WIB Tokopedia tanggal 25 sampai akhir bulan.
Number 15, Bedroom Exorcism. If you think you can brave these 15 videos, then you're braver than most. Our first entry has been getting big attention in the Spanish-speaking YouTube community. It's a video of two people performing an exorcism on a girl who clearly looks unwell. There's 2 eggs on this plate. The priestess cracks one egg, and it appears perfectly normal. But after rubbing the other egg on the possessed girl's skin, it cracks open to a pure black sludge, which is an extremely creepy sign. But things get even more bizarre as the girl sits up with very dilated eyes and drinks the sludge, which causes her to shake and twitch. And the full video cannot be found on YouTube because it gets even more disturbing. I think only seeing this part of the ordeal is enough to terrify anyone who isn't brave. Number 14. Hand on shoulder. You never know when you'll face passing on. So what happens when it's not yet time for you to go? A shopkeeper in Adana, Turkey, escaped after a man passing by touched his shoulder and warned him to look behind him, alerting the oblivious man to the fact that the cover of a passing truck's back end was open. The metal piece flung toward him, but he managed to move out of the way to avoid getting hurt, or much worse.
Belum mulai Blay, sambilannya
even knows to warn him. He hadn't even turned around to look at the approaching truck, before reaching out to the shopkeeper.
Ih, suara annoying banget anjing, dari yang serem jadi kagak serem-serem sama sekali.
Cause him to search his house. He says hello down the stairs. Is someone or something there? He decides to go into his basement to investigate. The wooden steps are incredibly rickety. As he's nearing the bottom, a terrifying racket is heard upstairs. He runs for his life, only to find his kitchen chairs precariously stacked up, balanced one on top of the other. The dining room light is swinging around. The shot is still as the man crosses the
match, and that transferred altogether to 13.
Dari yang serem jadi kagak ada serem-seremnya, bangsat lah. Dunia lain lawang sewu. Ah, gue udah sering banget ngeliat ini. Gue udah pernah ke Lawang Sewunya, bahkan Black ke tempat itu. Bang, nobar final MU aja, buset, gue langsung kagak bisa live 6 bulan anjing. Main Seat TV yang terbaru. Gila lu kalau ngebahas begini cepet banget lu pada. Ini udah mau mulai juga nih. Dikit lagi mulai.
Ikutan kejar diskon produk mulai Rp5.000 di WIB Tokopedia tanggal 25 sampai akhir bulan. Belanja yang ini atau...
Tapi kayak serunya mindset.
Ikutan kejar diskon produk mulai Rp5.000 di WIB Tokopedia tanggal 25 sampai akhir bulan. Belanja yang ini atau ini.
There's something over there, is that it?
Hello? Halo. Baru timestamp apa? Timestamp.
Ikutan kejar diskon produk mulai Rp5.000 di WIB Tokopedia tanggal 25 sampai akhir bulan. Belanja yang ini atau ini cukup Rp5.000 aja. Jangan lupa nikmati gratis ongkir pakai GoSend.
Belum bisa. Gak ada timestamp apa? Asli gue kalau nonton begini gue cari timestampnya bangsat.
Can you give us a sign that you're here with us right now? Have you felt anything at all? I really haven't. No. I haven't much either. Where's Tanner? Yo. I got dragged across the living room, like 15 feet.
Ah.
He went somewhere else in his mind, I guess.
Or not? Yeah, obviously.
I had no interest in staying there. I needed no more evidence. I was well in their region in Brazil has been Vikings. So you definitely could see a little bit more of that Viking play style into this lineup for Sharks. And I'm also a huge fan of the double initiator. And at that point, there's going to be a mirror composition or mirror matchup between these two teams. Because Light used to play an Omen, now going to a Brimstone. And now we're also live in a pistol round with Crew starting things off here on the defender side.
Yeah, we actually see the wall dropped immediately to get control of the ult orb. That's actually really interesting. I wonder if this is any read, any knowledge that's coming through here from Crew.
Yeah,
trying to do a blind counter.
And I'm actually mistaken too. I thought it was going to be a mirror matchup because Crew usually plays a double initiator at this part, but they actually switched things out, right? They have a stage coming out. We saw the wall come out for the orb, and they're also taking away from the Silva. So this is going to be something new that our Sharks are not going to be accustomed to, Dan.
Yeah, this is going to be really fun to watch, and Really happy to see Gavish on the Viper here. Very slow opening pistol as these two teams exchange utility just at the early stages. But Sharks need to start to get a move on here. They don't have too much time remaining. There's an information play down long here from Klaus. He's going to spot the rotation. So that's a beautiful timing for Crew because they're going to get that rotation into B, maybe just in the nick of time here. And it's going to be a push straight forwards. Not many bullets left there for Klaus, but just enough to get the kill and hold on to the position. He is in so much trouble. I don't even understand how Klaus is alive. Gavish is able to take down B and J. So still fighting hard here, but time is also against them. Maybe time is the greater enemy at this point here for Sharks. Crew will finish off the push. And Sharks, it felt like they were in a good position until that info play came from Klaus. What a series of heroics from Klaus.
And he still stayed alive, Dan. At the end of the round, he still stayed alive. He got a kill on top of that onto Gavish's and really slowed things down on that push. And I think even though, yes, the timing was perfect there for Sharks to get out from the hookah into the B site, what really slowed them down was not only the frenzies, but that toxic screen, which is why it's also okay to keep that hookah area open when now they're pushing out towards the site. You had the wall come out, the frenzy's gonna melt him down, they have the decay debuff. It was just very powerful with how much bullets, even though he didn't have that many left for Klaus. The rotation order came in at the same time, and it just you saw Sharks literally melted at that point. But the wall gets broken, and the lineup comes in for NZXT, and that's 2 kills now, make that even 3 for Crew Esports.
Yeah, this wall seems to be a thing right now. Actually working out quite nicely for NZXT, as you highlighted.
Yeah.
It is interesting, the wall there, because, normally maybe you just throw in a smoke, but really guaranteeing the ult orb. Again, it is a question of investment. That's a 400 credit ability that's got a huge amount of utility in what you can do with it. So I'm not sure if I'm a fan of it just for the ult orb, but if they understand that this is a great way to deny how Sharks likes to default, then there's a lot of additional value there that we wouldn't necessarily see.
I do like the play, though. I find that this is something very similar as the 4-block wall that you have on Tube, on Icebox, or even a 4-block wall that Screen, for example, does into sewers of the A side of Haven. So, yes, if it's beginning spam, you know that there's pressure going on there. If it's not being spam, you could take the orb, rotate out, stack up more towards that B side, get their early rotates, and once the wall falls up and breaks, I wouldn't be surprised if you throw a Brimstone smoke right after, just, again, as how Liquid plays it on short A Haven side. With that, though, we do have those smokes that I was talking about from Brimstone, something that has changed here from Sharks, bringing that in. The toxic screen comes up at the same time, and you saw how beautiful that was for them to get in. And a passive retake play for Crew does not work out for their bonus round so far.
Yeah, really nice push from Sharks. They've dealt with every position really effectively here. Oh, there comes a very quick B&J. Satcheling forward, Prozin. Fantastic finish there with the Vandal.
Waduh, Prozin udah pakai karakter ini, Blay. Udah pakai karakter robot anjing.
Again, we've seen that heavier presence right at the beginning of the round towards Showers. So for the Prime Gaming Flawless, what we're seeing here is, hey, you guys are going to play mostly Showers on the defense. Well, we're just going to take short for free. And that worked out really nicely.
And I think the Frost Orbs that came out there from the Sage was a little bit too deep, where he actually punished him, where he couldn't really fall back out of it. So even if you're giving away that short side for the attackers to take, for you to still be able to take shower control and play that deep is still going to be very strong for the retake play. Because as you throw those Frost Orbs on the ground, you're actually disrupting right now the pulse plant situations for the attack that allows a rotate to come back from the A side, where again, you have 3 flashes potentially from Klaus coming in from B side to A side that could really disrupt Sharks, on the pulse plant. That said, though, it was a perfect execution for Sharks, a flawless from Prime Gaming, and at the same time, that builds the economy, builds the momentum, and builds what they need, Sharks, to try to bring this to a 3rd map.
Yeah, I'm liking that we see NZXT switched up to Uka there, completely different approach in the defense. And they picked off Lights and fallen off. Especially as, without Brimstone, making these executes onto the site with the lack of smokes is going to be difficult That said, Sharks are just maneuvering their way forward, contacting into the A site with great success. Able to get the opening kills that they need. A 3v3. Crew will have players here on the rotation in time, but they need to be cautious. Make sure they can coordinate this attacking effort. And with the Seekers, they'll do just that. Pushing forwards, but Prozen might just take the fight straight to them. Swinging out from U-Haul. BNJ with a great defense, leaving just Rosan left. Over by U-Haul, catches one. He surely knows there's a stick happening right now. NZXT is never coming off of this one, and he's going to just see it to completion. Crew will pick up the rounds. Again, it felt like Sharks had a good punish, understanding that they could just walk out the short position, given how the defense was playing. But the crew are they're just too good, man.
The Seekers were perfect as well too, right, to get that information, and I definitely saw that the key winning round, the key winning factor there, even though they lost the player, was that NZXT still had that res, so they really had to try to find a way to maybe shut him out to prevent him from getting any res moving forward. But as you saw, as soon as that came back up, it was a 3 versus 1. They lost that Seeker play from Claus before he died, but it was still good enough to gain that information too for a crew to retake that round and get this. At least as we're talking about the cabbages, the Seekers, it's available for Fra on the attacker side here for Sharks. They could put good use to it so far, and it's actually going to be the showstopper to start things off, and it connects onto NZXT and weakens up the B site.
Great early pick here. Massino asking questions of short. Again, there's been so many lurks through that short position. It makes sense, but Klaus is actually going to go straight through the Viper's toxic screen. And there go the Seekers you were mentioning. It's going to get the information, also allows you to gain a lot of ground as it can just serve as some forward cover. Absorb some bullets for you. It's going to chase out all of the defenders from the sites. BNJ actually peeking beyond the smoke on Heaven will get taken out. That's an unfortunate loss for Crew. 3 versus 5 retake. Not looking all that likely here. They're going to save. Very sensible.
Yeah, it's because it was looking to be another prime getting flawless, but this time on the end of Sharks, and it was a very nice execution, right? Disrupting now, Brazil moving in towards that B-side hookah, and also taking down a key member into NZXT, who the one that's able to slow things down on any type of B-side aggression. Also, he was there with Klaus, and they still have the toxic screen, though, on that B-side. So this is what I've noticed as well from Crew actually playing on the defense. It's not very often that you see them throw the wall across for like the shower side control, only from time to time. But when I'm looking at other teams, it seems to be like a basic and most common thing down towards the showers, just so that you could slow things down on early aggression executions into the A site. But now as you're using all that deniability, the slow ability from from Sage and also from the Viper inside the hookah side, you're really weakening up the A site. So as you force to rotate over, it's easier for Sharks to just explode into A right after.
Yeah, they've been really enjoying that so far. It's been really helpful, I think, for them. And I'm enjoying how much Crew are mixing things up also on their defense. We're going to see NZXT once again towards showers, so you might see that. There goes the bird flying through. Snake bite.
Nice little combo.
Some assistance.
Yeah. So I wonder if they're going to try to bring this a little bit more, this combination between Mazzino and to NZXT, just to try to slow things down quite often, not only with the slow orbs, with the snake bites, run down that clock and really force the hand for Sharks to move maybe on a later time when you know that Sharks plays things very aggressively.
Yeah, and it's been really interesting as well because Denaro has been waiting for a push towards B long, which you could have expected given how much presence was around showers. It wouldn't be too unlikely that Crew would say, okay, hang on, it seems like there's a lot of players towards A, let's try to get information towards B and confirm that. But they didn't push at all. Klaus is going to be able to flash a lot of players there, so they are going to understand, well, Crew, exactly what Sharks are doing at this point. There is some utility to delay, even having an orbital strike available. Oh, they're going to hit up the TP. Quick rotation through there, straight through showers, but an ice orb to slow things down. This is actually a huge problem. NZXT holding onto that position. And again, the orbital strike is still available. That could buy key time. There it goes into the showers. That's the spike now down on the ground. Mazzino takes a forward position in the corner, and they have no idea that he's there. Beautiful play from Crew, controlling the movement of Sharks.
Perasaan.
The whole map. It's back to Icebox again. When Sharks thinks that they have map control, when they have actually forced rotations or whatnot, and are able to sell a fake, it didn't happen because I just mentioned a big flank. While all of this was happening towards this long B side that they were flashed out by Klaus with that guided light, you also had BNJ that pushed down towards Sen and was already going for a big flank at the same time. And I like it because if they were going to get pressured later on at Octagon, well, maybe they have less numbers, but again, they still have that toxic screen. And now that you hear all this teleportation come out towards this B side, you know it's coming towards B. You still have a slow orb combined with the orbital strike to get those kills. It was just beautiful play for Crew to save their abilities and use them at the right time to just make, like, they didn't even have to bring that many gunfights to be able to win that round.
Yeah, they're doing a great job in just managing the information, managing the utility. Completely agree. Kazan there, getting some information on Hookah. BNJ actually not being pushed out of Hookah, but instead pushes further in. Flash comes through. And they have a sense that BNJ's got to be in this position. There goes the snake bite. BNJ commits to the fight. Oh, God. Actually comes out with the showstopper. Gets denied, unfortunately for him, by the snake bite. Almost his 4, 40 seconds to go. A rotation from Sharks, looking to finish on this A site. But again, this utility, very annoying to deal with. Nagzet, great defensive kill there from Triple. And the delay again is just so difficult for Sharks to get past. They can't deal with this utility. 20 seconds to plant the spike. The 4 rotations in here now from Crew. Once again, they look like they're in control of everything. Just have to hit the shots, but it's Sharks who might be a little bit better on that one. Delzik with something to say about it. Quick rotation, though, from Frazan through to the B site. It is a sprint. It's a race. Frazan might be able to just about plant this one.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Well, there's no more time for that.
Nope.
Gambling on the push. A push that never came.
Oh, my. And that's exactly it. Just this deniability again from Mazzino and also from Nagzet. This time for sure. And I even saw that coming, that if it was gonna, if they were forcing the hand and the attackers were like, well, screw this, we're gonna go through the teleporter and go towards B. If they actually still had their Viper alive, the toxic screen again is gonna come out. So just having them, they're basically like flies right now for Sharks running into the spiderweb that's being pulled out here by Crew, and they're just feasting right now onto Sharks, unfortunately, at this point. And now Sharks, they're realizing this. Okay, the fakes are not working. Our huge hits seem to be the way that they have the most success, I guess, the most success rates, and just go for the all-out attack. I think now it's just try to determine how they want to do this right now. They have a Viper's Pit. They have a Hunter's Fury on the attacker too. Is this going to be a way to try to flush out Mazzino and Nagzet should they play towards Lamps one more time into the A site so they can get a Viper's Pit into this A site?
Yeah, that would be really cool to see. We haven't seen any Viper's Pit action just yet, and with 2 of them ready to go, fully loaded, it's going to be fun to see how that goes down. It has been really cool to see the dynamic around Showers, I've got to say. It feels like Crew, tactically speaking, seem to have this like extra layer to them, and that's been so very helpful. Just the level of delay that they have with their composition, it seems to be very difficult for Sharks, because even when Sharks, start out the round trying to deplete some of this utility by, getting rid of the ice orbs and getting rid of the brim smokes and so on, it still seems like somehow we're having Crew holding on to enough that they're still able to kind of effectively win the timings with their delay by having that utility still left in the tank by the end of the round. So whatever Crew are doing here, it's working out really well.
Definitely, and I haven't even seen where the Viper Cloud could have been that useful too for Crew. Even at that point, maybe I think it was on the double stack at short A from their position right now on that defense. So if they run out of abilities to slow things down and deny, they could always pull that back up so that when the attackers are running through, you're already getting the decay debuff. You're already losing 30 HP, and it's just going to be easier for the defenders to melt you down, basically. And speaking about melting, we see some toxic screen coming, or should I say a snake bite going through the teleporter into Hookah, and also a Viper's Pit into the A site, denying any type of vision in that area, and that's some big pain shells that's going to push Brazin back.
Yeah, this is always a really difficult spot to be in when the defenders have used the Viper's Pit like this, because you know what you have to think. Okay, well, what will my opponents do once they use the Viper's Pit like that? Will they use it to play less players on the site, thinking that we're never going to go there, so they can stack the B site in this case? Could we call that bluff? Or maybe they're not even stacking the B site. You know, there's a lot in the way of mind games that happens in a scenario like this. And you can see that Sharks is keeping it simple for going for the B hit.
Exactly, but I was gonna say they have the Naru and they have Fra, two initiators that can get that information too. On top of the Hunter's Fury, it can help a lot, but they're still going into a prosperous up in the B side then.
Yeah, Crew have players backside to deal with this. Delzik, last one standing here for the time being, but Light able to deal with him, and that should be now the side open for the plant. You get some snake bites coming through. I'm not sure if that's gonna bounce and deny. Doesn't look like it will. Denaro with that plant for Sharks. Sharks looking good here. 3 versus 2 advantage with that spike on planted.
3 ults. There's no way you lose this round now for Sharks.
Oh, you just said it, didn't you? Is the Jinx gonna come through here from Vansili? Crew are gonna creep their way forwards. Great crossbar setup. Mazzino will indeed get taken down by that crossbar. So no ults even needed to be used, and that's great. That's so fantastic, because you definitely would look at Sharks now and you know, peg them in the advantage going to this round just off of the ultimate economy alone.
Nah, di live chat ada yang tahu tuh headsetnya apa. Gue nggak tahu nama headsetnya.
And you had to say my name just in case, so you don't go down under the bus with me, right? So thanks for that. I thought you had my back the whole time, bro. No, but nonetheless, even though they had a 3-player
10.000 dari Victor, pesan, halo Blayi GW penonton baru.
Halo Victor, thank you Victor. Selamat menonton Victor. Semoga betah di mari.
And also being the bait for the rest to come out and get these kills has been huge at the same time. So a very nice execution for Sharks, saving those 3 ultimates into this round. And look at that, even though it took so many rounds for them to get a victory here for Sharks, you're already seeing Crew at a half buy, so low on the economy already.
We've got that U-Haul control coming through with the satchel straight away. Really nice opening from Sharks, again, using those ults to their advantage. And yeah, Crew on the struggle bus here. Delzik isolated in showers. Might wrap around, possibly. But Sharks in a commanding position.
Nggak dukung siapa-siapa gua.
They have time and position.
Menikmati game aja gua.
To do whatever they want here. They go for the teleporter rotation with Prozen in U-Haul still. So this is looking great. Okay, well, 1 player now is known. The Crew, and now the 2nd player is known as well. So they can pick up a judge, but that's about it.
Yeah, and now as you basically half bot, right? Wow, okay.
Didn't check for that with the dog. Interesting.
Yeah. I was gonna say, like, now that you had a half buy, you wanted to try to push a bit, looking for those exits at the same time, just to hurt the econ, because technically you should still be able to buy here for the next round for Crew. So I like the fact that he still went through the teleporter to try to get a frag. And speaking about frag, it's gonna be Fra instead. It's gonna get the last kill onto Klaus. It's gonna be a little bit of Sky on Sky, where you have the attacker side taking the upper hand. And 2 very needed rounds here for Sharks, because yes, this is their map pick at the same time, Dan, but when I look back at their records, the last 4 times that they've played it in their region, qualifying into this event, they've never won it. So this is why it's also very surprising for me that Sharks wants to continue to play on Bind. I think they're very confident with the lineup. I'd be confident with the lineup that I currently have as well. Again, being a fan of double initiators, to get information, to play for information, especially on the defender side too, is going to help a lot.
Yeah, definitely. Ooh, nice open over the showstopper there from Prozen. And now we've got Klaus trying to get back into safety, just about able to dodge around elbow. Great shots though. Prozen is looking fantastic. Klaus is able to hold on to things here on elbow at the very least. Out comes the Seekers. And it looks like actually Crew have control of this site. We see that there is a rotation now from Sharks straight to the A site after pulling all of the rotation there from Crew. As you know, he's caught the spike on the cross. This is a problem. Gonna have to take the fight here is Gavashis, and unfortunately, the spike now, once again, is down on the ground. Oh, it looked promising initially.
Yeah.
And just from the cabbages, though, unfortunately, I love saying cabbages. I got to give credit to Taylor and yourself that pulled that out on your
10.000
show.
dari
And I was like, yeah, I'm
Victor,
going to call these
pesan,
cabbages from now
duel
on.
duelis enak buat
Just
di BIM ini
those
apa
secrets
sih
that came out
menurut
that
lu?
allowed Mazzino to know where
Duel duelis enak
the
buat di BIM ini
attackers
apa
are
sih
rotating.
menurut lu?
So he holds the off angle. He's able to get the kill and drop the spike carrier onto Light. And not only that, throws on top of that the snake bite on the ground. And mechanically, what I also like is, yes, he's maybe wasting down bullets in his face-to-face battle trying to spray through the wall, but he's just trying to run down the time so that his teammates can rotate from Spice. Because once he dies, it's an immediate trade. It was a guaranteed round, and the chemistry that comes in for Crew right now, despite them losing a couple of rounds, the last 2 rounds, they picked it back up right away once they have the economy working back in their favor.
Oh dear, nice opening by Light. Able to find a kill off of the spam through the smoke. Maybe that's why the wall's been going down there as well.
Yeah.
In previous rounds, the Crew. NZXT on that hookah position is going to be falling off. So in the early round, we are seeing Sharks doing a pretty good job here on their default. Pushing back hookah control, getting that pick towards Showers. Now they reset back towards A.
Or they're going to push him back at the same time too from that dart. But at least Delzik still has the orbital strike. So this could be very good right now as he's still holding Showers. He has great crossfire from his teammates. So he doesn't have to worry about getting pushed from the back. He does get the first kill, looks back towards the Showers, but loses a fight to Donato, unfortunately.
Nice shot by Light as well. Mazzino is in such a good position. It's down to NZXT here on the flank. Is he going to be able to find anything here? Oh, Light again. Really good round from him so far. Definitely looked like NZXT was on top of that one. Now Klaus in the 1v3. He's been spotted as well. So that is not going to happen. Klaus will fall back and save.
I
feel like this round is all about Lights. Just getting these two kills towards short were just hugely impactful. Mazzino really looked like he was about to put a stop to the shenanigans, but Lights with a quick flick.
Lumayan, soalnya yang ini gue perlu tanda tangan gitu-gitu.
And those were a couple of kills that brought him on the board in that previous round. I think when he got the 4K was his first 4 kills of the game. Now tying up the leads, we talked about how Sharks, we wanted to see them find their footing. We're starting to see this right now. This is a whole different game from that first map on Icebox. And getting 5 rounds so far, tying it up on a 6-6, I'd still be pretty happy for Sharks when things didn't look like it was starting too well by losing that pistol round. So now you want to see Gabish's popping off at the same time too, but speaking about popping off, the abilities, the usage right now being used by Sharks on the attack, on the execution too, has been very good. Like this wall continues to come out towards the A side. I haven't seen it really being thrown anywhere else. So keeping this wall up and keeping them guessing really conditions Crew as to keep them guessing where Sharks might be attacking, where they want to try to fight on the attack. But now that gets fully denied by a Viper's Pit that's thrown out by Mazzino.
We have, once again, NZXT going back to Showers. And we get the Viper's Pit dropped on short as well. So really deterring Sharks from going there. Nice flick from Prozin, able to take down B&J. Really great opening there. And there's so much time left in the round to work with as well. This is certainly an IGL's dream. You're in a 5v4 with more than a minute to play with. The question is, what do the defenders do? They have that Viper's Pit still available on short A, so they're definitely feeling somewhat safe there, but they don't have any information right now.
Yeah, I feel like you're somewhat crippled too for Crew because of that Viper's Pit. You kind of want to stay in there, so you have a little bit of more of a weakness. You can't really stack rotations, so you're forcing even your Sage to stay NZXT inside the Showers just in case a hit's coming in towards that A side. So this is looking very good for Sharks here on the attack.
The drone is a great counter to Viper. If you can find the Viper and Tagger, that would be great. But Mazzino able to dodge the drone, picks up the kill onto Prozin, pushes further forward, leaving Sharks in a desperate position. Light able to get control of Showers with that pick onto NZXT. But there's still much more work to be done here. And Mazzino, and just such an annoying threat here, is going to be completely circumvented as we see the rotation towards B. But Klaus, how many times has Klaus done an excellent job in this position? Takes down one, the second, and the third! Klaus is so damn good! And now there's only one left standing, and there's no time. Mazzino finishes off Light, and that's a 7-5 finish in favor of Crew at the end of the first half. of map 2.
Wow. And IGL's dream to start things off early on a 5 versus 4,
Klaus,
where Vazine continues
Klaus.
to do an absolutely phenomenal job on the on the hookah control and getting those first bloods. But again, it comes down to the combination of just one player inside the site, getting and fighting against Decay, so potentially a wall coming up, and Klaus on the off angle in that last round to mow down 3 and deny the plant has been huge there for Crew. So yes, it does cripple Sharks in terms of the morale moving into the pistol round where you thought you had that advantage. But still, taking the defender side now, we talked about how they could elaborate their defense and how they elaborate their strategies on this map for Sharks. It could still very much be doable.
Flashing control through onto hookah, forcing back the defenders of Sharks. It's a good way to start things off here. So you can see that's going to force up the Viper's toxic screen. Definitely good to keep, or keep control of the fuel on that one.
It's pretty much the same setup too. But the thing is, you have double initiator, right? So with this wall, you can see that a lot of information with the Silva and the Sky now for Crew's side. And you're also playing with double frenzy inside the site. This is very scary for you to try to take.
Oh, Frazan gets caught on the jiggle. And Crew now in a really good position to try to barrel into this B site, but the toxic screen, do they respect it? It's very dangerous to push past it, but they're going to make it work. Nice jump straight through the screen, and Crew are looking really good on this coordinated push. Fantastic stuff from them. Looking very comfortable and coordinated. Really nice spacing.
Oh man, definitely some nice spacing because they exploded off the guided light. You saw like they jumped out the toxic screen, something very common to do. The first player to come in, go for the jump, so you pull off the crosshair placement on the first player holding defense, and the second one could swing out no problem, exactly like that, and even kills him through the toxic screen. That was huge there from NZXT. But that's only 2 players that swung out towards that area. The other 2 ran out towards that hookah, and they had the same type of spacing. They all focused inside that shed just to make sure that light couldn't hold anything there, and then it was an easy sight. And this, wow, super aggressive down on Sands.
Ini match lower atau upper Blade? Ini lower bracket.
The TP there to try to get some.
Ini sekarang Crew lagi memimpin dengan perolehan angka 95 di map bind. Udah half. Udah second half. Crew udah menang 1 map. Kalau dia menang lagi, dia bakal lanjut
into the buy round. So
di turnamen ini. Kalau Sharks di bind ini kalah, dia pulang.
Question is what they have.
Karena pada suka pakai frenzy dah. Kalau ada Brimstone pakai frenzy. Soalnya dikasih tindikan frenzy awal-awal udah pakai phantom ini.
I'm okay with that previous round. I think crunching into teleporter on Sands is something that could catch some teams off guard, but Crew seemed to be ready for that. This round, though, we saw how aggressive Crew was actually on that first round. They're doing the same thing on the third, but it gets denied here from a teammate flash, and BNG couldn't really get in with that satchel and the judge.
Yeah, liking the control play here. Klaus almost gets caught. In fact, it's going to be BNJ that gets caught with the judge. So huge win for Crew, holding on to hookah control.
Nih, kalau mau lihat regionnya di atas SHK, BR itu Brazil, di atas KRU, Latin America.
A, rotate back with the spy through market, get it onto the A site. And Sharks actually going for the push here. It's so aggressive.
Iya. Tapi gue udah lama banget nggak ngikutin.
And at this point, it really could be either
side.
That flash was huge because that killed all noise. You have to now try to re-peek out. You have nothing left in terms of guided light or a trailblazer to get information. So they go aggressive and they play the angle. They're trying to go. I thought it was going to be a double swing, but now Frazan gets caught, and this is going to be even harder here for Frazan. And unfortunately, he's only good for 1.
Really difficult spot here. Light's going to just swing onto Klaus as well. With the Phantom, unable to make anything happen. Ooh, big result there for Crew. Very nicely done. I was really liking what we saw on the defensive setup there from Sharks. I think it made a lot of sense, putting 2 players on long and just playing retake on the B site. But they got a little bit unlucky in that first engagement. We're going to see it here actually on the left side. Rizan just slightly off with the timing. And Crew looking really good.
Kapan jadi Valorant Indo, Blay? Buset,
very good. Again, another, I think it was a first blood that came in favor of Sharks, right? But then it was a bonus round here for Crew. They still get the victory in the end, and I was scratching my head a little bit. I'm not against the fact that Perazin actually pushed down towards Sands, but what caused him to push down towards Sands when you also have two initiators in your lineup? Again, I'm gonna get back onto that to try to get the information. So I know he was trying to go for a flank moment, but was there something else that was being thrown here out from the initiator to get that information to have Perazin trying to move forward? And because he falls back, not only he surrenders Sand, but he also surrenders Hookah when they had that perfect double stack in the beginning and gain that map control. So giving that away, forcing to reposition on the defense, and then gambling on a crossfire setup on B side where you don't have information. Again, he came back to Fra, forced to peek out with his body, and also losing his life in the process. So Crew doing a good job continuing to maintain the pace and control the pace of this whole series so far.
Yeah, I've been really enjoying the ways in which they've been accomplishing that, and just also how active they are. Also, just it was great to see in that previous round, holding on to Hookah control and then actually still deciding to go for pushes afterwards to try to catch Sharks off. So for Sharks, they never feel safe. There's never really a moment where they can feel safe.
Ironic
from their opponent,
because you're Sharks.
Yeah. And we actually get aggressive play around A Short and Cubby here, getting Prozin in a really deep position. We talked about that aggression. Has the judge as well. Perfect weapon for the job.
Yes.
And I don't know if Mazzino is going to have a good time here. This is looking... I'm very afraid for Mazzino.
At least it's a default, right? So if he dies, at least it's information that it's close. They're creeping up slowly at the same time, and also at Showers. It's looking to be a hit towards the A side at the beginning, but it really comes down to this first fight at Short A.
Oh, and Prozin's going to be moving into the Brimstone smoke as well. This is, again, feeling quite dangerous.
Sensinya gede, kecil banget nih orang Prozin. Lu lihat tuh, Blay. Dia cuma gerak gini doang, tangannya, lengannya gerak banget, Blay. Buset.
Place Prozin in a forward position. Looks like he'll finally ease up a little bit as the smokes go away, but still very dangerous with this judge in this position. Oh! Wow. Mazzino, I don't think he knew anything about that one. Just jiggling with the Phantom takes him down, and that's going to be a free A site to take full advantage of. The Viper's Pit is down as well, and this would be a 2 versus 5 retake. I don't think the Sharks want anything to do with this, but
Sentinel kira-kira jam berapa? Ini sedikit lagi mulai.
Damage in here.
Abis game ini Sentinel, man.
Well, wow. It's a Prime Gaming flawless from Crew.
That was even on top of that, not only for the kill, but a beautiful execution. Yes, you did play against a half buy only, so technically you do have the advantage here for Crew. But to see again, those 2 smokes coming in from both sides of triple, the Viper wall, but not only that, the pain shells just to make sure you clear out towards the back of the APC that was combined with the slow orb, and also allowing Raze to get on top of the APC. Just the map control in the execution itself for Crew was beautiful in itself. And with that, it shows that not only Sharks have been comfortable playing on this map, but definitely Crew in the end. And so far, you're looking at the scoreboard here, Dan. You've gotten Sharks at 5 rounds. And if it continues to what Potter was saying on the analyst desk, potentially this could be it as well. But you hope that it's going to be the other way around and that Sharks can come back and bring this potentially in a closer game and hopefully win the second map.
Yeah, we'll see what they're able to do. They are holding on to Hookah currently, Sharks. And the question is if Crew are going to be able to force them out. I like what Gabashis is doing, just showing presence here, but you've got to be so careful.
He's been good for it, though.
He's actually going forward. He knows his angles. Beautiful stuff. The distance advantage there for Gabashis is used to perfect effect. And able to fall back in a way now, and this is very scary because it looks like we'll get Crew starting to try to swing onto the side. The toxic screen is there. It goes down! Gabashis, great stuff from here. What a round so far from Gabashis, looking to finish it all off, but will get taken out. Done more than enough as Brazan is the one to finish off Klaus for the round for Sharks. And if we're going to get a comeback, that's a great round for it to start. Fantastic play from Gabashis.
This is where it's going to get dangerous.
Setting
you want to
DPI
poke the sleeping bear, and that being Gabbage's himself. Despite losing by so many rounds, despite not living up to the performance as we want from Gabbage's, he doesn't care. Still continues to push forward, still brings in the confidence, and that is exactly what you want in terms of this land setting. The pressure is on, but you don't want to demonstrate that. You still want to play the same game as if you're playing online, as if you're playing from home. You brought some amazing results there. This could potentially keep Sharks into the game so far, as they have a full gun round in this round. They have a Viper Spit that controls all of Showers, actually. Another different way to run the Viper Spit towards this map, actually, on Bind. And now you could focus players, a stack, towards the short A and also towards B.
And the Seekers will actually allow a clearance there for Gabbage's, but once again for Showers. So at this point, it's going to be a fast adaptation. We get the drone coming through from Denaro there, just trying to see, okay, well, we've taken over so much control around A, surely I should see something around B short if they're rotating to B, but Crew are playing quite slowly, and they're actually, they might be calling the bluff here and looking to just send it towards this A site. Spike is still down on the ground towards Market, and oh no!
Huge!
Big paint shell kill onto Mazzino. And it's the desperation play into the B site. Will Sharks be able to defend it? Oh no! Denaro goes down on the peak! He has a Hunter's Fury as well, but still, it's looking good for Crew as they make their way in.
I can't believe it, Dan. It was looking so good. Again, they had full control of Showers to kill onto short. They had smokes on Hookah. They didn't use it. They got punished when they were rotating back. And now Crew, they've turned around over. That's back on a 3 versus 3. They have a crossfire set up into the site. 2 players inside Hookah. Very difficult for Sharks to take this back because they have no flashes.
Such a great setup. Now down to Frazan to try to keep the dream alive here in this round for Sharks. And they are making it as painful as possible. Our Crew at this point is forcing him, just off the flash. There we go, Delzik finishes things. And Crew, as you say, Vansily, it just really felt like that was such a good round for Sharks to be able to just close down. But
prediksi juara siapa, Blay?
Some of these peaks, you know,
Riot lah juaranya, Blay.
Started with Denaro losing his 1v1. He had Hunter's Fury as well, so
yeah,
would have had the ability to use that to delay.
Delay, retake. You have, again, your Sova, right? Owl Drone, Recon Dart. You have so much into your utility. I'm okay with giving that up. Giving up the B side when you think it's lost because they took the teleporter into B. Just have your teammates come back. You still have a numbers advantage.
10.000 dari Victor. Pesan, low sama up bracket itu gemen maksudnya, Blay.
The spray transfer is almost good for it.
Bracket itu gimana maksudnya, Blay?
Sharks will take down Mazzino.
Upper bracket dulu kalau kalah masih
line up, and that's the res as well.
GG, guys.
If it wasn't bad enough, they get an extra player out of it too, and Nagzet's gonna just lock off U-Haul. Denaro there with that Hunter's Fury. Able to pick off one, but
kalau lu di upper bracket, kalau kalah lu nggak langsung pulang.
This is it.
Kalau di upper bracket
lu, if they lose this round, if Sharks lose this round, they're out.
Kalah, turun ke lower bracket. Jadi ada
orbital strike. So this is something that can maybe help out. Light hopefully can get something in terms of map control by ulting towards the U-shaped hallway, and then they can push out from that. There you go. They force it out, but BNJ comes out of the U-shaped hallway with a showstopper, and this is gonna be almost game over here, Dan.
It's looking like it right now as Sharks will try to make something happen. Denaro making his way forwards. The Crew, they are playing disciplined here. The spray comes through, and Crew will finish it. A decisive victory over their opposition in Sharks. It really felt like Crew were a level above in this series, and they will move forward in the tournament. And unfortunately for Sharks, they won't get to do that. They are done here in their time in Iceland. It was a great showing from them. We got to see a lot of really cool stuff, but Crew, it's all about them.
Exactly. For the Brazilian fans, obrigado to Sharks for such good games. It was a great series on the day yesterday against Newturn, but unfortunately their run ends here. And we had that question mark. Paper Thin was saying the same thing here, Dan, going into this matchup. After seeing how Crew performed versus Fnatic, the question mark was there. How are they going to play? What type of potential can we see from Crew? Because Vikings themselves, in an interview with the Plancha boys, Sasi and Sadak were saying, Crew, they're probably even better than Sharks at this point, but we didn't see that on our first day. Now we finally do. Crew, they definitely have the teamwork, they have the strategy, the executions were beautiful here on the sites of Blind, and now we see how far, or we want to know how far can they go. It's not over now. There's still so much more Valorant to be played throughout this bracket, and also some tough opposition.
Yeah, totally agree with you there, Vansili. I think this was a really interesting showing for me with Crew as well. Also because we're thinking about, based on what we saw here against Sharks, what does that indicate against the opposition going forward? And for me, when I watch Crew, I am seeing a lot of really great reads of the map, really great tactics, strategy. They are definitely on top of this latest meta as well. And so for me, it really does feel like they could cause some serious upsets here moving forward.
Yes, definitely. Even for me, looking at Crew at this point, predicting how they would move into this bracket, into this tournament, I wouldn't be afraid to say that not necessarily that they would be a dark horse, but they could definitely be a team that comes out of left field into the lower brackets that could potentially upset one of the favorites moving into the tournament. Is it going to be a top 4 finish? Maybe not. But again,
Jin setan kang tak utusi Dadyo sebarang Wojo layu Sepe Lengser wengi Seliramu tumakai Sirmo Ojo tang
Udah mulai. Damai, kita damai. Emang seram itu, Blay?
10.000 dari FRINGS. Pesan, Jitau GWGK subs TPI GW nge-give.
Nggak tahu gue nggak subs tapi gue nge-give. Thank you, Frings.
Ikutan kejar diskon produk mulai.
Dengerin jangan kabur, gue kencing tadi. Gue nggak takut, Blay, masalahnya begitu-gituan. Auto komen semua viewer lo, Blay. Iya nih. Dislike. Mau gimana moderator gue nyuruh dislike goblok. Gue tarik moderator lo. Fungsi ruangnya arti doa doang gitu. Gue nggak takut, gue mah begitu entah kenapa. Gue sering banget padahal digodain di rumah gue. Anjing jahat kau, Mansen. Lu gak ngotak sih ah. Match apa ini, Blay? Sentinel lawan Vikings. Nanat, you ready?
Ya. Ready, man. You ready, man?
Digodain gimana?
Ya.
Udah sering gue cerita. Masa live chat mau gue ceritain tentang kehororan gue, Nat?
Ya boleh sih.
Sampai ada yang mainin HP gue pas gue lagi teleponan sama Nat, Blay. Lo tau gak sih kalau iPhone, kalau misalnya di slide ke bawah lagi video call kan ke pause nih ya. Gue lagi teleponan sama Nat bisa kayak gitu, Blay. Gue tinggal ke bawah. Sentinel player yang paling jago siapa? Fans kayaknya. Itu digantungkan ada apaan? Ada apaan? Blay, gue bahkan pernah ini Blay. Gue pernah naik gokar. Abang-abang gokarnya kayaknya sih bisa sense yang begitu-begitu ya. Bisa begitu dah. Nah, gue kan sering banget nih ya. Gue sering banget kan kalau malam digodain. Sekarang udah jarang sih. Nggak tahu kenapa tiba-tiba jarang ya. Kayak lagi pulang kampung kayak setannya. Mas pasti bilang pas baru banget gue masuk ke gokar nih Blay nih. Dia bilang, "Mas, kalau malam ada sering cewek kecil ngegodain ya di atas," kata dia gitu. Gue bilang, "Iya Mas, gue tahu. Iya, tadi saya lagi nunggu Mas keluar kayak ngeliat juga." Nih, gue kasih lihat nih Blay
Wah,
gimana spotnya.
Ngomong kayak gitu, kayak bisa sense yang
10.000 dari Matchkui. Pesan, udah sen AJG gue lagi makan ribet NGEMUTENYA wajah tersenyum.
Awalnya, bentar, tadi ada donut. Thank you Matchkui. Nih, spotnya di daerah-daerah sana.
Yang gitu-gitu. Laptop aku langsung matiin.
Laptop kamu langsung mati?
Ini aku dari HP.
Gua di rumah sendirian siang-siangnya Blay ada orang yang lari-lari di bawah kan. Itu pengalaman yang paling serem gue sih. Ada orang lari di bawah. Gue sampai ngambil apaan ya waktu itu ya? Senjata untuk perlindungan gitu. Tapi gue lupa apa. Kayak kalau nggak salah pedang gitu deh. Kalau nggak salah. Pedang apa gitu waktu itu gue ambil. Jadi
yang itulah yang ada saksi hidupnya.
Siapa?
Yang kamu dipanggil.
Iya anjing. Buset. Suka ngajin gak bang? Rumah gue aman Blay. Maksudnya kayak bokap nyokap gue Islami banget. Ngaji mah pasti tiap hari udah pasti banget. Mereka emang doyan ngaji. Ini nih gue lagi teleponan menanat nih ya. Terus gue jelas banget denger ada yang manggil gue. Kan kalau di rumah manggil kayak bang gitu kan ya. Gue kira ada yang manggil gue nih Blay di bawah. Kayak dari luar dapur. Gue kira nyokap gue kan. Ternyata nyokap gue masih tidur. Sampai gue bangun nih nyokap gue manggil gitu. Enggak. Oh. Itu kayak skill satunya Yoru sih. Fake step anjing. Tapi yang paling parah itu yang lari-lari. Soalnya gue takutnya bukan takut setan ya, takutnya gue ada maling waktu itu. Gue lagi di atas, ada yang lari di bawah. Gue samperin ke bawah, ada lagi yang lari di atas. Gue sampai nyebat di luar kamar anjing. Itu siang-siang. Yang dulu kita masih sering di Discord Nanet, yang bilang ada yang suara ketawa, yang saya yang bilang ya.
Iya Pak ya.
Iya. Yang dulu kan aku sering banget di Discord tapi sampai ketiduran gitu kan. Terus anak-anak juga pada gitu kan dulu.
Oh iya benar.
Terus ada yang ketawa nanti dari Discord gue.
Tapi yang denger tuh nggak cuma Sheila.
Iya. Tapi emang kayak di samping-samping rumah gue sana dulu ada kasus pembunuhan, Blay. Kasus pembunuhan pembantu gitu dah. Ini dulu di live chat gue juga ada yang nggak jauh dari rumah gue tahu nih kasusnya. Pokoknya dibunuh sesama pembantu gitu kan ya. Kayak cinta segitiga kalau nggak salah. Dibunuh di pekarangan musola yang biasa tempat aku putar balik, Nanat. Di bawah. Setelah 2 tahun baru ketahuan. Ini bohong kagak nih, ada kasus beneran. Itu baru banget gue pindah rumah, Terus ada apa lagi ya cerita horor gue ya? Tahun berapa, Blay? Udah lama cuy, 10 tahun lalu kayak gue pindah ke rumah ini. 10 tahun ada kayak. Siapa lagi ya cerita horor ya? Di rumah ini kebanyakan sih, Blay. Gue pokoknya paling sering nih kalau gue main, kalau gue lagi ngeliat begitu tuh kayak ada orang yang lewat ya. Tapi gue udah biasa ya ngeliat ya.
Wih, lagi telepon sama aku, terus kamu apa?
Aku kira Fakih kan ya?
Bukan.
Mbak.
Memanggil Mbak. Ternyata Mbak lagi nggak di rumah.
Iya nih.
Di jendela pas lagi video call. Mbak, bye-bye.
Iya nih.
Terus siapa datang?
Baca dikubur. Si siapa ya? Pokoknya yang sering banget beli merch gue deh, yang rumah deket dari sini. Gibran Khalil, gue ingat banget namanya tuh. Dia tahu tuh di komplek gue dulu. Khalil ya. Yang nyapa kita pas kita lagi ini, Nanat, sholat Id. Dia tahu soalnya dia tinggal di daerah dekat rumah gue ini lebih lama dari gue. Doi tahu di komplek gue waktu itu ada rame. Who won YNG versus Crow? Crow 2-0 for Crow. Bang Indra kagak diinderakan namanya juga, Blay, gila kali lu. Kagak ada anjing.
Mansen cuma korban aja.
Gua korban aja, gua nggak yang begitu bangsat. Gua korban, tapi korban yang kayak gua bodo amatan, gua cuek banget orangnya. Gua nggak bisa ngeliat setan. Ngajak ngomong, Blay, kalau gitu anjing. Nggak sebarbar itu juga bangsat. Apa yang paling parah ya? Tapi udah lama sih terakhir ada begitu-begitu, udah lama banget. Kapan terakhir? Jauh sebelum puasa kayak awal tahun deh terakhir. Gue punya cerita tapi gue nggak bisa ceritain di live streamingan. Nggak bisa. Yang salah satu anggota keluarga aku, Nanat, keluarga besar ya, yang gue pernah ceritain. Lupa kamu ya?
Cerita penting begini lupa nih. Hal yang nggak penting gue ingat.
Ada dah salah satu. Tapi gue bisa ceritain di sini soalnya lumayan ekstrim. Lu nge-freeze dulu apa langsung manggil Mbak? Gue kalau ada begitu-begitu langsung gue samperin cuy. Dulu ya, kalau sekarang kayak gue misalnya ngeliat ada yang lewat-lewat gitu-gitu kayak bodo amat. Wih, ada turnamen vape lagi nih di studionya.
Tapi udah
Apaan main santet
nggak
ya? Bukan.
nggak se ini.
Udah nggak intens dulu main intens anjing, maksudnya sering terjadi.
Mansen main santet lah. Nggak lihat hasilnya nih. Anda kira mengapa
We
Nana
talked about
tadi?
before, but Sick and Dap didn't really have much to do because Shazam.
Karena Mansen tampan pastinya, bukan karena santet maksudnya Mansen. Netting banget.
Tapi karena sekarang gue melihara kucing ya, jadi kayak kalau gitu paling kucing gitu.
Dijadikan alibi.
Belum mulai. Masih ada lagu-lagu copyrightnya. Maaf nih, jauh dari topik lu, izin atau umur berapa dan di sini gimana? Nggak izin. Pertama kali umur 17. Dan udah gue hilangin beberapa. Kucing lu sering gelisah nggak Blay di rumah? Awal-awal Maxi ya. Sekarang pas kucing gue udah 2, jarang sih. Prediksi Blay, siapa yang menang? Sentinel apa Vikings? Gua mau mendadak poin gue banyak, gue all in Viking anjing. Berharap Viking menang. Tapi otak gue milih Sentinel menang. Blay, lu pernah ngeliat orang kesurupan gak Blay? Lu pernah ngeliat orang kesurupan gak? Gue selama gue hidup 2 kali gue ngeliat orang kesurupan. Tetangga rumah gue dulu sama pas gue naik 3 kali. 3 kali. Yang terakhir itu gue ngeliat kesurupan massal anjing waktu itu. Dulu gue main di warnet dekat Trisakti IKPN. Dulu ada kesurupan massal anjing di sana, buset, sore-sore. Pertama tetangga gue pas gue waktu kecil, dia ngunyah telur mentah anjing, dikunyah itu tetangga gue. Yang kedua pas gue naik gunung SMP, pas ngecamp di kandang badak ada yang kesurupan. Yang ketiga itu kesurupan massal. Pernah, cuma malah fokus sama tete dia, goblok. Nge-mute masih gue mute.
Yeah, I mean the Vikings kind of got a taste of it yesterday with Potipon, but I think in general what I'm looking here for the Vikings is a little bit more variation in some of their early game plays. Really X10 had a really good read on some of their pistol rounds, particularly on a set.
Gue pernah terus ditunjuk sama yang surupan, gue langsung muntah nggak tau kena buset. Telur mentah dikunyah gimana? Telur Blay, telur nih yang harusnya lu buka masih ada putih kuningnya terus lu goreng, bulet-buletnya dikunyah sama dia, mulutnya sampai berdarah anjing. Siapa namanya? Empok siapa gitu gue manggil, lupa gue. Tetangga pas di belakang rumah gue dulu, bukan rumah gue yang ini tapi rumah yang sebelumnya. Iya, mute aja dulu. Pas masih begini, kita ngobrol-ngobrol dulu ya. Bukan Po Audrey juga bangsat.
Terus si GTN.
Ini GTN nih. Sangar kayak mau makan orang. Iya, berdarah. Itu kan telur nih Blay ya, lu kunyah kan kulitnya kasar ya, berdarah anjing mulutnya. Tapi bukan berdarah karena ada apa-apa, karena digunyah telur aja Blay, telur lu kunyah lu cobain, berdarah paling mulut lu. Zaman gua kecil banget itu, SD.
Mousepad lucu banget.
Mousepad kawai.
Kameramennya juga kayak mau nyorot banget gitu, disorot mulu tuh Mousepad.
Ya mending Mousepad anjing daripada nyeker.
Predik aku 21 sih. dengan OT.
Ya, kamu menang siapa 21?
Nah, itu dia yang galau. Di satu sisi
Black kenapa pemain FPS rata-rata keyboardnya miring, kayak buat nyandarin tangannya deh. Set musik digital vibrancy boleh-boleh juga anjing. Semua orang digital vibrancy begitu dah anjing, sakit mata bangsat. Sentinel Blay. Gua mau predik Viking, tapi otak gue bilang kayak Sentinel menang. Gua mau predik Viking, kayak berharap Viking bisa menang terus poin gue banyak anjing. Gue bisa beli Bitcoin ntar akhirnya.
Di rumah pakai Valorant Twitch point.
Wih, siapa sih? For the blind is the bulb. Hah? For the hungry is the bulb. For the sick is the bulb. For the loner is the bulb. For the sad is the bulb. Ngapain dah nih live chatnya?
10.000 dari Ciblay, pesan, lu pernah gak liat temen lu lagi nahan teluh dari dukun? Wakakak.
Teluh tuh apa Ciblay? Oh, gue punya cerita horor di rumah temen gue Blay, asli. Jadi tuh di rumah dia tuh waktu itu kayak dikasih kiriman gitu kayak sama orang lain gitu, sama saudara dia juga kalau nggak salah. Pokoknya kalau nggak salah tuh ada internal problem di keluarga besar dia. Terus digenteng rumahnya, ditaruh entah apa bola gitu, Blay, jelek banget pokoknya bola yang nggak jelas. Terus jadi tuh dia dikasih tahu sama omnya yang lain kalau di situ tuh ada ada kayak santet entah apa lah gitulah. Di loteng rumah dia nih, Blay. Ini siang-siang asli, gue inget banget nih siang-siang. Jadi dia mau ngambil nih barang nih, Blay, di lotengnya. Pas dia mau ngambil, tiba-tiba digetok, Blay, lotengnya kenceng banget. Duar. Serem banget anjing. Ini gue ceritanya merinding bangsat.
From Brazil and the best from North America. Let's send it over to your casters and get this game going.
Mana predik ini?
Kemarin lo.
Thank you, Golden Boy. Yes, here we are once again. We get to see Sentinels, but this time
Vikings
they're going to be playing a Brazilian team. This is such an interesting one. We talked about Brazilian teams and how they are. We have to watch out for them. And lots of people posited that perhaps the Brazilians would really shock us here at this event. So going into this one, Vansili, they're up against quite a tall task. The Sentinels are certainly not to be trifled with.
100%. And if you've actually listened, chat and fans of Valorant, yesterday in a post-game interview from Sasi and Dash, I think he was trolling at some point because he said, hey, we've been practicing so far with an Omen. We got wrecked here towards the scrim times. We're just going to play our own game and figure out how things will work. But I think that they definitely have some hidden things under their sleeve that could potentially upset Sentinels in the series. But again, Sentinels, top in North America, big test going into this event. Big test versus Fnatic. And they did quite well.
Aduh GTN, lu kenapa GTN?
And as we see the teams, facing each other here, it's just so beautiful to see just a North American team against a Brazilian team. How long have we been waiting for this?
Kacamata hitam bangsat.
Again, this game. Exactly, and in this game, anything can happen. Truly, it really can. And I can't wait to see the kinds of setups that we're going to be seeing here out of both sides. I think we've seen that Vikings have proven themselves so far obviously to get to this point to possibly within their region respectively to be very good. But objectively, just in terms of how we've seen Valorant played, this is a pretty solid team, like all around. They have their own style, and some of the setups might be readable if Sentinels to put the work in.
Kalau Viking menang, gue beli Bitcoin anjing pakai poin Valorant VCT channel gue.
To try to take that approach where you're trying to anti-strat. To me, Sentinels is not quite that team, and they're not really equipped that way either. Not a team with a coach either. So it's going to be interesting to see how this one pans out as we get to see our maps.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need a coach when you have a forehead that's like a 10 head with Shazam, right? The amount of
guys, kalian milih siapa? Lu pasti buat Sentinel pada.
Just perfectly for Sentinels. It may look like they never switch a lot in terms of their compositions for Sentinels, but just one small thing in terms of Icebox, for example, with Astra now coming out for Zombs, it's good enough to still continue to dominate for the whole scene, at least in North America and so far in Masters 2. For Vikings, for me, definitely going to this event. They were the dark horses of this event, along with Newturn. They do have upset potential. They do have raw game. They do have a great Sova player and Sase, where a lot of players
dislike.
Would probably even them up to like Cloud9 or into Hiko in terms of clutch factor in Brazil. So there's going to be a lot going on to Sase, but also onto Sadak as the IGL. They study the teams a lot too. So now they all have to come in together for Vikings, because now you're trying to figure out, okay, where's Shazam going to opt, for example, on the first map being Icebox? How can we actually counter that right now? What can we use? What agent composition can we have? And what role every single piece will have in this series? Because then, when you look at Icebox, when you played against X10 yesterday, just as Lothar said, they were playing no
chance-nya 20%, 19%. Kalau gue menang, gue beli Bitcoin ini, Blay.
With a Sky. And I'm pretty sure they played with a Sova at the same time too, so double initiator. And I think if they go back to that type of composition, it would actually be really nice
against Sentinels, who like to play like the trade style, that play style that comes very aggressive on his retakes because they're so good for trading. But as you see the agent composition, nothing will change for Vikings.
Yeah, it's. I was wondering if we would see that Viper, as you mentioned, that is an agent that Salaki does actually go to on some maps.
Kalau gue nggak predik Sentinel dapatnya dikit Blay.
Instead, actually going for a double duelist there with GTN on
the. Ini gue 733 nih ya. Gue nggak predik Viking dari poin-poin yang nggak tahu ini poin buat apa.
I think we've spoken to Shazam, many times in
kalau Viking menang map ini, gue dapat Bitcoin 8 juta,
Blay. Shazam, figured out very early on, even being someone from CS, that this is a game where you have to really understand. Firstly, you have to have good chemistry on the team. Everyone has to mesh really well in terms of how they play the game.
Tapi otak gue sih bilangnya sih Sentinel menang.
Small adaptations based on his players.
Cuman lu bertaruh pada ketidakmungkinan.
You've got to give a lot of flexibility to your individuals in this game.
Emang untuk poin buat apa? Sumpah gue juga gak tahu poinnya buat apa, Blay.
Sentinels and Vikings.
Kita juga gak tahu poin dari mana dan buat apa. Dari mana pun kita nggak tahu.
Dari mana itu kalau kita nonton dapat poin gitu, Nenet?
Iya, bukan maksudnya kayak per berapa menit berapa poin terus kita harus stay berapa lama. Itu pun kita nggak tahu. Terus kita tuh nggak nungguin. Oh, tiap berapa menit kita ambil, kagak.
Sassy's gonna get caught and
Aduh, Shazam lu jangan kill dong.
Confusing for Vikings, like how did he? I don't. But we have a spike plant, so that's fine. Shazam looking to get his pistol on. No invis pistol aim, but will be able to take him down. Again, forward apologies for any mispronunciations. We'll try our best.
Oh, you nailed that one. You nailed that one, Dan.
Sentinels with that retake. Recon Dart goes forward. Sentinels getting closer now. Just diving through that dark cover. No fear at all from Sick. Trey's coming through now as Sentinels starting to gain more ground. We'll be able to actually start pressuring this spike. The tap comes through from Tens and just sliding along the zip line. Not a care in the world. It's up to Zoms to try to finish this one off, but I don't know they will have time for this one.
Ram kagak terima namanya nggak berwarna, dia warnanya sendiri.
Well, there it is. Zoms is going to go down as well. And that'll be Vikings picking up the piss around. Lovely stuff.
All thanks to good timing, right? Because when you looked at the retake in the battle coming in from Sentinels, like Potter said, it was going to be a bloodbath. And what I'm most looking forward to in terms of the fights, then, is later on, once we finally had the rifles come in, again, I'm going to have to go back to the double bullets here that's coined by the way that the Brazil plays their rifles, the Vandals, and especially even sometimes the Phantom too, just going for those two taps very consistently and dancing around with the 30% forgiveness that you have in terms of mobility, because when you're strafing and counter-strafing, there's still more forgiveness into this game than there is, for example, in Counter-Strike. So Vikings have developed their own firing style, but on LAN, is it going to be good enough versus Sentinels, who, look at the roster themselves, have great firepower throughout the roster.
Certainly. It's definitely, you have to be able to meet them on that field first and be able to hold your own. That's the first test. Making their way our Vikings towards the site.
Ini loh dari kemarin nahan icebox-nya.
Toxic screen is set up
serem
nicely
juga anjing. Pakai Omen.
Sentinels on the defense for retakes and also just to delay the effort onto the site. Very annoying. And the rotation's in.
Tens has a Marshall. We've seen this yesterday, so you got to be careful if you're Vikings.
Yeah, looking for the moment to collapse here. It doesn't look like it's going to be an easy one. In fact, with that said, you called it. Tens able to take down one, and that's the spike not being planted. I think it was denied just in the nick of time here, which creates a lot of issues because now they have to go. Vikings have to push back onto the site to get the spike, and they've managed to get the spike. And in fact, FLZ is going to take that straight to the A site. Okay, might be able to catch it on the cross. Will Six see it? I don't think Six saw that in time.
And another TTN was still stuck at yellow, so it's going to be an easy, 3v1 into... Oh, there you go. The round's over. That's 10 with the Marshall here, Dan.
Yeah, that was a really nice movement there across to the A side from B. I think it was really unlucky that TenZ was able to find that kill, because TenZ denying the spike there created way too many problems. And you can see this is through the smoke. Oh, actually, well, there you go. That is unfortunate. We've all been there. The dark cover just going down just at the wrong time. That made all the difference. I think if the spike goes down, it's still a very winnable round for Vikings.
Correct, and with that though, that disruption that was created by TenZ at that point, and again a little bit of a disadvantage by not having somebody like an agent, like a Viper, to continuously put that wall up, because once that dissipates and you're not able to get that plant down, it's just you're open now trying to cross over to get these plants in a sight. And another martial kill here from TenZ onto Sadak, as we do have a hero buy coming in there. Sassi, actually no, Sassi still has that bulldog from the previous round. The rest are going to be on an eco, and they're just getting melted away. This should be an easy round for Sentinels to make it a 2-1. So after the eco, you're going to right now just turn the page here for Vikings, and then you're just going to try to bring it back. Although I may be speaking too soon, it's a 2 versus 1, but he also only has 1 HP.
1 HP. That's nasty. Very difficult situation.
Literally 1 HP anjing.
For Sassy, the bulldog as well. And Sentinels are not going to give anything for free here. They are just playing it completely safe.
Ini kalau turun lo bilang kamu. Turun lower bracket. Ini match upper bracket.
And as far as Sentinels are concerned, they can allow the spike to be picked up, because once the spike is planted, or that they start to hear the planting sound, that then gives them the information as to where Sassy is. And then that allows them to know precisely how to play together to get the kill and guarantee it. So
yeah.
With that said, though, Sassy's had to make so much noise here, and there's such little time left. It looks like it will be a gentleman's agreement. Sassy will be saving, and Sentinels will not pursue.
So 2 rounds in a row here saved by Sassy. So he was able to get 1,000 credits, another 1,000 credits, plus all the ability that he's bought.
Selama masih ada chance, mending pensi dini dulu aja ngasih lah itu para pro player. Wah, norak.
Shields and buying stuff here for maybe a lower buy for one of his teammates, but this has been very good here for Sentinels. And again, I thought that we might see something a little bit different for Vikings from pulling at least some flashes. If you don't have a Viper, if they played a Sky before in the past, this would have been very good if they want to try to take sites over, for example, on the A side. Because again, look at this medium map of where Shazam is currently being placed. He's with the operator towards the A side. Who else do they have to face against? They have to face up against TenZ. And when you don't have any flashes to try to push him back, it's going to be easy for Shazam to land these shots, as we've seen before in different days.
Again, TenZ up there, large and in charge, but taken down actually without getting a single kill is certainly going to create some issues. The dash comes through. That's going to gain some very quick forward space here for Vikings. Six managed to creep under the rafters, and Shazam's starting to peer out now as well, looking to see what he can find. We know he's quick for the flick, but it doesn't look like he's going to get any peeks here. Dapper, though, taking down Sassy, makes it a 4v4. Sentinels will have to go pretty deep here, though. But the Nano swarms up on the box to delay. No peeks being given. Shazam's quite deep now. Spots one. Has to dash away. And playing the post-plant shenanigans. The lineups are there. Are they able to deny this, though? The diffuser's coming through.
Oh,
my. Come off of it. Beautiful work there from Vikings. It felt like they just put Sentinels in a checkmate position in terms of the post-plant with the way that they had the lineup set up. Looked like Sentinels. It looked like they had a chance, but in reality, there wasn't really an answer.
And I guess this is a great way to actually push back the operator from Shazam as well. So they didn't have any flashes, as we mentioned before, but how they do it is they actually do have the cloud burst being thrown at the beginning from their jet, and at the same time, the Aljo comes out from Sassy
matchnya V1 sama Nutur.
Spot. Yes, you would have expected maybe a couple of kills here to even up the tally when they were pushing up against TenZ, but that's just a great push coming in from Vikings. What I do find very interesting as well, though, is Vikings are consistently planning on top of the A tower so far of the A site. So no default spots. Very dangerous when you don't have, like, again, the Viper or anything to try to help out the plant. Not a Sage wall to try to cover the plant too, but it's been perfect so far for the post plant with the utility.
10.000 dari fans TenZ, pesan, Ior hadir Ior. Apakah Anda pura-pura tidur lagi? Nggak asik ah.
And Sick is one away from Hunter's Fury, so you
Nggak ada
can't
yang
actually
berang.
deny this.
Perang dong, mana weh, head to red Tens.
Now the question is, will they sacrifice one player on the defense Sentinels to try to get some kills? Tens is the man to do it. He's going to be able to take down one. In fact, a second kill coming through as well. Traded out by FRZ. And Sudicast towards B, just lurking on through. And wow, this is interesting. 40 seconds. Oh, trying to get out of there, out of the A site, on the rotation towards B. And Sadiki will be lost, and Tens is going to be rezzed. So this is getting very interesting now. This is a very difficult situation.
30 seconds left.
Oh no, Shazam is going to find a perfect timing on this one. There's nothing that can be done about that. We'll get taken down by Sudicast, but a 1v3 now in store for him. Here's the stepping, plays through the smoke, tries to punish. Now they know exactly where Sudicast is in, and he's going to be in so much trouble. There's a good attempt at a recovery, but not good enough in the face of Sentinels, it seems, and they're going to pick up the round 3-2.
Liquid sama Crew,
it was definitely a good attempt at that point. I think on that 4 versus 2, you wanted to try to gamble a little bit at that point, right? To move back towards B side was the right call, and it comes down to where the positioning of Sudicast was at. Actually on the rotations from Sentinels, because he pushed all the way out towards Snowman, towards that spawn side, hoping to catch some players from Sentinels at Boiler, moving into the kitchen side. But after that res, everybody went towards that mid, under 2, getting back from oranges to go for that defuse. So a little bit unfortunate of where the positioning was at, and you just want to get the plant down at that point in a 4v2. At least that was successful.
Yeah, it's really cool to see that they had the lurk kind of there to be activated in the first place. That extra dimension to their game is going to be very beneficial.
Yes.
As we see that almost amounting to an opportunity to just save the round entirely. Ooh, the Hunter's Fury coming through. Doing some damage. Shazam down. Ozzy trying to find what he can there with the Blaze Storm. Trying to punish the Hunter's Fury now. There goes the Cloudburst by 410. Trying to just create a path, and it's going to work out. Tens goes down.
Wow.
And this is looking like a struggle here for Sentinels. Once again, finding himself 2 unlikely kills. Just finding that perfect timing to create all kinds of problems. But he's alone against 3 players. Is there any extra damage to be done here by Dapper? Absolutely not. Sassy will take him down, but it was a good attempt, and it will keep the money.
Wow, that was very well done there for Vikings too. As we talked about how Sentinels are very good at like switching the tempo of how they play this game. Sometimes you want to play aggressive, play for the trades. Sometimes you just want to play more conservatively, just like the other series we saw. And for me, who's more accustomed to that stereotypical Vikings, hey, let's keep pushing forward, or just Brazil in general, for them to just hold default towards spawn side and punish an early aggression from Sentinels towards mid was actually very key for them to just open up towards the A side after a blind. I think that was a blind Hunter's Fury too from Sassy to get that kill. So expecting the position of where Tens is currently playing, always around that 410, caught him off guard, disrupted also the site, allowed for Vikings to get in, and to get that win was actually quite huge. So a 3v3, the battle comes back and forth. An owl drone that came out just to scout at the beginning from Sick into the mid side, but it's not going to surmount to too much information except for this recon art potentially that could see towards the bottom of the tube. It's just going to be hidden away by FRZ at the bottom of that ramp, so you could still lurk up towards this side. Shazam's in a great position right now though if FRZ decides to fall back, so a very not necessarily default, but they're holding angles very aggressively here for Sentinels just to try to pin down FRZ.
Yeah, I'm loving this opening from Vikings. As they make their way back towards A though in the late rounds. We're going to see that Tens will
kaget gitu ya.
Sadiki.
Siapa?
FLZ there in mid.
Sadak.
Will be spotted as well.
Nggak ngeliat aku tadi pas di mati gimana.
Sentinels have a pretty good view of what's going on at this point.
Kaget dia.
Yeah.
Where is Tens? Just trying to contact through our Vikings. Tens is in such a good position, especially with the bait there. Empress popped by Tens. And there's still 5 players here standing for Sentinels, and the spike still needs to go down, but there is just so little time to do it. FRZ trying to fight against Tens, and the delay is just so much at the same time for FRZ to try to contend with, as he just walks into the angle that Tens is holding with Empress. Not going to be able to withstand that. And Sentinels pick up the round, and we're back and forth here, I have to say, Van. I mean, 4-3. It's been great to see that slow down. I liked that from Vikings putting more emphasis around mid in the early round there. That was cool to see.
Exactly. It's something that we don't see quite often throughout the matches that we've witnessed casted, where mid control seems to be left out in the open kind of, and working the extremities, the standard of running out the Owl drone or the Sova utility to try to push back towards the B site. I like the presence towards mid from both of these teams. And with that, though, getting that positioning, as we mentioned before, right now, you always kind of guess, is he going to play Arena? Is he going to play Arena? Playing Arena on this map seems to work wonders for him because of these aggressive plays, and he could dismiss aways on his kill.
Oh, Sick doing a great job from the backside, and he's going to just go into completion here. Shazam up on the high ground. Ooh, just barely able to dodge that one, down to 10 HP. 2v3 here for Vikings. Make that a 2v2 as Zoms goes down, and there might be some space, some breathing room after all to get this spike planted. There we go. Shazam creeping around, might find a timing here. Very dangerous. Dapper makes his way forward, goes down. It's up to Shazam here, 70 health. Can he make it work? Absolutely not. Denied by GTN.
Ayo Viking!
We talked about the
bikin aku kaya Viking!
Here once more.
Little things as well from seeing Dapper throwing those slow orbs on the top of the A tower, right?
20% yang ngepick Viking.
Post plant situation so that nobody could really
menang, kalau menang Viking dapat Bitcoin,
like a one-way angle, so they have verticality over players running towards spawn side. And even this is actually really good against a team like Vikings, who in the first 2 rounds have been piling a lot towards this A tower side. So now they force him on the ground. You fight on even maybe take the upper hand because you're rotating through spawn side on that raptor. But aim seemed a little bit more shaky this time for Sentinels in that retake. Vikings on point for that, winning that round. But this round here, we have an early ult coming out from Zoms. He's just trying to deny visibility from how they're playing towards this orb side. And are they trying to fight for the orb too to give it to Shazam?
There is still a drone available here for Sassy, as we can see. That can obviously be a good way to deal with a Viper's Pit, but they're going to ignore it entirely and just go for the run towards B. And you can see the rotation.
Picked up the orbs.
And there's the lockdown as well, clear on any sneaky players in any close positions. Gives a lot of space to work with post-plant as well. Shazam, oh, over the top, he gets 2! Shazam again! He did it yesterday, and here he is once more with the knives causing problems. Still more players to go. Shazam, he wants every last one. This is a problem. The defuse now is being pressured. Vikings are surely going to have to start to push forward because they don't know what's going on. The Hunter's Fury comes through from Sassy, but there it is, Shazam looking for the out comes the Sheriff, can't pull the trigger in time, but the defuse is coming through from Sick, and there is no time to stop it. Tens with the cover, and Shazam again, the X Factor with the Blade Storm is going to give Sentinels an extra round.
That is how you deny momentum for sure. So the ult, yes, it was a half buy coming in for Sentinels. They ulted not only to deny visibility into the A site, but also to allow Shazam, who is 1 point away from getting the Blade Storm, and this is the result to it, right? You've mentioned it, Dan. Yesterday has been key with the Blade Storm against Fnatic. Well, he does it again versus Vikings. Unfortunately, couldn't get that ace, but at least it's good enough for spacing and allowing actually the scaling from Sentinels on that retake into the defender spawn back into the site and giving it a lead again into the first half.
And more pressure coming through to aid this round. We got a place for FRZ is Todeki is able to take down Shazam. Rez coming through, chaos now as Sentinels try to hold on to the backside. That wall allows Sick to have position here, and he's going to be able to take down the spike for free. Todeki's going to be out of the round now, and FLZ still with the knives ready to go, but this round is slowed down and it's looking good for Sentinels.
How'd that showstopper miss?
I don't understand. I simply don't understand.
What?
Now it's down to Sassy, looking pretty desperate here. Shazam were taken down, and it really felt like the momentum going into the site was so good for Vikings, and then there was just a certain point where they just couldn't go any further.
Yeah.
Just a missed clearing, I think, because at that point, somehow, getting into sight, getting that wall up for Vikings, and looking for basically a default plan to play the retake, this is an angle that wasn't checked. Sick to be able to allow him to creep down towards low rafters and get that kill. Not only that, but onto the spike carrier. And dude,
di belakang dia cuy meledaknya.
He swallowed the rocket. I don't know what was going on there for Sick, but he's got the blessing of Valorant for that time to survive that one. So 6-4, I gotta say, you're right, Dan. The momentum was there for Vikings to take that site, but just not clearing or double clearing back into the truck side of the back of the A site allow for Sick and Sentinels to regain momentum of the round.
Yeah, definitely. And we'll go back to that point more because there's some important stuff there. But once again, Vikings are going for this A site, and this time they're going to go into a more committed fashion, trying to get that backside control. That cloudburst does prevent that backside peak, but Sentinels still have these positions to peak from the high and low ground to work off of. And it might be quite beneficial, but no, Vikings able to find the kills this time, and it's going to leave Sentinels down to just 2 players. And it seems like we've had so many rounds like this. Vikings will get shut out, but then just almost doing the same thing. The next round will have a significantly better result. And there it is, for the Prime Gaming Flawless, no less.
Shiny Vikings nih.
I'm actually really liking their attacker side here, Dan, for Vikings, because that was my biggest question mark again against Shazam. What do you do? How do you get him off of his position from the operator on that A site? And the amount of times that Vikings have been pushing towards the A site, but they're working the left side of the site instead of swinging towards the right, unless there's like a wall that comes up. If they are able to get Shazam out of his position on the left side of the site by truck, then they work towards the right side of screens, and they pressure up into the A site that way. And don't really allow Sentinels to have an easier retake on their end. So Sentinels, to be able to win this round, they have to be on point. They have to be cohesive for the retake plays. Continues to be back and forth right now. Vikings are definitely putting up a good fight.
Goblok lu kalau ngomong ya.
And Shazam on those knives at the end of the round, or sorry, the end of the half is certainly a scary prospect.
100%.
Hunter's Fury is available for Sassy, and Sadaki is an ultimate orb away from a lockdown, so you see that's control.
Teori komunitas, Blay demi komunitas ya nggak ya? Let's go Blay, mana suaranya di absen dulu? Let's go, di like, di sub, di share Blay.
Tens will actually drop down on to 410, trying to escape here. They're actually trying to run him down. They are having success, in fact, forcing him away. Still Shazam backside, waiting for his opportunity with these knives. And that's Killjoy ultimate. The lockdown does come through to force out Sentinels from the site, which will give a lot of post-plant positioning here for Vikings. And with that Hunter's Fury, they're going to have a lot of strength in his post-plant.
Yeah, and small detail too for Shazam to be able to escape without using a dash could still be huge right now for the retake.
Wall coming through actually around 410. This is getting quite hairy here. Sudicast will try to dodge that Hunter's Fury from Sassy as it goes forwards, and Shazam is still waiting for his moment, going forward with the knives, and does take down one. Tens also able to do some damage. It's up to Sassy now. There's no more util after this shock dart. Will it be enough? The shock dart down to 6 HP Dapper. He survives, and Sentinels end the first half 7-5, just a mere 2-round advantage. And it feels like they need it. Vikings are playing great so far.
100%. I do agree with that, Dan. They're displaying some great Valorant right now for the region, really representing Brazil so far in this clash of some would actually call Titans, right? A lot of players or a lot of fans are considering Vikings to be not only underdog dark horse, but could potentially win it all, especially if you're a Brazilian fan. So to go toe-to-toe right now versus Sentinels in this way, look at the amount of utility that gets popped off, and it's so hard to cast because at the same time, it's just trade and a kill after kill. So the spacing and also the trade ability from both of these teams have been on point. Onto the kill feed on top of that too, and I'm loving such this whole game that we're currently witnessing so far.
Definitely. Straight away in the second half pistol, we're seeing the drone used by Sentinels to get control towards B, get that information, get the ultimate orb, and the rotations coming through for Vikings as well. They're looking to meet this before it gets to planting a spike, and my goodness, Dapper takes down Sudicast. He had a couple opportunities there, didn't quite work out. Wall goes up for Dapper to get a plant, and there it goes. Not really an angle here, I don't think, for anybody to abuse. Sassy does try with a reveal, but as we follow Sadiki, we'll see if he was able to be able to do anything here. Pushing forward. Post-pump positions are strong. Oh, that's an excellent shot there from Sadiki. What else has he got in store for us here as he goes forward, getting really close to these players? Dapper takes him down, and it's just FRZ with any workable amount of health here. That frenzy up close, and it's just not working out. Dapper is delivering frag after frag.
Buset, ini match Dapper nih anjing.
And it's just a matter of time here for Sassy. One bullet will do it. And there is that bullet, and Sentinels pick up the pistol. And that's great to see as well, because you know you love to see the pistols traded. I believe Vikings won the pistol on the
Glay makan kambing nggak darting.
Yeah, and even at that
Shock
point,
darting.
you're kind of happy that Dapper still stayed alive, because I was chuckling a bit. He got into the B site while he was having his burial wall up, getting ready to throw it onto the B site, and suddenly you have a swing coming out from the defenders, and it catches him off guard, where potentially that would have been a spike lost. But now you get, what, 3 kills? A spike
Darah tinggi. Oh, darting darah tinggi.
Look at how close
Darah
you're already
tinggi.
into the res here.
Shock
It's a
darting.
big round here for Sentinels, and this res could definitely come into factor in about 2 or 3 rounds once you have a play
Tahu
like
nggak sih
FRZ.
Blay ya?
Continue to push forward,
Ini
trying
tuh
to fight
Valo
for these
udah
orbs,
bener-bener
trying to build
masuk
up
ke
this blade storm,
hidup kita
and
ya.
trying to
Kita
build the
lagi
economy back
nonton
here for Vikings.
film
But with this round,
horror, Blay.
it's going to be a slow
Ingat
hold
deh,
for
Omen.
Vikings stacking up
Iya,
towards the
anjing.
A side. Shazam's the one that's going to try to look
Filmnya
for some
bagus,
information there,
ceritanya
but the
bagus.
rest of the team
Cuma
of Sentinels
gara-gara
are
sepanjang
lurking up
film
towards this
kita
B side, slowly
di
creeping
otak
up.
kita tuh itu Omen,
Film apa
jadi
itu nih?
Yeah, it feels
kocak
like
aja.
Vikings
Film
having got
apa?
rid of this now. They're starting to make movement around the map. And
Apa
this is
judul
the thing
filmnya dulu,
though,
Pak?
Sentinels cut
Unholy,
noise and they're
Unholy.
Oh
rotating
yeah, Unholy, Unholy.
back and forth, and so it looks like they're about to catch this
Konsep
push.
ceritanya bagus,
That could be in
BTS-nya
store here
juga
around A
bagus.
main. This is the
15.000
big
dari
moment
Ciblay.
because
Cuma
close
Pesan,
to battle
Blay,
could
thanks
very
ngeliat
well
monitor kayak orang
Omen
buta
bebek.
anjir.
the Vikings.
Deket Big
Zoms will take
Kakak.
2 down, and that's a free A-bomb site, and they know it.
Ciblay, thank
When
you.
you're fighting classics in no
Fansnet
armor
kayak orang
versus
buta.
a Spectre,
Kayak
not
hampir
easy to
semua
get that win. So like you said, Dan, open
pemain
side,
FPS kayak gitu dah,
forcing the
deket.
hand out of Vikings to push forward and punishing them on looking for that information for Vikings should be looking to be a flawless, almost a Prime Gaming flawless. And there it is.
There it is. All right, so
Amigos.
9-5 now in favor of Sentinels. We get into our first buy
Amigos.
round here for Vikings. Super curious what we'll see. They're definitely a team that have a lot in their playbook.
Kan sih, ini kan aku bilang kan.
I want that knife so badly, Dan. Just like something about dual wielding a knife in this game
No
seems so
doubt.
cool, but I don't know how
Yeah.
disruptive it could be on the screen. But yeah, definitely. So at this point, though, a gun round coming in for
Aku jadi
Vikings.
paling
You
sih.
have a
Ini
4-round
WH,
cushion for
WH.
Sentinels. I'm definitely okay with them
Bisa
keeping
jadi
the Spectre
tahu
so
di
far. The
mana.
res is already ready for Dapper, and Zoms is 1 away from a Viper's Pit. So if they get a kill and put a Viper's Pit somewhere to deny on a post plant, very difficult here for Vikings to play the retake.
And Shazam's actually going to take down Sassy early on here towards the A side. And with all this pressure towards B as well, Sentinels could reset
Sekarang
in the
tuh.
mid round here.
Sisa
which
6
looks like
anjing
they might be
HP-nya.
considering. Just cut the noise and force Vikings to play 2 to a site or play info somewhere. And
Nggak bisa di heal, healnya kepake
it
buat
looks like
Shazam.
actually Sentinels are just going to hold.
Mending lu
And
suruh
so
jatuh
again,
tuh.
you know, if you wait
Tens.
long enough, it's likely that the defenders are thinking to themselves,
Di
well,
revive.
they could have rotated back, so we're going to have to rotate some players off. And you can see on the minimap, that's exactly what's happening. Just by waiting, Sentinels have made their attack on B stronger.
Yeah, and Sutakas is going to be on his own now inside this B site. He's going to have to be on point with potentially a quadruple swing onto this B site. This wall is going to come up. Should be an easier plant now that they have the wall to come up at the same time as well. And there you go. So Sentinels is going to come in for a plant. You're going to have to play a retake once again for Vikings with a man disadvantage, but also Sassi dying early means they have no recon for the retake inside this Viper's Pit.
There's so much utility all over the place. It's so confusing to see exactly if you were in that smoke where players are going to be coming from. But looks like there's a good sense of it here for Sentinels, especially for Zoms as he lurks around inside that Viper's Pit looking for any oncoming assailants.
No
My
way.
Goodness,
Oh.
GTN knows those angles. Takes down Tens from a distance, and with that, maybe there's a chance here. But time is an issue. They've got to move, and it looks like the movement will be to retreat and to hold on to these weapons. Makes a lot of sense.
Tunggu Ip.
Very close one.
Yuri bisa dipakai nggak di turnamen ini?
It looks
Bisa.
pretty good though, I'm not gonna lie.
Cuma nggak ada yang make.
I'd love to see the replay from GTN's POV. Like, we saw that third kill on the top through the Viper's pit on top of green, but the first two, I'm thinking that it's also some random sprays through the smoke for those kills. And that is actually pretty good to hurt the economy of Sentinels, who continue to be like pretty much on the run so far in the second half. And there you go, look at that. That was pretty sick.
Wow. All right.
And that's the two-bullet dance. The two-bullet dance. Pop up. And he lands those shots. So they're practicing this so far. Despite having a composition that, you know, we said it, no Viper, no Sage, blah, 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 blah. It's like, hey, we're comfortable with our composition. We know how to play this. And they're playing it almost to perfection, where it's been a very difficult half for Sentinels on the defender side. But the attacker side so far has been a whole different story here, Dan.
Yeah, it really has. And Sentinels will kick this round off with just defaulting out pressure towards A and B long control. Very scary playing against 10s. I'm very sure that that's you know, quite an intimidating prospect. Team there with a Vandal just ADSing away, looking for the taps. Got to be very careful about giving up kills to 10s in this position. You don't want to do it. And in the meantime, with 10 showing that presence, we are seeing a contact through, and 10s will get the frag eventually. He will not be denied. Vikings in for some trouble. It could be decent paint shells. You can see Dapper just barely escapes that one. It does delay the spike plant for the time being. Buys some extra time for the rotation. Oh, the shock dart missing there. I think again, in fact.
Yeah.
So unfortunate.
Wah, gagal dapat Bitcoin gua.
Completely annihilated for yet another Prime Gaming flawless.
The idea was there. I think maybe losing FRZ early like that was a detriment for sure, especially when you're playing a Jet that you could try to dash away if Tennis is trying to shoot at you. But the way that they threw the recon dart just to combine it with the paint shells to deny the plant was huge, because off that, you're even able to throw the Sancho charges onto the wall from GTN, potentially break that wall. But again, because you've lost a player so early, it just makes it harder. As an anchor player inside the site that you've lost, much more difficult for the retake, and Sentinels just took advantage of that one for sure. And now they're forcing VKS, the Vikings, on an eco, and VKS are looking for the timeout to figure out what to do.
Kurang asing sampai jam 7 lagi, jangan tiap hari sampai jam 7 juga dong, Blay.
Showstopper at this point.
Tipes bener,
you want to try to fight for orbs too for Sadak, so he could have a Killjoy ult into the next round should they not win this eco round, and try to figure out what to do. And it looks to be a hero buy so far for GTN.
Yeah, and interestingly,
10.000 dari hamba Tuhan, pesan, pasang Bitfek di mana BG?
Like a 38% win rate.
Pasang bit VCT di mana, Bang? Kagak ngebit, ini nih pakai channel point yang nggak ada gunanya juga.
I think that was from Masters 1.
Ada nggak tahu buat apa.
We'll see if there can be any success here from Vikings with this hero buy.
Nggak judi kok, Bang, gue nggak judi, Bang, gue nggak judi.
I'm definitely a big fan of it.
Gayanya aja nih lagi-lagi menjudi.
It became, you know, much more popular in the recent years.
Yeah.
And
I feel like it's definitely more doable in this game right now for Valorant. So to be able to have that on top of that, the showstopper. So as you're shooting away and they're trying to run away from the showstopper from Sentinels, and you now have gain map control and switch over to a Vandal to try to capitalize on an entry with that too, it could be very beneficial right now for Vikings on how they want to run this. And coming off this timeout, we're about to resume here round number 17. It seems as though right now for Vikings, it's sticking things up towards the A side and potentially just going for the aim battle from the boxes of 410 into A.
Bisa ditukar itu poinnya, iya, buat ini kan.
And it makes sense, you know, Sentinels have shown presence here in many rounds, and we've got the same approaches. Shazam's the most forward player because he has a dash, but can't dash away from that one. Great shot. And that's the opening kill. You know, Sentinels know, that they peak sticking players there. On the defaults and on the anti-eco that it's Shazam, he's actually safer than his teammates. And Vikings knew it too, and they actually found the kill this time around. So with that and with the Blade Storm, this gets scary.
Definitely a nice little variation of fighting the A orb. We talked about Sentinels on the attacker side before, defender side, sorry, before. It was Zombs ulting with the Viper's Pit and then Shazam picking up the orb. This time, it's FRZ moving forward with GTN with the rifle so that potentially if GTN dies, you could trade, pick up the orb, and then you'll still be on your Blade Storm. So I like that. He landed that kill into Shazam, picked up the orb, and now it's winnable.
And Ten's managing to snipe one in middle though, so that's going to even up the numbers. And it's triggering a rotation here as well towards this B side of the map. Throwing in some last bits of utility there, Dapper onto A, maybe to keep the rotation at bay from the defenders of Vikings. But we'll see that I'm sure that they will hear the Lear there. They do have Sudicast in position. He's going to play into the smoke here. This is a risky maneuver, but will it pay off? No, it doesn't. Tens will take him down, and the spike will go down onto the B sites. GTN, there it is. There's the dance you were talking about. That showstopper's available still as well. This is scary stuff here for Vikings trying to press forwards through this toxic screen. There's the first battle. Six going to win it. Huge. The Zombs with the lineups ready to go. Sassy, oh no! Players running out of bullets. And it's going to be Sentinels that get the better of that one. 12-5 as they are yet to drop around in this half.
I like the idea, at least, of playing inside the smoke. It's definitely a risky, way more risky. I think he had a Sheriff right now inside that smoke at the same time too, Dan. So if you did have a Classic or a Frenzy, maybe doable, but also when you have to face off against Tens inside that smoke, with the way that he's playing and the way that he warms up, it's going to be very difficult to try to win that upper hand. And aside from that, yeah, a little bit awkward in the end, but you're happy that you still have a sidearm versus Sassi, who had nothing left after losing all those shots. So now it's map point potentially here for, or should I say the first map potentially in the bag for Sentinels as they're leading by 7. And with Vikings looking still for some sort of solution, is looking to be an early kill actually towards this mid side. Dan off camera, a peek down towards mid, and that surprised Zombs.
Yeah, Sadiki, super brave, going down all the way down mid there to find that one. An unusual move. I don't think that move has yet come in, which is why it likely took Sentinels off guard. And Sentinels now, they're just going to collapse on this A site, looking to contact through. Information there with the reveal. So that's 2 players that they've spotted. That tells them enough, I think, at this point.
Yeah.
Kill on the dash. Tens goes down. That's one of the entries just gone. Oh dear. It's looking a bit scary now for Sentinels. 3v5. Don't really have position, but they have to commit to this. They don't have time to go to B. So it's all in on this A site. FRZ is here waiting at 410. Great repositioning. Such a great round so far from FRZ. Will finally go down, but done a great deal of damage. Shazam switching out for the Vandal, seeing what he can get done here. 15 seconds to go. Revealed, and it's very difficult, isn't it? Fantastic shot again. Trying to bait out another play. He can actually get a spike plant here. He's on for the clutch. He's going to hit them closing the distance. He comes out before he gets the spike planted, and the paranoia comes through. Sadiki with the finishing shot onto Shazam, and it's one round. It's the first round for Vikings in this half. They need to get a lot more.
Oh yeah, but definitely a valiant attempt there for Shazam. At that point for Sentinels, losing a player like Zombs so early. I'm okay if you lose Tens or Shazam at that point. But when you lose a Viper, they can pull up these walls, they can try to force the rotations, they can play mind games with your opponents. With having that down, Vikings playing that numbers advantage, they never rotated. They played the right numbers, they didn't over-rotate at the same time too. They already had a 3-player stack. The same utility that you see from Killjoy on this minimap was placed on the same way for Sadak. So they played that perfectly on their end, played that patiently too, but it could have turned it over for how Shazam has been on fire with the knives to start things off and potentially with that clutch. But Vikings, they stay alive. They're trying to hold back this B sign as you're fighting for this orb, and Shazam getting the opener. And he's going to say, look, I didn't clutch before, but I'm definitely going to help my team win this map. They also picked up the Hunter's Fury, and this is going to be tough now for Vikings.
Yeah, great kill there from Sadiki. He's got the lockdown too, so could cause a lot of problems here. Hunter's Fury comes through as well from Sassy. Oh, gets 2 on the tag, and is able to finish off both players as well. That's a great lineup. And now it's down to 2 here for Sentinels. Sick and Shazam. Oh god, this is looking very difficult. Sadaki's just holding that defuse for days right now. I don't think there's any way they can stop this. Indeed, they swing, it's desperate, and Vikings pick up another round. So they're not done just yet. And you can see the change from Sentinels there, Vansily. They decided to just really mix it up because they've been defaulting so much. You know, and it was good for a pick actually. Shazam actually managed to find a pick, and they just collapsed onto the B side. So it looked really good initially until that.
9 minimal banget.
Very, very difficult too when you definitely have to try to dodge a Hunter's Fury from one of the best Hunter's Fury.
5 round tuh susah anjing, bikin 5 round nggak ada kesalahan sama sekali, nggak boleh menang tuh susah.
Gave that confidence for Vikings to just stick that spike at the same time too, but that means more ultimates available into this round. Aggressive push coming in from Sadak again, but it gets immediately traded out. They still have a res, so they can get the res into Shazam. He could still bring out the Blade Storm, and they're going to still be at a 1-player advantage for Sentinels.
This could be a great response from Sassy, though, going aggressive in A main. They've got these deep positions. Oh, just caught before the satchel can be utilized there. FRZ going to whip that one, but cast is good for it. The aggression from multiple sides from Vikings catches Sentinels off balance. But it is not done just yet. A minute to go, and we're in this 2v2. We've got the play being made by Dapper onto the B site, and Sick is able to get a lot of information in this position.
Yeah, he's going to hear the footsteps. He could bait it out. He's going to let Dapper know at the same time. And if Dapper fails, well, you have a Hunter's Fury available. There's 6 in a great spot.
Ya Allah, sisa 10 dari Blade.
Timing is perfect for Sick as well.
2 lawan 1.
That surely seals the deal here as FRC's in such a bad spot. No help to work with. Goes for I respect it. And that's going to be it. It's going to close it down for Sentinels. Map 1 in the bag. The Brazilians put up a hell of a fight, though.
Nice try, Migos.
Very competitive.
Nice try, Mansen. Kamu gagal beli Bitcoin, Mansen.
It really felt like a super competitive game, and I'm really excited to see which way the series is going to go after that.
I do agree with you, Dan. Looking at how they played, their attacker side for Vikings looked very promising. A little bit flat-footed, though, on the defender side, too. Again, not having that utility to be able to play for those retakes of how Sentinels were playing before, but I like how they actually adapted to not having that type of utility.
Lu lihat tuh GTN, buset, mau dimakan temen-temennya tadi, Blay.
But you expect 2 players from pushing into A main while also crunching on the top of the boiler side. This is something new. This is something unorthodox. This is something that you don't see very often in North America, so it definitely potentially caught Sentinels off guard. But when again you look at the Sentinels, what they have on paper, they have so many players that have much potential, and so many players that just off the back of one single player, either it's Sick, Tens, Shazam, Dapper, or Zoms, they could still get the multi-kills and bring the round back in their favor. And that's what happened, and we do have the first map now in favor of Sentinels.
Yeah, definitely a great game to start things off with between these two teams.
Ada apa lagi nih, Blay? Ada apa lagi nih, Blay? Ada apa lagi nih, Blay? Mana, Blay? Mana, Blay? Video penampakan, Blay. Gak ada video penampakan apa? Duluan, Blay. Oke, Imen. Cerita abis, cuy, masalah. Dark Ghost Paranormal Carry. Dark Ghost. Dark Ghost Paranormal. Install camera in the cemetery and avoid a real ghost. So iya sih. Blay gusangnya sama kadal gimana tuh? Buset, serem juga loh.
Tapi asli kemarin sih aku kayak game seru ya. Aku kagak kuat nih. Hilangnya gitu, kagak ada tidur, diniatin tidur kagak ada. Hilang.
Iya anjir. Nggak ada nih yang serem-sereman nih.
Banget enggak?
Apa?
Yang serem banget enggak?
Enggak. Besok ada game, besok ada. Besok game pertama V1 lawan Nocturne, terus Fnatic lawan Extend, habis itu Liquid lawan Crew. Fnatic Extend seru nih ya. V1 Liquid kemarin juga seru banget. Tuh. Ini besok ada V1 lawan Nocturne, seru juga nih harusnya.
Aku pengen nonton itu, nonton.
Kenapa mau nonton?
Udah itu. Ente hiung.
Anjing lah. Ente hiung bangsat.
Aku nungguin nonton cuman mau ngomong itu. Ente hiung.
Match 2 Blay. Belum mulai. Blay.
Lagi sebat ini, sebat.
Iya.
Guys, kita habis beli 2 box Pokemon baru.
Iya, kita mau bikin konten unboxing Pokemon lagi, guys.
Gacha. Isa.
GGI anjing.
Ada properti seru di konten yang ini. Gue ngomongin Pokemon, ada emoji Pikachu kan ya di live chat-nya?
Bentar Blay, mau berak. Silakan Blay.
Tungguin kok, nih di hold sama Mansen.
Pokemon video custom aja belum diupload. Nanat. Video custom apa Nanat?
Custom keyboard. Ih, gue tuh bete-nya tuh ternyata kayak pas gue ngerekam itu video stabilizernya tuh nyala. Jadi tuh ada goyang-goyang sendiri gitu loh. Terus gue sebel banget. Jadi udah jadi videonya. Cuma kayak jijik ngupload ya karena goyang-goyang. Sebel. Udah jadi, udah gue edit. Cuma belum ada thumbnail. Sama gue gak suka karena dia goyang.
Untung daily dose of internet kali ya. Sambil nunggu. Daripada dengerin suara Potter, ngeliatin suara Potter, ntar teori-teori bocil sabun menyiksa kepala gue lagi nih anjing.
This is your daily dose of internet.
Anjing kucingnya mainan jenggot.
Any last words? None.
A photographer was capturing the night sky when he saw a train of SpaceX satellites moving together.
Belum mulai. Itu apaan nih? UFO Blay, itu UFO Blay.
This person has a cat that loves to spin around.
Gue pakein diam.
A car in Ohio was spotted driving backwards.
The fuck? Gila juga tuh mobil. Jalan mundur coba.
Here's a video of me trying a science experiment. If you take baking soda and pour it into a bottle of ketchup, you can make it explode.
Lihat ikan pari dipotong. Apaan ikan pari dipotong? Pantu.
This archer is skilled enough to curve an arrow on demand.
Mbak.
Someone brought a remote-controlled car to the dog park.
Highlight.
These might look like regular rocks, but they change colors when you shine a light on them. These are actually ancient pieces of glass that were shaped by being in the ocean for hundreds of years.
Buset. Bisa begini anjing batunya.
This person found some really funny windows. That's the end of this video. I really hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
Nyengirnya gede banget ke kamera.
Zoms, we always talked about him as like, yeah, maybe he's not able to frag as much, but the utility that he has as Omen, how he could shut down positions with the paranoia and the smoke, has always been huge in terms of deniability for Sentinels. Now as Astra, when you have 5 stars, 2 Nebulas, Cosmic Divides, the Gravity Wells, and even the Nova Pulses, there's a lot of deniability when you can anchor on his own. And if you're playing a team as Sentinels and the way that you could play very aggressively, find ways to get through those Gravity Wells, find ways to punish that as well from Zoms, because after that, final bosses is that you're going to have to play against the clutch players of Dapper, the entry fraggers of Sick and Shazam. So I think Zoms is probably the agent to exploit, not the player, but getting rid of Astra out of the lineup early is definitely going to help Vikings win these post-plant situations on the attack.
Yeah, and here we are with the Prime Gaming Agent Select, and we will be having indeed the Vikings on the attack to begin with, and I'm quite curious to see exactly how they'll approach this.
Wah, ini gua ngepick Viking cuma 5% nih, Blay. Asli gua kalau menang gua beli pulau atau nggak lo?
Always a lot of fun. So I think we're going to see a lot of action towards C with the
kalau Vikings menang, gue beli pulau, Blay.
Kind of approach, with the Cypher, but ultimately I think we're going to see a lot of C from them, and this is something that we saw yesterday as well against Sentinels from Fnatic, and Sentinels actually managed that super well, so that's not a good premonition for Vikings and likely the playstyle that we're going to see from them. But let's see if they have something else prepared here as we get into map 2, Vikings versus Sentinels. And Vikings, they have looked pretty damn good, and I think they have what it takes here to take us to a third map. I can't wait to see what they have here on this attack.
I'm definitely hoping for that one, Den, for sure. And
them taking the attack to start things off here, and you see the standard double stars from the defenders of Zoms at the entrance of that A site in the choke. Even the recon dart to find information. It's clear, early rotate right now, and it's looking to be fairly quick inside the garage, and they're adapting already. Look at that, FRC's already up B.
And Sick able to take down one with such a deep position. Sick is causing a lot of problems here towards spawn. He's just holding his position at this point. He's done so much good work. Nice one from Sudicast to try to make things a little bit easier, but it's still very, very difficult. Sudicast with the frenzy, not the best at that range, but making it work for now. However, Sick and Tens will finish things off. Fantastic round from Sick. I think he got 3 out of it. And Sentinels start off with a bang.
I'm actually liking this. This is a good taste of what we could expect throughout the rest of this map here, Dan, because Icebox, it was a lot of timing we talked about, and we gave credit to Vikings how they were playing more defaulty slow, trying to force to rotate out here from Sentinels. But in this map, just off this piss around, I could expect, just because of how many angles you have into the C site, how you could get control of garage and maybe try to split into B, the splits into the A site. There could be some very heavy splits going on the aggression from Vikings, but as I say that, it's Sentinels that's bringing that aggression instead.
Yeah, that's a little bit scary. They're really feeling it at the moment, just going for those aggressions, as you say, on the anti-eco, not afraid of anything. Leaving Vikings reeling after that one. They've only got 3 players left, 2 of which
low HP.
Up.
Yep.
And Shazam with a forward position here too on a lobby, so not all that much working here for Vikings. They've got the Sheriff in the hands of Sassy, but also the weakest player on the teams.
Yeah, everything's on lockdown. Because now Zoms could actually body peek, he could use the ability. There you go, there's the gravity well. They're pushing towards the A side. They have a trap bar towards garage. It just got broken. They have all the information in well for Sentinels now.
Yeah, Sick is just holding a really safe position. 1 by 1. And Sick will take down Sassy as well. This is a really bad prospect as well, because Sick already has the run it back available. Because of all of the kills he's had in the... I mean, he's got 6 kills, so he's got more than enough kills to get that running back online, and the Prime Gaming Flawless had a lot of those.
And this is where it gets scary, Dan, because yesterday when Sentinels played against Fnatic, we saw a lot of clutch plays. We saw some very close plays, and it came down to the wire from Sentinels to be able to win this map. I think it was 13-11. And somebody that was quiet in that series was Sick, where we know the combination of him and Tens together could be very strong. Cast him in North America, the combination of the curveball with the op coming out from Tens at the same time could be detrimental for any team that faces against them. But now that he's online already with a run it back in round 3, oof, I'm scared.
Yeah, for sure. It is very scary. So much momentum here for Sick, a player that they would likely also be just farming the ultimate orbs onto anyway.
Yep.
In these defaults. Vikings looking for the best way to attack here, knowing that they're going to be against a heavy bonus. Rotation through to A. Spotted by Shazam.
Standing ahead.
Yeah, that's even deniability. The recon's good enough to get information.
Yep. To slow things down, you can see that this is forced a rotation on the minimap. And we're actually getting Vikings falling out, but they might reset back in. The thing is that they don't have much time here to mess around at this point.
30 seconds left.
And Sentinels, 4 players towards C, so they're somewhat convinced that this will be a C play. Dapper with the cam. He's going to spot it. Here comes the play. Dapper's going to go straight in front of it. He's going to just force them to fight in this choke point. It's not a good look. There is not much time on the clock here to get the spike planted. In fact, they might go for a 4-man save.
Yeah.
In fact, that's exactly what's happening. Oh my. It would actually be awesome if Sudicast could get some frags. Sadiki instead will be the one to get the frag. Ooh, don't give up any kills. Oh, okay, there we go. So
hey, yeah, you're right. It's a bonus round, right, for Sentinels, Dan. So I get it. It's like, oh, it's so close. Just don't die at this point. You sacrificed enough, and even then, even if you don't sacrifice kills, don't get damaged by the long-range chip damage that you could get from the Spectres. Because now, if you're gonna force to buy armor, just like we see right now from FRZ, then you're gonna be low on money no matter what into the next round, right? Because you're forcing the full buy. That said, though, for Sentinels, you could see how annoying it could be playing against an Astra. You're trying to run a last-second play into the C site. They didn't even need to come into contact at first. A camera to spot things up, a second camera to come back up here from Dapper, and then you have the gravity well, and nobody's able to come in for a plant. This time, though, just trying to play aggressive into the B site. We're trying to get an early plant for Vikings.
Sick there with the curveballs, just like so much good defensive utility coming through. Intense there with the push from the back as well. Sick is closing distance with these attackers, and he's doing so much damage. They're pinned in the corner. There's nowhere to go. Just Sudicast left now, coming from spawn. 1v3. Spike down in no man's land. Almost spammed down completely. And they know exactly where Sudicast is. And there we go. Shazam will take him down. And going faster didn't work here for Vikings. I liked the idea. Barreling into the B site, but Sentinels were quite ready for that. You know, just the point you were making with the utility from Astra and so on. It's very good at helping with these very fast plays. Oh my god.
Shock darts.
That's beautiful. I'd love to see that.
Geometry from Shazam coming in here with the shock darts for double damage too on top of that, and he comes out a window for the kill. But I gotta say, it brings me back, Dan, to the days where Sentinel Shazam came in from an interview. It's like, hey, if North American teams want to play aggressive against us, we could do the same thing. And they're doing exactly the same type of play style that Vikings or any Brazilian team would do currently, is just bring the fight to them. And even on the defender side, pushing aggressively for map control is definitely a detriment right now for Vikings, because now they're forced to play default, they're forced to play slow, they're forced to play spread off across the map, where even a 2 versus 1 push, it's an even trade, and it's still a victory for Sentinels because you want to take those on your side on defenders.
Down a player already. Snodiki sits on the bench watching over his team as they try to take some garage control, and a reload was heard. 6 reload. There's the curveball though. That's going to confirm some information. Shazam's walked out mid as well. I don't know that they would expect that. Ooh, 6 gonna get challenged. Trying to escape, actually. I think not exactly sure where he was going, but Shazam is going to be able to get a huge timing on this flank. Dapper, the master of delay in the side. Shazam is going to isolate the garage players. And now Dapper spotted the remaining 2 in C long, and it doesn't seem like they can just really combine their forces whatsoever. Everybody's picked apart in this round for Vikings. They just can't quite seem to find their footing, Vansili. Like, they can't play their game.
Yeah, the only thing that worked pretty much at the beginning of that round was kind of like a 6 versus 4, because when Sick Gut actually blinded and tried to fall back, I think he jumped into Zom's gravity well. So I kind of sucked him out of position for him to get picked off there by GTN, sorry. And yes, like you said here, Dan, nothing seems to be working because they're losing a lot of map control on mid side. Yes, they're gaining garage, but they're losing then again from B side pushes down to under window. And they need a little bit more coming out of that, I think, from Sadak, where maybe he could start throwing those cameras up towards the grass side, towards the B entrance, just to try to prevent these pushes, or at least getting that information.
Oh my god, it's a huge Hunter's Fury from Shazam. Oh, that's absolutely huge, taking down 2 players at the beginning of the rounds. Ooh.
Desperation right now here, Dan. You got a question mark right now, right? Or question marks are above your head, just trying to figure out what answer can we actually bring here against Sentinels. Now, not only do they have to think about like map control and all that too, but also now utility ultimates that are available for Sentinels that they had to be wary of on these aggressive pushes.
Yeah, it's kind of like we talked about before with regards to how Fnatic, sort of struggled to make their attacking side work. It was the C splits that worked out for Fnatic, but we'll get back into that in a moment as we have Sentinels here defending the B side and able to get so many kills through smokes here as well. Such a good read of the situation from Sentinels. Sadiki left in a terrible spot. And ooh, Dapper, the master of the jiggle. And GTN will go down for the Prime Gaming Flawless. And yeah, it seems like... So it's the similar issues as to what Fnatic had with Sentinels, whereby they couldn't really win a lobby against Shazam and or Tens.
Yeah.
And then at the same time, like, we had such good retakes on the C site if the C splits actually won the C site. But even then, sometimes just winning garage control was very difficult. And the retakes that Sentinels had into the B site when the attackers were going for the B side option was also very good. So it doesn't really seem like there is a clear weakness. It seems to be more the case that you have to have very good tactics and coordination around some of these positions, a garage, a lobby, to be able to just legit win those spots from the likes of Tens and Shazam and Sick and so on. You have to have that in your playbook.
Agreed. And even when you're looking at this now, GTN going for potentially another hero blood, but definitely a lot weaker. And I feel like if it's not this round, potentially the next round, Vikings has a lot of chances to get the first point on the board, simply due to the fact of the amount of ultimates they currently have. This is why I'm debating if this timeout is going to be a debate to see, hey, should we actually go for some sort of a buy? How can we use our ultimates right now and capitalize on currently where Sentinels are currently being placed? Because Zoms doesn't have a Cosmic Divide for a retake. Tens also is one away from Bladestorm. This is like a small window of opportunity for them to maybe capitalize on their own ultimates, get that first point on the board, and if they do have some sort of force buy coming in, then they add 3,000 credits into their victory to even add more into the bank later on. But it seems as though it's just going to be, okay, we have a Chevy. Yeah, they're going for the force buy, so let's see what happens.
We will see, indeed. It is interesting, too, because in terms of like how good Sentinels are and how well-rounded they are, I do feel like Vikings did show one successful round previously. We'll get back into that in a moment, as we'll see what the opener looks like for them with this half control.
Kalau India masuk region mana?
You want to fight for A control and potentially just ult everything into the A site.
Yeah, so many ultimates indeed. Sentinels can play retake very effectively. Soms and Thames both one away from their ultimates respectively. Vikings trying to also, I like that they're playing this slower, you know, making sure that, you know, were Sentinels to try to run a play for information in the early to mid round, that they would be able to catch it, Vikings. Pressuring garage here, so might start to convince Sentinels that this is going to start to feel like a C play once the garage pressure comes through. And that's a pick on an A long, so maybe scratch that entirely because they will go off of the back of that one. Tens, though, is holding the site still. So this is a problem. And a neural theft comes through to gain more information. And the spike's down, and they have the site Sentinels. They are still sitting on this one. And it doesn't look like they're able to stop Tens. He's going to own absolutely everybody that tries to walk into this site. Oof, unfortunate. Just Sudicast left, and there's no time for this one.
Yeah, only with a Sheriff and armor, I mean, you want to try to go for it, you know. You've invested enough. Bringing that on to the next round is not going to do much. And I'm actually quite surprised here, Dan, because that was a perfect entry, our first blood, actually, to take Shazam down. They threw the Neuro Theft to get information, and that's FRZ getting into the site without popping the run it back. And I guess it was the off angle there from Tens. You're probably going to try to throw it from the pop the run it back from the corner of the sewers. But unfortunately, just Tens gets the upper hand, just foils every single plan that Vikings had off that first blood kill. So very well done here for Sentinels to maintain their composure. They're up 7-0.
Yeah, and this time we're going to see Tens actually working along also with Shazam. Oh, the flash comes through, caught out in the open. Huge. Great conversion there from Vikings, looking to send some of that action straight through to long. Don't have to commit to anything here. They have a lot of time. You can see Shazam, he wants to know, are they doubling back off of this or are they grouping up around this? And they will try to hide from the drone, and beautifully done. Only showing GTN there taking down the drone. And just look at the mini-map. Look what this is doing to Sentinels.
Yeah, I mean, they're still guessing so far. They're starting to jiggle peek to try to get a bit of information at the same time too, because they are one player behind, and this forces the hand of Dapper trying to push forward, and they're trying to push down towards long too, and it works out. 6 gets the headshot, and it's tied up 4-4.
And there comes the drone here from Vikings. Sentinels will be able to slow things down. Sick is doing a great job slowing things down. He kept hold of a curveball as well to have that additional delay possible. Vikings looking to force the action. Sitting in the cage now, Sick, waiting for his next chance. There goes the flash. Forward delay. Still holding on to position. Holding on to time. Sentinels have that rotation in. It's going to be a hell of a fight here for Vikings. They're going to pop it through the showstopper. GTN is going to get traded out, though. And Sadiki and Sudicast doing a great job in converting all of these frags. The spike will be planted. Dapper in a 1 versus 3 as he makes his way through spawn. It is a hell of a job to find an opening here. It would have something has to be given. Gets tagged, and that's the frag. Great stuff there. What a round from Vikings.
That was so close. See, if only he knew the information of where the third player was there for Dapper, right? But definitely a great round for Vikings. Getting that first blood, killing noise, and trying to figure things out more slowly. Yes, they got caught off guard from the curveball that came out from Sig, but even despite that, they kept their cool. They kept lurking up towards the A side, and opening with that showstopper allowed for Vikings to get into the site. So that was very much needed. We have, ironically enough, the Brazil scoreline now, 7-1 for Sentinels, but that was a round that they won with confidence here for the Vikings, and they could definitely run off this. Maybe not. TENZ denies it right away with 2 op kills onto FRZ and Sase.
That's the problem for sure, and you just don't want to see that. TENZ doing such a good job holding onto that position. He is so dangerous. He wants those peaks, and Sudicast actually able to jump over the trip here into the C site. Now, it feels like everything really leans on what he's able to accomplish from this. Dapper's going to just tag him with the camera. At least Sudicast is able to kill the cam, but Dapper knows what's going on here, and he's going to try to hold on to the backside position. With the Odin, it's not going to work out. And with that, there is a chance here. Sick's going to go through. The Cosmic Divide's in. Sick over the top of Log. It will take down GTN. And that's now the spike carrier killed. Sick is doing all kinds of shenanigans here on the site. And with that, this is a lot of Cosmic Divide.
Yep.
With that, it's going to be tough to get this planted. It's a 1v3 for Sadiki.
I'm surprised that they gave this up, because I guess they didn't see that the spike was actually down. So everybody falls back to like default spots, but they could still play a retake on a 3v1. This is going to be still very difficult for Sadak to win.
Yeah, I think Sentinels must have assumed that he picked up the spike already.
Yeah.
But there we go. Zoms at the back of the site is going to just create an impossible situation for Sadiki. Well played by Sentinels once again, and they'll convert the rounds. One of the points I was going to make earlier is that, you know, this is a huge issue. You know, TENZ having free reign here, doing a great job hitting those shots, and you want to see them find a way to deal with TENZ to take a lobby control, because when they were able to do that, they were able to play. Vikings were able to play with the Sentinels rotation. They just did it a little bit too slowly. In one of those rounds, they got beaten out because they didn't have enough time. But I felt like they were really onto something.
I agree. I feel like they have a good composition here as well, although we'll talk about it later, because we're looking for a split from Vikings inside the C site then.
Yeah, it's certainly, and Sassy is able to open up with the Hunter's Fury, so starts off pretty well here. Six still has that running back ready for the retake, and there we go. Running back comes through. Oh, okay. Oh, Sadikis is going to walk straight into him. He gets taken down by the pace. Okay. TENZ has the blades out. FRC with the lineup. Coming through from window, doing the damage. And now Shazam, he's got nobody left to support him. He's alone in this retake. 4 players to find. They know precisely where he is. The swing comes through. Sudicast does not care. Just takes him out. 1v1. And Vikings convert around.
So it's one of those examples, just like on Icebox, when there's just so much utility going on here for both of these teams that it just becomes
so messy to try to take the play, take the site, or even retake here for either of these teams. Thankfully, Vikings took the upper hand. But just to get back, as we have time here, Dan, I feel that the composition for Vikings, they do have a good comp to try to push back tens on such aggressive peaks here on the A side. They got JTN with the Boombot or Paint Shells. They could curveball outside of A long. They can shock dart or recon dart towards long A as well to push him back. And then that will force Sentinels to surrender the A site. The thing is, if they use that much, then they don't have too much to take the site over, and Tenz continues to go to work.
Yeah, he does. 2 kills on the board already before they've even gotten to the site. And, oh, it just doesn't stop here. Sentinels, another Prime Gaming flawless for them. It's been so many in this half. Again, it just seems so difficult for Vikings to win the information battle, and on some of the individual plays, Tenz has free reign. How many times are we seeing Tenz get the fights that he wants?
Yeah. Very, very often right now in these battles towards long A, Dan, and at the same time, it's, again, a lack of utility, unfortunately, that for these battle for control towards A side. Yes, they're able to avoid the recon dart that gets thrown into the choke point, but outside of that, where's their curveball to come out to continue to take control of A long, or the owl drone to continue to push them back? And Shazam, you just saw in that replay, he puts his hands up, he's like, what's going on here? It's a little bit too easy for me right now to hold up the A side. So it feels like a reverse of how they were playing Icebox, where I'm like, okay, well, they don't have that much utility to try to push Shazam back, and they play that perfectly for Vikings. Now it's lackluster for their attack, unfortunately, here against Sentinels on this map of Haven.
Udah nengok lah, anjing gue udah diajakin tos angin.
Double up, by the way, Dan.
And why not? It's definitely going to be a surprise.
Tidur cepat nih kita, Blay.
Tenz to roam here. He's on that top of the sea site with his.
Emang baik ya. Valorant ini, tahu gue kecapean banget kan. 2 hari, hari ketiganya
so far in this half.
Dikasih nyantai gitu.
To contact through to the B side.
Lagi kan.
Might actually be great here. Retaking with the operators might be difficult. Flash comes through. Dapper looking to go for the challenge here. Challenges here. Has that Astra smoke to work from. Neural theft out as well to get the extra information. And they've been gifted. The spike is on the site there for Sentinels just to sit on top of. Under their control, locked away by the Astra smoke, locked away by the entire team at this point. Oh man, this is not a good look here for Vikings. They are well and truly on the struggle bus. Oh no, no, oh, the humanity. Dapper denied the knife. Thank goodness.
Kelar game ini.
Dapper bringing a North American player onto the global stage here again, just showing how when they're comfortable, or when they're just falling behind, or when they don't care. That's the type of Sentinels that you can see sometimes, and it shows a little bit, like, at the same time as it's fun in games, it also shows, and it adds a little bit more onto Vikings. It's like, oh crap, these guys are like on fire. They're super to try to regain control of this map. And so far, like I said, I feel it's a lack of utility that's currently being used by Vikings, but toe-to-toe, when they're able to avoid the operator of Tenz and try to fight a little bit more out of, like, bring this 1 versus 1 fights, they've had good fights actually at the same time too, from Garage versus. So there are some weaknesses into how Sentinels are setting up. I just find that they weren't able to get that information to capitalize on these type of weaknesses that could have been exploited.
Wah, gila.
Yeah, definitely. It does feel like Sentinels are just chilling right now. They're not having to really do anything special. They're really in their comfort zone, as you mentioned. The fact that they're able to bring out the double operator is just goes to show that, you know, that they're feeling super comfortable. It's also a gear they didn't really have to go to as well. They made it work otherwise. But into the second half, we've got a pistol upon us. Vikings on the defense. Sentinels not with any quick maneuvers though. It's a lurk on A long from Dapper, looking to just contact in. He's just going to see what he can get, it looks like, at this point.
Dia udah gak peduli menang lagi, yang penting kok bunuh DPR.
Oh, he's actually forced out the paint shells. That's a big win.
And Boobot.
Lu lihat non, buset no, lu komat
The thing
kamit
is
no.
right now, Dan, though, is this is something that Dapper does a lot,
Gua
right?
ngeri banget nih
Put the camera up,
sama
work that
aksinya
A-side choke,
GTN
something
nih.
that Fnatic didn't take advantage of too. But look at Vikings. They never really rotated players out after using the initial utility from Raze. They still have great utility and positioning for any type of push happening towards this C side that seems to be happening.
Yeah, now Sentinels have that garage control, working towards the C splits, and there's actually a good amount of players here for Vikings, trying to hold on to the backside. Tens, though, up high, able to look over all of these smokes with that ghost doing damage. Three players, 2 players now left here. It's looking grim for Vikings as they fight tooth and nail, but it's not looking all that good. GTN is the last of it here for Vikings. Frenzy outs, Tens from the side. And that's a wrap. 11-2, Vikings. Really struggling here against Sentinels.
Wah.
And when I look back at how that pistol played, it seems, I'm not sure if we saw that recon dart coming out earlier on towards the A side into choke, but trying to figure out how many bodies are currently working towards that A side, I think just a recon dart could have maybe avoided the paint shells and the boom bot that was forced out from GTN. And that was just off Dapper walking up into the A site. So lack of information one more time. Here's the recon dart that's going to come this time too. And on top of that, a tactical timeout for Sentinels.
Buset, tactical timeout ini cuma buat ngetawain doang ini.
Also from the point of view of Vikings. Because if
Wah,
they
anjing,
ran out of
di-throw.
time
Kagak.
early playing into this
Ini
map versus
technical
Sentinels,
timeout-nya
this
anjing
gives
ini
them
ntar
more
di
time
APR
to figure out
ulang
how they
terus
want to
pindah
play
dari
this.
mana,
And you can
cuy?
see
Nah, ini jadi
right off
ini
the bat,
mikirin
right off the rip,
formasi
they
nah,
went for
formasi
a bulldog
tos-tosannya
buy
gimana kita
and
nyelamatin Dapper
a
nih.
stinger buy, as well as shields and shares. So they were
Dapper lu
ready
ntar
to
di
play for
tengah-tengah ya,
the victory so
tengah-tengah lu
far, man.
tengah-tengah.
So allowing
Pura-pura
this
lu
extra
ngetos.
minute,
Lu
they
lihat
can
mukanya Dapper
regain
no, lu lihat
composure
mukanya Dapper.
and really try to figure out how
Blay,
they can
blay,
actually punish
lama-lamain dong, blay,
Sentinels on their
lama-lamain, blay.
attacker side. But the only information that they got was barely nothing, unfortunately, based off that pistol.
Buset no. Lu lihat GTN no.
Yeah, it's definitely a
Palanya
tough
digoyang-goyangin.
world for Vikings
Udah
to be living in at the moment.
crack ya.
I think one of the
Abis
difficult
kesel.
aspects to it as well is that, you know, Sentinels is such a strong team individually that you also have to be able to compete there first before we can talk about the tactical and strategical game. And
lu lihat no. Tangannya no.
you know, I'm hoping for
Mati
Vikings
lu.
that they're going to have an
Wah,
easier
anjing,
time of it
serem
here
banget,
on this defense because, you know, there's less. Like, they don't have to worry about working the map as much.
Kita sudah cengar-cengir
You don't have to worry about
mati lu
defaulting as
DPR.
much, trying to play the
Woi.
rotation game. It's all about
Mati
reacting and
lu
then
gitu.
using the information you get from how Sentinels are playing their attack to understand the kinds of responses that you need to make. It's definitely a little bit more simplistic.
Oh, gue udah gak ngerti lagi sih.
Definitely.
Lagi dicengin sama
I
Tens.
find that with the plays or the agent composition here, like Sentinels currently has, like somebody like Sick as this Phoenix is going to take a lot of this mid control at the same time too, and where FRZ is looking to contest it, at the beginning. But he couldn't capitalize on a kill. So far, so good to try to bring that aggression out for Vikings and gain that information, forcing out the Owl drone at the same time for Shazam. But here comes an open B site, at least for Sick to force out a rotation, and Sadak's on his own. Only
Nice
one.
work with the Stinger too. Repping the Stinger, love to see it. But yeah, as you mentioned, Sick in that position is definitely a problem in B. He hits the good timing on the lurk. He might catch FRZ. The timing could be brutal, but actually, FRZ gets a few free shots, unable to connect them. Sick in B, causing problems. Still will try to get out of that spot to help his teammates on the site. Dapper's incredibly low. And Shazam is on the side here with the Bulldog. He is really, I mean, I feel like that he is the Bulldog player, Shazam. See what he can get with it. On the ADS, it's just down to him now, and he's gonna clutch it. Beautiful. Shazam with the Bulldog. That is a wonderful combination. And that's going to be game point.
Apa nih?
Yeah.
Apa yang bakal
Even if the
dibeli sama
banner didn't come
Sentinel?
out, that was definitely a Red Bull
Ares
clutch
kah?
because it looked pretty
Ares
good for
4 biji kah?
Vikings to gain the momentum back towards that pulse plant because you mentioned it, Dan, a great position that was going to be a nuisance right now for Vikings of where Sick was currently placed inside that C link. So for them to swing out to get those kills to make it a 2 versus 2 and potentially even there a 2 versus 1, you're happy here that Shazam is definitely on point with that Bulldog to be able to win that in the end for Sentinels. Even though it's a 12-2 scoreline, even if it was at 11-3, you don't want Vikings, you don't want them to gain that momentum. anywhere in
kalau
the
lu jadi
second half,
Sentinel
and you just want
kondisi
to close
begini
out the
pasti lu
series now.
ngelawak
So
kan.
map point,
Iyalah,
series
udah
point,
pasti,
a
anjing.
buy coming in from both teams, but definitely a lower buy now
Pasti
for
pas
the
tactical tadi
defenders
lu
of
bilang,
Vikings.
abis
Actually, it's pretty
ini
even.
gue digel
Yeah,
only
we're pretty
ya.
far away from any ults as well, so
Yeah.
Ini.
that's not going to come into play to take sites or to retake sites.
Tetap respect Blay.
Sentinels
Wah,
just
gue
creating
nggak
presence
ngeliat
across the map,
kerespekan
looking
yang
for any
dilakukan oleh
possible
DPR tadi
flanking
sih anjing.
actions from C Long and making sure they have a good
Nggak sih
understanding
sebenarnya
of pushing
santai
garage and
sih.
at the same time they take
Cuma
control here.
GTN ini
Meeting
kagak santai
GTN,
nih.
Sick, winning that battle.
Lu lihat lo masih ditembak-tembakin mayatnya
And fall
Blay.
back. And this is so awful. Imagine being on the receiving end of this. You're afraid of the A hit, but at the same time they could be anywhere. They reset.
Gila.
FRZ has to come up huge right now, especially now that he's pinged in. This is going to be very difficult. I think he's going to have to play this passively and wait for his teammates to come back.
Ooh, good timing though, found with the stinger from Sadiki.
stinger
Even things up into a 4v4. Shazam though,
Yeah,
with
get
that
it.
ADS on the Bulldog, is always good for it. FRZ still causing some issues there on the B side.
Recruitment ya
And
udah
here
tahu
comes
lah
that flank.
kenapa
If
ya.
there's distraction here for Sudicast to work off of, might be able to get 2 free ones. Knows where the second player is.
Oh,
Great
problem.
stuff there from Sudicast. Gets the dink onto Dapper. 20 health left. Finished off. Vikings. Great discipline on that one. Great patience. And they will be rewarded. They'll stay in this, but my God, looking at the journey ahead of them, it's a scary one.
But we talked that before, maybe not on a different half. There was some weaknesses here on Sentinels on how they were playing the defense, but this time you were able to
Ini kalah
exploit one
juga
when Sentinels
si
were playing on the
Dapper juga.
attack. So very nice here for
Alhamdulillah, gue
Vikings
masih
to
kalah.
not be afraid of the lurk that Dapper always plays with the camera down towards that A choke.
Satu
So for
Sentinel mah
Sudicast to be able to
kesel
come out
nih
and
Blay nggak
get
jadi
that
menang.
flank, even
Dapper
getting a dink
doang
onto the
yang
third player,
seneng ini.
phenomenal job for Sudicast at the same time too. It was a much needed round, a round that they won with only 2 players alive. So technically the buy should still be okay right now for Vikings, especially when Sentinels are going to be on an eco.
Uh-oh. Sudicast is going to go down for free, and that's, I mean, he does 22 damage. Well, Puson's down to 22 health, and Sassy's going to be able to finish that one off. But this is definitely an issue here. Sentinel straight into the Hunter's Fury going forward as well. Tens with that Blaze Storm, good for the entry. And there's just 2 players left here for Vikings. This pace from Sentinels has been devastating. At least Sadiki is going to be able to get something here. FRZ with the run it back. Can there be a trade off of that? No. Tens with the jumping knives. And FRZ not in a position to do a lot here. Well, hands to eliminate some positions. Actually gets it. Zom's just stuck in that position, very low on HP. And with that said, now, oh my God, there's a chance here. FRZ against Shazam. Now he knows exactly where he is, Shazam with the peaks. Can he find a shot here? There goes the hot hands. Oh, he forces him forward. Great stuff there from FRZ. The clutch is going to be coming through shortly. There is just about enough time here for all this deep use. Amazing stuff for the Red Bull clutch. FRZ keeping his team alive in this one. I did not expect them to be able to actually pull this one back.
That's when you're actually overextending, when you're that confident, it can come back and bite you. Not necessary for Tens to jump up and to go for the peak. Everything prior to that, in terms of Sentinels getting into the site, has been superb. The gravity well onto the frenzy kill that they got into sewers to punish Sudicast, going in with the Blade Storm combined with the Recon Dart and also the Hunter's Fury. But the Pulse Plant retake from FRZ, thankfully that they did a lot of damage onto Sentinels on that Pulse Plant, allows them to win that 3 versus 1. Just again, on an overextension from Tens on that 2 versus 1 that allows Vikings to stay alive.
FLC with nerves of steel, but Sentinel's going really fast into the C site right now. And once again, Tens on that high ground on the Radiant boxes. And it's looking a lot better here. Vikings still have the backside control. Zoms is going to try to push the issue. Goes down. And there's no presence here now for Sentinel's backside. They may have to give this one up, but I don't think they can afford to. The spike is down in a forward position. Sentinels are committed to this C site.
They just want to try to finish this right now, Dan, which is why they went so aggressively. But Sick does get the first kill. It's traded off, and on his 3-on-3, cornered is Sick, staying alive from the molly. And let's see if they can actually clutch it out.
Oh God, this is so awkward here for Vikings, but they make it work. Another round for the Brazilians as they fight to keep themselves alive in this one. I mean, you have to have nerves of steel for this.
And on this stage, thankfully, at least the pressure is not that far up now for Vikings because we're still in the upper bracket, right? So there's not that much pressure, but there's still the pressure to perform. Really wanted to perform well here for Vikings against Sentinels. This second map, getting 3 rounds in a row. You're building that confidence up, potentially for 4 in a row now, because you do have a smaller buy here for the attacker side, but you do have, once again, the Marshal of 10s. Gotta be careful for that one, as Sentinels are looking to push aggressively again, this time towards the A site.
Yeah, and they did this previously. You know, we had that FRZ clutch to save the day, but this previously worked quite well for Sentinels, but they're not quite as fast as before. They're not getting that opening kill that was offered up at the beginning of the round last time. Sudicast playing close around the Astra smoke. This feels quite scary indeed. 10s on that Marshal.
You are divided.
There goes the Cosmic Divide. And Sick is going to open things up, takes down Sudicast as he starts to barrel up. There's the Showstopper, able to dodge that one. 10s is still alive. The taps, the 2-bullet dance, as you called it, comes through here for Vikings, and they are holding onto the site. Magnificent stuff there. In fact, they survived with 3 players. A great result. Looks kind of scary for a moment, but they're still in this one.
And slowly but surely, the ultimate points are also building up here, Dan. Yes, the money comes back for Sentinels into this round off this half buy, but you're definitely happy right now for the defender side that you only lost 2 players, because now it gives you that confidence of, yes, we can finally go toe-to-toe here against Sentinels. Trying to peek out against us, like you said, Dan, be more reactionary. They reacted a lot towards that A side on Sentinels, try to move in. They play the off angles, and they're able to win those fights. Continue in that fashion right now for Vikings. If Sentinels continues to overextend like this, we could definitely have a closer game. But now you have a run it back here from Sick, and he's been devastating in the past with that ultimate on this map.
Oh, what a start here coming from Vikings. The aggression from them right now. They're going is absolutely wild with this. Sick looking to answer back into Garage. Sadiki with the Odin, trying to spam it forwards. Sick with the entry, though. He's got a run it back available now as well. On the side, causing problems. There goes the curveball straight through to try to punish these players towards spawn, as Sick keeps himself going on that warpath. And Sentinels get the spike down. This was looking really good for Vikings at one point. Goal, Shazam gets the freebie. He's going to be able to reposition as well. Just so many issues. Oh, no. Very unfortunate for Vikings, but that's going to be a wrap in this series. Sentinels are going to clinch it. 13-6. Not quite as competitive as the first map, Icebox. But still, overall, I think a good showing from Vikings. Sentinels are still the team to beat in this upper bracket.
Definitely. And I got to give my my congratulations as well, for sure, despite Vikings losing this series of... It's not over for them yet, right? And we saw, look how happy they are. And that's what I was going to talk about too. Sudicast giving the surf, everything's cool, dude. Don't worry about it. We'll be back tomorrow, you know? Don't worry about it, dude. But at the same time, Sasi, in his interview, he's just so jolly. He's so nice. Losing, winning, it doesn't matter. They're learning from this so far. And after learning how Sentinels play, such an aggressive play style on the defense, and bring that flavor back to Brazil, who they should have that aggressive play style coined of their region, I think they're coming back in full force tomorrow. Vikings definitely got a lot of experience from this game.
Yeah, I agree. I think it is so vitally important. I think you raised such a good point there with that. You know, again, they still have more games to play. They've learned a lot from this matchup. And they're probably going to feel like, hang on, there was a lot of opportunities that we actually had in this game to really push Sentinels to the limit if we changed a few things here or another way. And we saw that on Icebox. If they just had, if they were able to be a little bit more balanced as they moved into the second half, you know, it took them a little bit too long to kind of figure out the answers they needed. So, yeah, I think there's a lot of promise coming out of this in terms of a learning experience for Vikings. So impressive stuff overall. I'm really excited to see what they have coming into the next matchup. So I feel like any opponent they're going to run into will be easier
Mafia asli yakin gua.
Really powering up.
And just on the other side here of the coin, Dan, is just what's next. How can you stop Sentinels at this point, right? they haven't been that tested on those two maps in versus Vikings. So now we're gonna look at Sentinels when they're gonna play against potentially who knows on the other side of the bracket in the winners finals, and later on inside the bracket. Sentinels have been so good at adapting and switching over to a playstyle that seems to be unstoppable. Because when you look at how
asli serem banget dapur, cuk. Ternyata dapur ya. Diam-diam dia ternyata anak mafia, Blay. Yaudah, Blay. Udahan dulu ya. Thank you. Semuanya terima kasih. Besok kita bakal lanjut lagi di jam yang sama. Ya udahlah, udah habis gamenya.
Lah kan masih ada.
Game yang mana lagi yang masih ada?
Lah, Nutur.
Buset, lu mau 4 match hari ini?
Emang udah 3.
Udah 3, Bang.
Iya, udah 3.
Besok game pertama ada V1 lawan Nuturn. Jam 10 kayak biasa. Habis itu ada Fnatic sama Extend, lalu ada tim Liquid lawan Crew. Fnatic Extend seru, V1 Nuturn seru, Liquid Crew. Gue megang Liquid sih, kayak nggak mungkin kalah deh Liquid lawan Crew.
Besok kita bilang ente hiung.
Iya. Besok ada hiung-hiungan. Thank you semuanya. Yang udah nge-subs, yang udah nge-like juga thank you. Yang belum jangan lupa juga follow Instagram gua. Thank you semuanya. Terima kasih juga kepada co-caster gua, Kanadya di
Espanya.
Tekuk. Thank you, Blay.
Bye.
I'll see you next stream. Bye bye.